Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the AJ Analysis channel. Apologies there just for the slow start, but welcome back to the channel and welcome to today's stream where it's a big one, right? It's a big one. I feel like it's the biggest day perhaps in the history of this channel. It's the biggest day in the past 10, 12 years at this football club. It is absolutely massive. It's, of course, the Europa League final. It's Manchester United versus Tottenham. But today it's also a little bit more than that. You will have noticed the background and everything today is slightly different. We're in a purple environment rather than the usual red. And that is because today we are not just previewing the final. We're not just, playing a little bit of FM later. We're also trying to raise money for charity. We're trying to raise money for Nelson's Journey. We did this last year. We raised £200 in total. This year, already, you will see there, we've raised £439 before we've even started this stream. The initial target was £500. I think we're going to absolutely smash that, so I've changed it to £600. Before we actually get into talking about Manchester United, before we talk a little bit more about the charity, which we will do at some point during the stream, I just want to do a couple of checks. Is everything working? Can you see me all right? Can you hear me all right? Can you hear sort of quiet music in the background? You should just be able to hear it, but it shouldn't be too loud. And don't worry, it is copyright free. Are the links in the chat working? Is the poll working? Is everything working? And also on top of that, how are you guys doing? We haven't spoke for about a week now, it feels, since the last live stream. So how are we feeling about this match? On my end, everything is good. We've got no dropped frames. We've got no issues at all. So hopefully this stream is going to go really smoothly for the next 6.5 hours, all the way up to kickoff. And then after that, United are going to win the Europa League, right? It's pretty simple. It's not too much to ask for, right? Who have we got in the chat so far? We've got Bobby the Bob. Good afternoon to you, my friend. Seems good. Everything seems to be working. Lovely stuff. Who else we got? We got Josh. We got Manu. We got Callum. We got everybody. We've got all the regulars, guys. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Steve as well. Good afternoon. Hope you're well. How's the vote for the poll going? Early on, I'm seeing 13% votes for Spurs. That is crazy. We got some imposters on the channel today. If you are a Spurs fan, by the way, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Hope you do enjoy it. But I'm probably not going to be talking positively about you at all this afternoon or throughout the whole day because, yeah, I'm here for United. Can't hear the music. How about now? I think we were between songs when I was talking about the music. How about now? Hey, AJ, how are you doing? I'm not bad at all, thank you. I feel I've got like a bundle of energy just because today is such a big day. Like I said, it's one of the biggest days in the history of the channel. We're trying to raise a lot of money for charity as well. And also, of course, like the small factor of Manchester United in a Europa League final, a European final. It's an absolutely huge game, and I'm just a bundle of energy, and hopefully, in 6.5 hours, we'll still have that energy, and then hopefully after that, we'll have the energy because we've won the game, right? That's the plan. I mean, speaking of energy, we're starting off in the chat with David in the chat, gifting a membership as always. David, thank you very much, my friend. An absolute legend, guys. Leave some love hearts in the chat for David. That is the sort of energy that we are going to need throughout this stream today. So, David, thank you very much. Let me just quickly move my chat over here so that I can see it a little bit better. But yes, David, thank you very much, guys. Make sure to say thank you to David. Yeah, as Steve has said in the chat there, Spurs fans, if you are here, of course you are welcome. We will be talking about Tottenham. We'll be talking about Manchester United. I will try and not be too biased in moments, right? I'll try and talk about the things that Spurs can bring to the game, how they can approach the game, how they might try and win it. But there is going to be, we're going to be leaning towards Manchester United for most of the afternoon. I'll just be completely honest with you. But always, welcome to the stream, and I hope you do enjoy it. Are there any Spurs fans in the chat? If there are, let's be friendly. Let's be welcoming, because we always are as a community, right? We always welcome everyone in. So, yeah, let's keep that going. And also, as David has said in the chat there, if we could avoid all capital messages, that would be greatly appreciated, please. Look at that. Look at that. That's what I was waiting for the first donation. Did you guys see that? Did you see that donation? I believe it was Bobby the Bob, it said, with the £5 donation for charity, taking our total to £443. Bobby the Bob, thank you very much, sir. And you got the little Bruno cap. Kind of cool. I thought we'd add that for today's stream. Bobby the Bob, thank you so much. It is going to an amazing course. Like, trust me when I say that. If I can find it. I am going to talk about the charity a little bit later on in the stream. We're not going to get heavy on the deep stuff straight away, but I will be talking about the importance of this charity as we go through. We've also got another £5 donated by Zhao as well. I'm just looking. I don't know if the progress bar updated there. I'm not sure if it did. But Zhao, thank you very much as well. There we go. It has now updated. We're on £448. I feel like we're going to get to that £600. Thank you so much. And like I said, you get your little Bruno. You get your little Bruno with the cap. Thank you guys very much for the donations. Guys, I'm going to ask one thing today in the chat. The usual stuff, be friendly and everything. When we see donations popping up, if you see that little Bruno hat come up, let me know in the chat by just spamming it. Spam the chat with green love hearts all over the place. Some green W's, because we're going to be doing a lot today. There's a lot of different things going on my screens, and I don't want to miss any donations. So if you do see the Bruno pop up with his hat, it should be on every screen. Let me know in the chat, because I don't want to miss anything. But thank you so much, YouTube. Absolutely legendary behavior. Anyway, I've probably done enough waffling, and now I need to try and find our tactics board and talk about Manchester United versus Tottenham Hotspur. And of course, as always, we start off with a completely blank team. We've got the Tottenham team on paper, which we do need to talk about because they are weakened with injuries. But what we really want to talk about, right, is a Manchester United starting 11 for this football match. We know our travelling squad. We're going to look at that in just a moment. I think today there's big conversations literally everywhere. Recently, we've had a lot of games where it feels like the back three is already sorted, or the midfield is guaranteed, or we know who's going to be up front, or whatever. For me today, it really feels like every single position, probably apart from Onana in goal, it feels like pretty much every single position is up for grabs. I think there is conversations to have literally all over the pitch. We'll start off today with the squad. I missed a donation. Who was it from? Who was it from? I missed a donation. See, this is why I need the chat. Chat, thank you so much for the green love hearts, because that means I can see that I missed a donation. You guys are legends. Who did I miss it from? First of all, thank you very much for the donation. Apologies that I didn't see who it was. Guys, if you could give me the name of the person in the chat as well, that would be amazing. And what I'm going to do is get the Just Given page up on my phone as well, so I can see all the names coming through. It was Steve. Steve, thank you very much for the donation, my friend. He also left a little message saying, do you call them bro nations? No, I don't, Steve. I don't, I'll be honest with you. But thank you very much for the donation again, my friend. Anyway, Manchester United squad time. By the way, guys, great job in the chat. Keeping me on my toes. Letting me know that there was that donation. Travelling squad. 26 players, I believe this is, for Manchester United. We've got to kind of narrow this down to 11 players, plus some players that can make an impact from the bench. And to be honest, this feels like the most stacked squad that we've had in a while. Now, we know that not everyone is fully fit. You know, the likes of Yoro is in the squad, but how fit is he? I'm not sure. Someone like Dallo, someone like Xerxes, I don't know how fit they are. But we've got a lot of players. I'm just looking through that squad. I'm trying to think who we're missing. I believe we're missing another donation, £20 from Anonymous. Thank you so much. I don't know what your name is because you're anonymous, but thank you very, very much for the donation. We're already at £473. That is an absolute joke. It's insane. We're going to get to that 600, right? Are we? Maybe we can go higher. Thank you so much. And I believe we've also got another donation there. It says the Smith family donated £10. Now, I'm a Smith personally. I don't know if that's my Smith family or if it's a different Smith family. But regardless, thank you very much. And we've also got another donation as well from David with the £5. I should have known that you guys were just going to be absolute legends with this. Thank you very much for the early donations. It's just heroic behavior. Just absolutely quality. Thank you so much, guys. Keep the love hearts going in the chat as well to say thank you, because this is an amazing cause that we're trying to raise money for. Back to the Manchester United squad. Who's missing? Who's missing? I feel like we've got Lisandro Martinez is of course out, and De Ligt. Are they the only two? Are they the only two that are out with injury at the moment? Because if so, that's pretty darn impressive. How have we found ourselves in this position after the season we've had? After the 2 seasons we've had, by the way, because last season was awful with injuries as well. How have we found ourselves here on the 21st of May 2025 with a decent sized squad to choose from? I'm not too sure how we've got ourselves into this position, but we have. And I mean, what a game to have players available for. It's really come at a good time. Like I said, how fit are they all? We don't actually know. If we quickly go over here, we can see Ruben Amorim talking about this last night. He had his press conference before the game. He said they recover quite well. And to me, that's an understatement, right? Because last we knew, Xerxes was ruled out for the season. Fast forward like a month, and he's apparently fit for the Europa League final. Not sure how that works. By the way, just let me know. Can you actually see that? By the way, is that big enough for you guys to see? Can you guys read that properly? But also on these guys, of course, he did say they are limited in the minutes for the game, but they can help us. And I want to hear your thoughts, your opinions. What does that actually mean? Because obviously it means it's unlikely that the three of them play 90 minutes, potentially 120 minutes each. Of course, that's unlikely. But how much football do you think they can play? And obviously it's going to be different for each one. Someone like Xerxes, not played in a month. How much football can he play? Yoro only missed 1 game? 2 games? 1 game? How much football can he play? How much can Dalot play? Because Dalot is naturally quite a fit individual. Steve will tell you the same in the chat. It's interesting to think about, because just because they're available, it doesn't mean they're ready. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. Personally, I'm sort of cautiously optimistic that I think we might see them in the starting 11. 1 or 2 of them. But who knows? Do we need to talk about this for now? Not just yet. For now, we're going to go back to... By the way, I've got like 20 scenes to work with here on OBS. So if you see me in moments looking like lost trying to find where we're meant to be, that's the reason why, right? AJ, I don't know if it's just me, but the link doesn't work. I'm going to guess it's just you, my friend, just because everyone else is using it, right? So it might just be a you issue, Manu. But if not, no worries, my friend. No worries. Oh, by the way, we've also had a donation in the stream as well. Abdullah, thank you very much for the $10.99. That is very, 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 very kind of you, my friend. And again, thank you guys in the chat for spamming the love hearts. Absolutely legendary behavior. I do appreciate all donations to me, but also don't forget, we do also have the link in the chat as well to donate to charity. But regardless, thank you so, so much for the support as always. You love that squad graphic. What I like about it is the way it goes through the players, right? I like it. I like it. Yeah, big thank you also to everyone that has been donating so far. Manu, if you're having any issues, I'm not sure, mate. Maybe try go through it through Discord or something different. But apart from that, I'm not sure. Bench impact subs, huge. Huge, huge, huge. We're not just talking about a 90-minute match here. We're talking about a match which could go to 120 and penalties. And we've got a squad which at times has struggled physically this season. Subs are going to be massive. And it's just the perfect game, really. It's the perfect game to have some depth. To have some players that we can sort of call upon and give them a nudge and go, we need you to go make an impact, mate. We've got a lot of those players for this game. Should we start discussing, you know, how that can actually look? Should we start talking about this Manchester United team and how we think they're going to set up? We'll start off in goal, where it's probably the one position I'm not really going to entertain too much conversation. It's going to be Onana, right? Right, like there's not a conversation there. If Bayindir starts this game, I would be amazed. I would be very, very surprised. 4-7-4-7-4 formation. I mean, it's a good idea to try and overload the other team, right? It's not a bad strategy. Just put them all on the pitch. 4 goalkeepers. We're probably not going to concede, so it's a pretty good strategy. I think Yoro and Dalot could play 20 to 30 minutes. Xerxes maybe 15 minutes since he's out for so long. I think the Xerxes one is going to be particularly interesting just because I think Højlund has received a lot of criticism recently. We're going to do something a little bit later, which might suggest that the Højlund criticism isn't completely warranted, which is interesting. He's had quite a big impact this season without realising. So we will come back to that a little bit later on. If we start Yoro, we can play Shaw at left wing-back and Dorgu right wing-back for the first 60 minutes, maybe. Perhaps for an hour. You guys would be terrified if Bayindir starts in goal. Yeah, I mean, we saw what he done last time against Spurs, right? He, like, threw the ball into his net, which wasn't the best idea. Anyway, should we move on to the back three? Because that's where the real conversations start. And what we're going to do is, rather than straight away getting the back three up on screen, we're going to talk about some interesting and important positions in terms of dealing with Spurs. Son on the left wing, the Manchester United right-hand side. Probably not a player at his peak at the moment. I think he peaked maybe 18 months ago. I think he's declined since. I don't think he's in the best form he's ever been in. But he is without doubt a threat. He's a player who can score goals. For me, he's one of the best finishers in English football. I think he's absolutely ruthless in front of goal. So he is a player that we're going to have to sort of try and contain. And how we do that will be somewhat dependent on who we pick for this position. So in terms of the right centre-back spot, the way I see it is we've got a few options. Mazraoui. definitely a shout. Has played a lot of football as a right-sided centre-back this season, but is also a full-back by nature. So when Son is trying to move into those wide positions, isolate 1v1, Mazraoui could be prepared for that because he is naturally a full-back. So he is an option. We've also got Lenny Yoro, who could play this position. And I would say the other one, realistically, is Victor Lindelof. You could throw Fredriksson's name into the hat as well if you want. But in my opinion, it's Mazraoui, it's Yoro, it's Lindelof, maybe Fredriksson. So let me know in the chat, guys, who would you go for as the right-sided centre-back? And also, if you could give me a little bit of reasoning as well, that would be amazing. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to end that first poll that we put in the chat. How did that end? Let's see. 92% of people said a Manchester United win. Let's have it. Let's have it. Let's do a new poll. Let's do a new poll for this right centre-back position. Just give me a moment to type this up. And something that we should remember is just because a player doesn't get into this position doesn't mean they can't get into the team. So, for example, you may not vote Yoro into this position, but perhaps that's because you want him on the left-hand side of the fence. We got Callum in the chat. Did you see that? Callum has just donated £10. Bruno Fernandes tipping his hat saying thank you. Callum, thank you very much for the £10 donation. Guys, I want to see that chat just full of love hearts. Full of love hearts. Maybe not even just green ones. Get some purple ones in there as well if you fancy. Anyway, let me get this poll made. Let me get this poll made. Thank you very much for the donation. Super, super generous. There we go. The poll should be in the chat like any second now. That was kind of quick for once. Normally I have to sit here and go like, it's about to be there. But this time, just bang. The poll is there. What do we reckon? No Fredriksson in this game. I believe he's in the squad, right? Let's do the... Is he there? Can you see Fredriksson? I can see him. He's next to Aiden Heaven and Johnny Evans. So he's in the squad, but I do agree. It would be a bit of a rogue one to throw him in for. You know, young player, barely played senior football. Throwing him in for a Europa League final seems a little bit dodgy to me. Chad, good afternoon, my man. How are you? How are you? Is Kobbie Mainoo an option up front? He 100% is, but we're not going to cover that just yet. We'll come back to it because today we really need to go through this properly and not just... I think it would almost be easy to throw quite a lazy 11 out there. Just, yeah, these are our 11 best footballers. Bosh. I think today, Europa League final, we really need to look at the Spurs players and where we think they're strong and weak, how we can expose that. But also, of course, we want to focus on United as well. So we will come to the strikers a little bit later on. For now, we need to start off with these deep positions. By the way, I've just seen that we currently have 300 viewers in the stream. And we've got £497.90 raised so far. That is insane. And first of all, thank you so much. Thank you for clicking on the stream and choosing to watch this. I'm aware that everyone right now is building up to the Europa League final. So thank you for choosing me. And also a huge thank you for the donations. Again, I will talk about the charity a little bit later on, but it is such a good charity. So your money is going to a good place. Trust me. I'm just thinking, if there's 300 people here in the chat, imagine everyone donated just 50p. 50p would get £150 towards a charity, which helps children. It's got to be worth considering, right? It's got to be worth considering. Let's have a quick look. Have I missed anything in the chat, by the way? I'm just very aware of missing stuff. I don't want to do that. Right, let's have a look at the poll. The poll is 75% Mazraoui, 16% for Yoro, 5% for Lindelof, and 5% for Fredriksson. It just changed as I said that. Thank you very much for voting in the poll, guys. That is interesting. That is very, very interesting because I think with Lindelof, he's not going to be anyone's ideal, right? I understand that. But I think he genuinely has a decent chance of starting this game. So to not see him, only in 4% of the votes, it's quite interesting because I think there's a decent chance that he plays, but we'll come back to that. Donation check. Did I miss someone? Did I miss someone? I hope I didn't. Okay, I think I'm good. I think we're good. We're up to date. Cool. I'll donate 50p if you put a Spurs shirt on. Well, first of all, Danny, welcome to the stream. It's great to see a Spurs fan in here, by the way. I'm interested to hear your thoughts coming into it. Sadly, I do not have a Spurs shirt. But for 50p, with 50p, I could probably get one, to be honest. But, no, I do not have a Spurs shirt. But welcome to the stream. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you feel about the game. As a Spurs fan, are you confident? Because we are a Manchester United community, largely. I'd love to hear a different opinion on this. How are you feeling about the game? Lindelof has all the experience we need. Perhaps, but you guys have gone for Mazraoui, and to be honest, you can't knock it, right? Mazraoui has been very good for us this season. There were so many concerns when he signed, not about his quality. Quality is obvious. But concerns about his fitness, his ability to stay fit more than anything. But it's great to have him in the team. It's great to have him in the team. I think we're more likely to see him, Lindsel, off the bench. Steve, I might have to ban you. I might have to ban you. Anyway, shall we go? Did I miss a donation? Have I done it again? I've missed a donation. Guys, I do apologise. I said I've got so much on my screen at the moment that I can't actually see when they're coming through. There's one from Andrew for £2. Andrew, thank you so much for the donation. Super, super generous of you. Guys, spam the chat with the love hearts once again. And also, I believe there was one from Chad as well. There was. Chad, thank you very much, because I'm aware that you have already donated. So to donate again is amazing. And I believe David did the same as well. So guys, thank you so, so much for the support. Let me get this up on my phone properly so I can just see them come through. But also, keep spamming me because I don't want to miss any. Because when you guys are that amazingly generous, you know, I need to make sure I say thank you. So keep reminding me in the chat. Anyway, we've only done 2 positions so far. We should probably move on to the next one. Should we talk about central centre-backs? Is there a conversation here? Is there a conversation here? Because I was thinking, I kind of, right at the start, said every position is a conversation today. But I don't know that today is. Because I think we live in a world now. And this would have been crazy to say to large parts of the fan base not too long ago. I think we're in a world now where Harry Maguire is gonna play. Harry Maguire is gonna play. We've got another donation. I just missed it. I didn't see who it's from because it said anonymous and I didn't see how much it was for. But thank you very much, whoever that was who just donated. Again, super, super generous. The support early on is insane. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much. Also, do you guys like the Bruno kind of cap dip? I like it. Anyway, central centre-back. It's Maguire. Ooh, Steve with a controversial take, which might get him banned from the channel. He says, no discussion. It's Evans' time. I just missed another donation. I'm awful at this. Guys, there's too many donations, but please don't stop. Who was that one from? I didn't see. Was that Macaroni did I see pop up? I believe it was. Thank you. If it was, if I said your name wrong, sorry, but I think I saw Macaroni pop up. I'm not sure. But if I did, thank you very much for the donation. Again, so, so kind of you. And Chad, I did see your donation message, mate, and I'm going to ignore it. And Josh, there's nothing you can do about it. But thank you very much again for the donations. So, so kind. Again, we'll talk about the charity shortly. We will talk about it. But thank you. Thank you, always. Anyway, it's Maguire. It's Maguire. Mate, will you play FM2? I will, by the way. We have Football Manager loaded over, if I can find it. We've got Football Manager loaded over here. We just had another £15 donation. Bruno, he's going to have a sore neck, Bruno. Pause. I meant from like tipping his... yes, we are... God, Abdullah with a £5 donation. So many donations. Guys, incredible. Thank you so, so much. We have got Football Manager loaded. We have got Football Manager loaded. And weirdly enough, right, it's completely random save. Spurs are the first fixture. We're going to be doing that in a little while, right? That will be after we've done the tactical preview. Spurs are the first fixture, so it's weirdly fallen that way, but I'm looking forward to doing that because hopefully we start the day with a win against Spurs and also finish it like that. Did I plan that? Snipes, I genuinely didn't, mate. Like, it's just pure coincidence that Spurs are the first game. I'm not sure how that's happened, but it has. Anyway, left centre-back. Discussion time. Lindelof. Feel like he's not going to win the poll. Who else we got? Luke Shaw. He could win a poll or two. Lenny Yoro. Aiden Heaven. Johnny Evans. Fredrickson. We got so many people that have played that position this season. Probably too many, really, for a poll. So I want to see a name in the chat. I want to see a name in the chat. Who would you guys go for this position on the left side of the fence? And obviously, we've got to keep in mind, we do have fitness concerns. Yoro, I think, is the ideal. Just because Lenny Yoro, mate, we all love him, right? We love that bloke. He is so adored at this football club already. But he has had injuries. Is he fit to start? Is he? I know you guys want him. Everyone's saying Yoro straight away. Is he fit? Is he fit to play? Rather play Shaw over Lindelof if Euro is not fit. Yep, I would agree with that. The only concern was that, right, if we go Mazraoui right centre-back, Maguire middle centre-back, if you then go for Shaw on the left, you've only got one actual centre-back. Now, granted, it's Maguire who makes up for, like, the height of 12 centre-backs. But I wouldn't be too happy. Right, I love Shaw, I love Maguire, I love Mazraoui, I love all three of them. But as a back three for a cup final, I'd be a little bit worried about only having one proper centre-back. You know, in a big game where set pieces are going to be important. It's a concern for me. I'd risk him for 60 minutes. It might be worth it. The problem is, with someone like Euro especially, being such a young player, yes, this is our biggest game of the season, right? There is that feeling of wanting to just put our strongest team out to make sure we win this football match. But Euro being such a young player, the last thing we want to do is aggravate an injury and make him injury prone if that's a thing. So we do need to be careful with that. But having said that, I think he's going to play. But at the same time, and we'll talk about Luke Shaw in a second, at the same time, it feels like Luke Shaw is just sort of like gradually being prepared for this game. It feels like we've been giving Shaw gradually more and more minutes, literally setting him up for this football match. So I think Luke Shaw plays as well. So does that mean Shaw's going to be moving to wing-back? But then that makes the wing-back conversation really, really interesting and a huge conversation. What do we reckon here? I want to do a poll, but I get a feeling everyone's going to go Euro. That's the feeling I get. Alex, good afternoon, mate. How are you? Good to see you, my friend. We've also got Beef in the chat. By the way, Beef, a member for 14 months, as you can see there. Beef, thank you so much, mate. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Hope you're well. Put Euro in for the last 20 minutes. Should we go back to that beautiful little Ruben Amorim quote? I don't know why I called it beautiful. It's just because it's Amorim, I guess, and he's a beautiful guy. They are limited in the minutes for the game, but they can help us. He doesn't actually give away too much there. Because if they're in the squad, of course they're fit to play some sort of football. But it was always unlikely they could play 120. So he's not giving us too much information there. They are limited in the minutes for the game. How limited are they, Ruben, mate? Tell me. I won't tell Spurs. Just tell us. How limited? How limited in the minutes are they? You know, because limited in the minutes could be they can only play 20 minutes, or it could be they can play an hour. We don't know. Yeah, Beef, it's insane, mate. 14 months. Do I have to go to the link to donate, or can I just do it here? Unfortunately, because of the charity, it's like a smaller local one. YouTube doesn't actually recognize it as a charity, so you can't donate through the chat. What you need to do is use the link at the top of the chat, which is pinned in the message. If you could go through that link, that would be great. It takes you to a Just Giving page, and by going through Just Giving, it guarantees that all the money goes to the charity, which is cool. Saw a bit of Spurs training yesterday, and I suggest we field 11 outfield players today. Wouldn't be a bad idea. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, who are we going for left centre-back? I said about a poll, but I think it's going to be Euro. I think if I do a poll, I know who everyone's going to vote for. Is anyone having stream difficulties? Everything on my end is fine. By the way, I've changed something on the stream settings, and normally we're on about 11,000 dropped frames by this point. Today we're on 0. So I've fixed something, guys. I did it. Anyway, Euro left centre back. Right. It's fine. I can't see Dallo or Xerxes starting, but Euro has been out for way less time, so hopefully he can be in from minute 1. I think I agree with you. I agree. And what we've seen with Amorim is he doesn't mind changing his centre-backs during the game. So if he does feel the Euro can only play 60, I think some other managers might therefore not play them at all because they don't want to change the centre-backs halfway through a game. But I think Amorim is a manager who won't mind subbing his centre-back after an hour. So I think Euro is fine. And I think we go to wing-backs now. I don't mind that back three at all. I think that's very, very strong. And it's up there with our best, personally. So I'm happy with that. Stream working fine for everyone? I like it. Yeah, Alex, that's the question, right? Alex has said, so is that Shaw left wing-back and Dorgu right wing-back? Possibly. Possibly, which isn't actually what I had in my head coming into the stream, but it does make a bit of sense. Let's talk about wingbacks. Luke Shaw, Dorgu, Amas. All seem pretty fit at the moment, all seem available. Dorgu could also play on the right, we need to remember that. We've also got Ahmad. Normally, we would have Mazraoui in this conversation, but we can't now because he's at centre-back. Dalot. Dalot. What do we think? Oh, I've got a message from AJ in the chat. AJ, good afternoon to you, mate. He says, what's good, AJ? Are you as nervous as I am for tonight? I would imagine so. I am incredibly nervous for this game. I'm ready for it, but I am nervous. I was saying to my brother this morning, I think we win the game. And the reason I think we win the game is because it's almost like we have no choice. We have no choice. We have to win the football match, in my opinion. Like, it just feels like we're going to win because there's no other way. We have to get the job done today. We just have to win this football match. It's almost like there isn't a world where we lose this because I don't want to face that reality. So I am nervous, but I'm also like weirdly confident as well. My emotions are like fighting each other ahead of this match, which I guess isn't surprising. I would imagine most people are feeling that. In one moment, it's like, yeah, but Spurs are kind of bad this season. We can beat them. And then it's, yeah, but so are we, so they can beat us. It's a tough one. AJ, do you look like Ugarte? Well, according to the chat, I do. Tell you what, if we get to £600 quickly, a donation like that from Lolo will help a lot. Thank you very much for the donation. If we get to £600 in good time, I'll take the hat off and we'll see if I look like Ugarte, which I might as well because the hat will have flattened my hair. So if we get to £600, we'll do it. What was I going to talk about? Got distracted. Wingbacks. Steve raises a good point. We don't just need to think about how Manchester United can play. Not just about how Manchester United can attack, how United can move the ball forward and hurt Spurs. We do need to consider who can do a job going the other way, because Son is a very good player. He's a very good footballer. I've said for a while now, I think he's one of the best finishers in English football. I think he's just absolutely amazing. But Johnson on the other side as well. He's a good player. And, you know, I don't think he's a player who has the same reputation as some other players in Europe. I don't think people look at him as this amazing talent. But I think in terms of just being a goal scorer, someone who finds himself in great positions and puts the ball into the back of the net, he's good at it. And that's a fundamental of football, right? If you can score a goal, you're probably a decent footballer. And I think Johnson ticks that box. So these are players that we need to be aware of with our wingbacks. With that in mind, what are we going for? Because there's a part of me that wants to go Ahmad right wing back and go, let's get after this Spurs team. Let's be attack and let's play on the front foot. Let's be aggressive and try and hurt Spurs. But in another moment, I'm like, we could do with someone more defensive to help with Son. Whether that be Dalot if he's fit. Don't know if he is. Could that be Dorgu? Does it mean changing our back three so Mazraoui can play here? Possibly. What do you guys reckon? And I don't have to do a poll for this. We just got a £25 donation from JTS. Thank you so much for the donation. We are storming towards that goal, by the way. We're half an hour into the stream. Also, I've just realised I've got £40 worth of donations to put in from people, like donations I've received in real life. So we are guaranteed over 600. And it's half one. What I'm going to quickly do, guys, just give me 1 second. I'm going to update the goal because I think we can go higher. So just give me a moment to do this if you don't mind. Yes, like Chad has said in the chat there. By the way, listen to my mods. They're good people. They know what they're saying. Any messages that are in all capitals or anything like that just won't be read out. They won't be read out because, I don't know, I know it's not meant in an aggressive way, but it always just feels aggressive when you see people typing in all capitals. So if we could not do that, it would be great. Right, so I've changed the goal up to 700 now. If we hit £700, that'd be incredible. I don't know if it's going to update on the progress bar or not. We've also got George in the chat with a £5 donation. George, thank you very much. You guys, it's mental. It is mental how much you guys are supporting this right now. I don't know if I can get that to refresh on the screen so it looks better for you. I don't know. I don't know if I can get that to update, but we'll come back to it. There we go. Like magic. Like magic. Anyway, back to Manchester United. Wingbacks. What do we reckon? Should we just end the stream? Yeah, we did it. We did it. Anonymous with the £5 as well. We're charging for 700, guys. Make it £1,000. Maybe. If we do well during the stream, we'll up it. All right, we'll up it. Ooh, football cartoon with a really cool message saying we must play 3-6-1, not 3-4-3. Please tell Amorim ASAP. There is something that I want to talk about with that, because what I've done ahead of this stream is I've gotten back and watched every Manchester United goal in the Europa League this season, and there's an interesting theme on some of these. So we're going to come back to that, because I think you actually raise a really, really good point. A really good point, my friend. We are going to come back to that. Anyway, I keep getting distracted. But let's say that now. If I get distracted too much in this stream and I start waffling about random stuff that you don't care about, put a message in the chat like, AJ, mate, tell us about the football, and I'll shut up, okay? JTS with a message in the chat, which I will sort of self-censor, saying, guys, could you please hit the like button on the stream? Is pretty much what he said. Anyway, Manchester United wingbacks, who are we going for? I want to see 2 names in the chat. Need Dalot to take care of Son and Udogie. Amas, he can't start the game. He can't defend or attack. This is a final. Seems a little bit harsh to say he can't defend or attack, but he is young, right? He is young. Steve, the all-cap message. I hate you. Amas left, Dorgu right. My view on it personally, right, is I love Harry Amas. I think he's a good young player. I think he's got quite a bright future ahead of him personally. But I just don't start him for this game. It's the same as Fredrickson, right? I know we love playing our youngsters. We love to give our Carrington players a chance. I just don't think this is the game where you start throwing minutes to youngsters. And I don't think Amorim is going to do it. It just doesn't feel likely in my opinion. I'd be very surprised if Amas plays. Should we assume that Dalot probably can't start and has got half an hour in him? Should we assume that? We're going to assume Dalot can't start, okay. So that means the question is, Dorgu, Shaw, Ahmad, who do you go for? And I guess in a way, this is... I was going to say it's a conversation of how attacking you want to be, right? Because if you go for Ahmad, obviously he's naturally the more progressive player. He's the bigger attacking threat. But having said that, if you can get Luke Shaw in your team, he does give you a lot. He does give you a lot in the final third. I know he receives his criticism because he's never available and he can't run and whatever. But actually, technically on the ball, he's phenomenal. He is phenomenal. Did I miss a donation? Thank you, mate, for keeping me on my toes. I did miss a donation. I do apologise for that. From Tim at £10. Thank you so much for the donation. What's really cool, by the way, guys, is we've got £583.90. Not sure how we've got 90 pence donated from you guys, which is just insane. Thank you so much. But also, because of gift aid, there's an extra £83 on top of that as well, which is so cool. Like, it's insane from you guys. So thank you very, very much. I'm going to do a poll. Did I miss another one? I missed another donation. I missed another donation. I do apologise for missing that one. Let me see if I can see who it's from. You guys are moving too quick. Bruno is tipping that cap too much. Was there one from Anonymous that I missed as well? I do believe. I do apologise for missing the donation. But again, thank you so much for supporting this amazing cause. All right, wingbacks. It could be Ahmad and Dorgu. It could be Ahmad plus Shaw. Or it could be Shaw plus Dorgu. Right? Have I said that right, guys? Someone please donate 10p. Can you go that like on donations? I don't actually know. If not, I'll do it. Oh, I guess we got the 90p because of people in different currencies, right? So when it exchanges, it changes the amount to like odd numbers. I'd imagine that's what it is. Right, so the poll for the wingbacks is in the chat now. Just remember, even if Ahmad right? He's the one we're talking about here. Even if he doesn't win the poll, he can still play the game. Because if we want to, we can get Ahmad in that 10 position up here. I think Alex mentioned it earlier. He said Shaw left wing back, Dorgu right wing back, Ahmad at 10, best player in best position. Shaw provides experience and service to Højlund. I think that's absolutely spot on, to be honest, Alex. I think it's spot on. I'm not saying that's what we have to do, but I think the point is worth thinking about. Shaw's experience in a cup final. He has played a lot of big games in his career. His natural service to Højlund, I think even Shaw critics would probably agree with the fact that Shaw is top 3 crossers at this football club. You know, one of the best. So there is a shout for having him in the team for that reason alone. Alex, I'd love to hear your reasoning on Ahmad right 10. You seem quite keen on that. What's your reasoning for preferring Ahmad in the right 10 rather than the right wing back? Is that to shore us up defensively? You know, by having a more defensive player there? Or is it getting Ahmad forward because he's a goal threat? What is it? Did I miss a donation? Let me have a look. Did I miss a donation? I did. I missed a donation from Mr. Chad himself. Chad with the donation, and I will read this message out, unlike his other one. He said, well, first of all, he donated £6.90 and said, funny number, ha 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 ha, which I'm happy to ban him for that. Chad, thank you very much for the donation. Guys, I never know what to make of Chad. Do we love Chad or do we ban him? What do you reckon? Chad donation check, please. Yep, it was £6.90. He said, funny number. That is your Chad donation message. Guys, be like Chad. Be like Chad. Legendary behaviour. Thank you very much. We've also got Zerg in the chat with a £2.10 donation. Thank you very much. He's going to round off that number. Wait, no, he's not, because Chad ruined it. So someone else is going to have to donate an extra 10p now to make up for it. Zerg, thank you very much for the donation. And we also had Alex in the chat with the donation as well. Thank you very much, my friend. And we've just hit £600, which is mental. No, Alex didn't donate nothing. If you can't see a number, I believe it's because you can set donations to be anonymous. I believe. I do not have too much money. Me too, my friend. No worries there. So yeah, we're now on 90p again, aren't we? When that goes through. Typical. AJ, thinking back to what you said in your Dorgu video. My man, having Ahmad as the right 10 with Dorgu right wing back means good balance going forward and defending. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Alex. I like it. I think it is a nice balance. And I think the 2 left footers on the right hand side is important as well. Again, we're going to go through this later on in the stream. Probably quite a bit closer to kickoff. This might be one of the last things that we do. But I've looked through all of our Europa League goals, and the big theme I found in this was we score more goals when we attack more, right? It sounds obvious, but there's a clip. I can't think who it's against, but it's Anthony and Ahmad on the right-hand side. So I think Anthony was wing-back at the time with Ahmad in front of him. And seeing those 2 aggressive, but also left-footed profiles on the same side was like an interesting throwback to go back and see that. So I do like the idea of a Dorgu Ahmad right-hand side. I think it has something to it. Josh in the tap. I haven't said churn the tat in so long, and I've just said Josh in the tat. Josh in the chat. He's not even in the chat. What am I talking about? Josh with the donation, rounding us off with that extra 10p. Was that £5.10, Josh? I saw. Thank you very much for the donation, my friend. And for everyone out here with OCD, that number should just look a little bit nicer now. So Josh, thank you very, very much. Again, by the way, like, I can't explain how much I appreciate all the donations, and also just how active this chat is. Are the donations done via Super Chat or another means? Rory, if you look in the link at the top of the chat, you'll see... Yeah, I probably haven't explained this properly, have I? Josh in the chat, you know what we do. If you do wish to donate, my preference today is not to donate to me, but to donate to charity, to Nelson's Journey. Like Bobby the Bob has just done there. Like that. Bobby, thank you very much, mate. Really do appreciate that. Legendary. If you wish to do that, there is a link or a message at the top of the chat that you guys are in. It's pinned to the top, so it should always be there. You might need to get rid of the poll out of the way first, but there's a link in that message, and that is where you can donate money. So that's the best way to do it. And I mean it when I say this. It doesn't matter how much it is. If it's 50p, it's 50p. If it's £150, it's £150. It'd be amazing. But genuinely, every single amount, I really, really do appreciate it. So if you haven't got much money and you can only give 50p, it would be greatly appreciated. It really would. Are we out? 612.29. We're never going to get around number on this. We're never going to get around number. Anyway, let me find my tactics board. Here we are. Back to the Manchester United wingbacks. The poll has gone for Ahmad and Dorgu, and quite one-sided. Quite one-sided. So we've got Ahmad and Dorgu with 50% of the votes. 184 votes. Are you guys mental? 184 votes. Insane. 50% of those have gone for Ahmad and Dorgu. 16% have gone for Ahmad and Shaw. 34% have gone for Shaw and Dorgu. So it is Ahmad and Dorgu quite comfortably. Quite comfortably, Ahmad and Dorgu. No offense, but get to the point. Alright, I'm a bit of a rambler, right? When people are donating money, I do need to take the time to say thank you. I understand sometimes I waffle a little bit, but when people are donating to an amazing charity, I do need to make sure I say thank you. Okay, so sorry if the stream's a little bit stop-start, but it is how it's going to be today. Dorgu left. Ahmad right. So far, that's strong. That is strong. That's a strong old team. I like it. Is it exactly what I would do? Not quite, but it's a good old team. It's a good old team. Let's move into midfield. Bruno Fernandes. What a man. What a man. Love him. Love him, love him, love him. Eriksen, probably a little bit unlikely in a double pivot. Kobbie Mainoo, always love him in the team. Ugarte, Casemiro. And we'll put Collier's name into the hat as well. We'll put him into the conversation. What do we reckon for that? Redo the poll? I'm not redoing the poll. The poll has spoken. A little bit later on, when we've done your guys' starting 11, I will then give my 11 what I would do for this game. By the way, guys, if you could leave a like on the stream as well. I know I'm asking for a lot, but if you could leave a like, it'd be great. That'd be great. Anyway, midfield. Big conversation. Big conversation. Realistically, there's 3 players to go into the 2 positions. I know we've got Eriksen there, we've got Kobbie there, and we've got Collier there, but I don't see any of them starting in the double pivot. I don't see it happening. Realistically, the question is, it's going to be Casemiro. Do you put Ugarte next to him or Bruno? Let's move these other guys out of the way. Let's move these guys out of the way. It's Casemiro. It's Casemiro. Is it Bruno or Ugarte? Now, I personally, you guys know me, I like us to be quite aggressive where we can be. I like us to get on the front foot. I would like to see a Casemiro and Bruno Fernandes midfield, because there's a few players further up the pitch that I would like to see. But Bruno in midfield with Ahmad at wing back feels attacking, but only attacking, too attacking for what I think Amorim might do. If another manager might do it, but I don't think Amorim would go Bruno in his double pivot and Ahmad wing back in the final. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think he would. Have we ever seen that? I guess that's the first question. Have we seen Bruno centre mid, Ahmad right wing back? Was that the lineup against West Ham the other week? Who played wing back in that game? I can't remember. I missed a donation in the chat. I did a £5 donation. Thank you very much. Saying, should we start Ahmad as a 10 and then move him back to wing back if we need more attacking threat mid-game? First of all, thank you very much for the donation. Very kind of you. Should we start him as a 10? It's one of the... another donation from Rory. Rory, thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. Guys, legendary. You guys are so quick with this. It's insane. Thank you very much for the donations. Ahmad is the big one I'm uncertain on. Because it's always this conversation, and I don't just mean this ahead of the final. I think it plays a part in every game. If you play him deeper, you think he's going to get more touches because, naturally he's closer to the ball. So you think he's going to get more touches so we can have perhaps more influence on the game. But if you put him higher, he's closer to goal. And realistically, Ahmad is one of our best goal scorers. He is one of our best creators. Putting him near the opposition goal makes sense. So I don't know. The poll, you guys have voted for him at right wing back. Would I do it? Normally I would encourage it because I've been crying about it all season, right? Been crying about it all season, asking for these attack-minded wing backs. I don't know if it's the game where we do it or not. Am I buckling under pressure in the biggest game? Maybe. So Steve agrees with that shout. Ahmad and Bruno as the 2 10s, and then we could drop them back if we need to go for it. We've seen that sub a lot, right? Casemiro and Ugarte start in midfield. Ugarte comes off, Bruno comes deeper, and we go for the game late on. It's possible. It's possible. By the way, as much as I do love the Ruben Amorim chant in the chat, it's great to see. If we could just see it once, please, rather than spamming the message, that would be lovely. Let's not spam the chat with the same message. But I do like the chant. Anyway, what are we going for? Casemiro, Ugarte, Bruno. What do we reckon? What do we reckon? Should we do a poll? I'm going to go, right? I'm going to do a poll, and it's going to be Casemiro partner is the name of the poll, and it's a straight shootout between Fernandes and Ugarte. Simple as that. Realistically, both of them are going to feature during this game. Bruno is going to start somewhere. Ugarte, even if he doesn't start, will feature. You'd imagine he'd get time from the bench. But who should start next to Casemiro? What do we think? Because I did a video on Casemiro a few days back, and one of the positives for Casemiro is the fact that the game has almost been simplified for him a little bit, which has got the most out of him. But some of the reason we've been able to simplify the game for him is because we've had more energy around him. And Ugarte has been important in that. Even if Ugarte himself hasn't been performing particularly well, in my opinion, I think he's getting a lot out of other people. So it's a tricky one. There's not a player in the world who comes back stronger after getting benched than Shaw. His performances returning from injury are normally pretty darn good, aren't they? They really are. Casemiro and AJ pivot. It's not a bad shout. By the way, for those that don't get the joke, apparently I look like Ugarte. We'll see when I take the hat off. I think Amorim is pragmatic. He'll start conservatively and wait until we go behind before he takes the handbrake off. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Casemiro being free to pass has worked so well in Europe. It has. It has. I want Bruno, but it will probably be Ugarte. I think that might be the best way of putting it, right? In an ideal world, we'd love United to be in this place where we can go into a cup final, go attacking, and really go for Spurs, because I think they're there to get at. But I just don't think we are in that moment. Low-key, I do. Do I actually? Hat was meant to come off at 600. It was. Hats off. Oh, my days. Oh, no. Should I at least flatten it? Look what the hat does. This is why the hat stays on, right? Because I put the hat on. It does this to their trim. And then the trim is just not possible to recover. You happy now? Look, it doesn't normally look like this, alright? The hat kills it. My trim isn't horrible. The cat does bad things to it, okay? Do I look like Ugarte now? That's the question. Do I look like Ugarte? Also, you might notice during this stream, I sort of like slowly sink because my chair is broken, which means it sort of like gradually goes down. So if that does happen, I don't know what you may do about it, but let me know. Oh, my hair has been absolutely ruined by the hat, by the way. Turkey soon come. For real, for real. Anyway, what's the poll saying? Ugarte, 62%. I wasn't expecting that to be so one-sided. Worst part of hats is taking them off. It's flat so much. Put it back on. I might need to. AJ has grey hair. That's crazy, mate. Relax. Although I have found a grey hair once, and worst day of my life. Anyway, Ugarte has won the poll. That's probably just because of me. Ugarte has won the poll and goes into the team. I'll be honest, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect Ugarte to win the poll. Guys, the whole where has AJ gone and when did Ugarte get here messages, I don't know if I love him or hate him, but they're there nonetheless. Let's put Ugarte into the team. Let's put Ugarte into the team. And I'll be honest, right? so far, it looks pretty strong. Yoro, Maguire, Mazraoui, Onana in goal as well. Casemiro, Ugarte, Dorgu, Ahmad. I feel like we've got a balance there. I feel if we had gone Bruno double pivot and Ahmad wing back, it would have been a little bit too attacking. But I think Ugarte can sort of balance out Ahmad. So I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that at all. Can we have my team after? Yeah, I'll be honest. I haven't thought about it previously, so I don't currently know my 11. But I'll come up with it on the spot. Front three time. Options. A few. Now your hair looks nice. Don't know why you wore that hat. Thank you so much. Thank you for the compliment. But the hat has ruined it slightly. Anyway, front three time. Strikers. Højlund, Xerxes. Højlund getting a lot of criticism recently. Xerxes not fit. Bit of a tricky one. Could Kobbie Mainoo play up front? Maybe. We've seen it before. It might be the time to do it. Last season we went for a sort of false nine approach in the cup final. And it worked. Mason Mount could maybe do something similar. Or play as one of the two 10s. We've also got Bruno Fernandes, who, for me, he's a pretty good player. So you could start Bruno. And also Garnacho. And Eriksen. My days, we've got so many people to talk about. Did I miss a donation? Let me refresh and have a quick look. I think I did. Hat indoors is a bit woke anyway. I don't know why it's become a thing. A Kenyan in Oxford with the donation. Thank you very, very much. Another donation to an amazing cause. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you very much. What was I going to say? I've completely forgot. The front three. What do we reckon? The hat might need to go back on, by the way. I have absolutely ruined my hair by flattening it. If you're going to put Ahmad at right wing back, then surely Mount and Bruno in the 10s, then Højlund up top, maybe half an hour from Xerxes later. The problem is, Alex, and maybe it's just me wanting to take an opportunity that we haven't had this season. I love the idea of trying to get two wingers on the pitch. Hey, Chad, chill. I swear that was his name. I like the idea of trying to get two wingers on the pitch. So I love the idea of getting Ahmad and Garnacho on that football pitch and attacking them. The problem is I also want to see Mason Mount. A couple of people may be having some sound issues. If you are having that problem, I'm about to say refresh the stream, but you can't hear me, so I don't know how to tell you. Maybe someone can put refresh the stream in the chat. I do apologise for that. Everything is fine on my end, so yeah, maybe just try refreshing it. I might need to put the hat back on, guys, because it is so bad. It's been crushed and it looks awful. There we go. That feels better. It feels better. If we raise 15,000, the hat comes back off. Seems reasonable. What are we thinking for this front three? Because, as Snipes has said there, and it is a good point, we do also have to think about subs as well. I'm sitting here being this greedy little guy who wants to be attacking and wants Garnacho and Ahmad on the pitch at the same time. But one from the bench late on as Spurs fatigue. There's space behind the fullbacks like we were talking about yesterday. Garnacho from the bench could be amazing. What I also found interesting, and I might be wrong with this, so let me just check. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Garnacho hasn't started either of the past two games. I believe. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. But I don't think he started either of the last two. I'm sure he didn't start at West Ham. I don't think he started against Chelsea. Which, for me, is a little bit confusing. Because, obviously, in the build-up to the game, we've been so worried about player fitness. How ready are these guys? And we've wanted to protect people, which is why I guess you take Garnacho out of the team for a little bit to protect him. But also, Amorim did say about the importance of using matches as training. The best way to prepare for the final, he said, was to play football. So for Garnacho to not play those two games, or to not start those two games, is odd. Is that him being extra protected? Garnacho having a longer break because he has played a lot of football this season? Or is it He's not in the plans to start, so he didn't need to start those two to get up to speed. Am I overthinking it? I'm not sure. Garnacho didn't start against Chelsea, but I don't know about West Ham. I don't think he started the West Ham game. I went to the West Ham game. Just saying. I don't think he started. I'm sure he didn't start. I'm sure I remember him coming on. So him not playing 2 games in a row. A little odd. What do you think? What do you think? Am I overthinking that? What we might need to do here is go through player by player for a few of them and go start or no start. So we're going to go Garnacho. And we're going to go start. And we're going to go bench. I'm going to whack a poll up in the chat for you. By the way, guys, I have seen those 2 donations. I will get to them in just a second. I'm scared I'm going to lose my point, so I'm just going to stay on this point for a second. But I have seen the 2 donations. Thank you very much. I'll get to them in one moment. But thank you very much for the support. Garnacho, start or bench? I realised just how messy this looks. Let me get these lot a little bit higher, away from the rest of the team, so you can see, you can see this lot properly. See what's going on over there. And have a look up here. Have a look up here. What do we think? The poll is 52%, 53% Garnacho for starting, which makes sense. There is room behind that Spurs defence to get at. Garnacho is a runner. But Garnacho offers so much from the bench if they're tired. Attack from the start behind the fullbacks, on from the bench. Attack the space. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. By the way, the little Bruno tip in the hat thing might be something that we have to do permanently. We might have to do that permanently. Because I like it. I like it. Anyway, I think we had some donations in the chat that I want to go back to. We had a donation from Ashton, £3.50, saying, keep up the good work, pal. Thank you very much, Ashton. If that's the Ashton I know in real life, I will see you later for the match. If not, I've just invited a random person around my house. We also had Traplord in the chat with the $5, saying, sending this from Dallas, Texas. Hopes this helps. Thank you very much. And we also had one from Shomik saying, keep up the work, man. You should try this more often. Let's go and get the win today. Thank you very, very much for the donations. You guys are absolute legends. And we're at £635. I have also just had a message from a good friend of mine saying, keep the hat on. Which, slightly offensive. I'm a little bit hurt by that. But guys, thank you very much for the donations. It's class. Looking at the poll, we've got 119 votes. 50... Oh, this poll is close. This poll is close. What would you do, guys? Is this the biggest talking point of the United squad for this game? Who plays in that inside forward position? Is this the biggest conversation of the day? Unfortunately, you have to start Garnacho. I just think... Oh, well, here's another question, by the way. Where do you start him? Where do you start him? Do you start him left or right? Alright, I just had another message from a different friend saying, don't listen to the haters, but keep the hat on. Aiden, I'm going to cave your head in, mate. The trim is fine, alright? I've got a good trim. It's just the hat. Look what it does to it. It makes me look like I've got a receding hairline. And I haven't. Anyway, sorry, I'm waffling. Is this the biggest conversation where Garnacho plays? What do we think? The poll is saying 52% bench. 52% bench. And let me mute my phone, by the way, because that is going to be annoying for you lot, if you can hear it. 52% bench. We're going to bench Garnacho. Which feels like a big decision. Is it the right decision? We're going to bench Garnacho. I'll come back to my 11 shortly, by the way, because I may not do the same. But Garnacho's going to the bench. Eriksen isn't going to be in anyone's 11, I don't think. Bruno will be. And Bruno's got to go in one of the 10s if he's not playing centre mid. Do you guys see this as it's Cobby or Mount in the 10, Xerxes or Højlund up top? Or do you guys think it's possible for one of these two to go up front? What do we think? Yeah, Aiden, I did out you, mate. Because you attack my haircut again, then it's going to be trouble. It's going to be trouble. Right inside forward for Garnacho. He's less greedy, but he can swap with Bruno throughout. Possibly. Sorry, by the way, guys, I got a little bit distracted there from some messages. I do apologise. I'm back now. We're back in focus. We're here for 6 hours, so I will occasionally probably lose my mind a little bit. I do apologise. I like the idea of Garnacho on the bench because I think it's fresh legs against a tired defence. Like you said there, cash money. Lovely. Attack the space. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We're going to see that later on in the game. Exposing that high line. I love it. Bruno Fernandes is therefore going to start in the left 10, allowing Casemiro to often drop into the pivot. Ugarte and Bruno sort of giving these shuttling roles. I don't mind that at all. Are we thinking Mount here? Are we thinking that? I think Højlund 100% starts. Amarim won't try anything new now, I don't think. We've seen Cobby up front once, haven't we? Under Amarim. Once, I believe. I will say with Mount, I said it about Shaw earlier, it feels like we've been preparing him for this. It feels like we've been like gradually building the minutes up, preparing him for one big game. And it feels like this one, Mount is like obviously naturally building his fitness anyway because of all the injury problems. But it has really felt like we're leading towards this one. I think Mount will start. So therefore I would go Mount over Cobby. And I would go Højlund up front because we need a runner. We need a runner. I know Højlund's not in good form. I know a lot of people don't like him at the moment, right? And I get it. He's not playing very well at all. But something with this Spurs team is they are relentless with their high line. They're always going to play a high line. And when you've got Mount and Bruno, yes, they do a lot of hard work, but they're not teams that really stretch a defence, that go in behind all the time and really drag Spurs back. Højlund will do that. I know he's frustrating, but he will spin us into that channel. He will make that run, and it's going to do one of two things. Either he himself is going to get into space, and someone like Dorgu, or maybe Ahmad. Maybe Ahmad can play a ball in behind for Højlund to run onto, so that's one option. Or Højlund's presence alone, Højlund existing in that space, will force Spurs to drop a little bit deeper, which might allow United to get on the ball. So if Xerxes was fully fit, I think there's a big conversation to have there. Because, you know, they do have very different strengths. Xerxes might be able to bring something different for us. With Xerxes not being fully fit, I just don't think he'll start. But I think we'll start a striker. Right? Because football teams tend to start a striker. So I think it'll be Højlund. I think it'll be Højlund. And people aren't going to be happy with that, right? I know the team news is going to come out later. And if it is Højlund and Ugarte, people are going to be a little bit disappointed. But there's not too many other options. You know, whilst we have got a lot of people fit at the moment, we don't have a lot of strikers. We're not blessed with double pivot players. So I think it works, to be honest. Højlund's been solid in Europa. Yeah, like I said earlier, I've been through all the goals, and we'll come back to this. Højlund played a big part, particularly early in the campaign. Not so much in the past 2 months. But during the tricky spots, during the extended group stage or the league phase, he did score a lot. He did do a lot of good work. So I think he's got a part to play. Kenny saying, believe it or not, I'm a United fan for 28 years, but we ain't winning tonight. Sorry, lads. Kenny. That's not the energy I want to hear, but you are entitled to that opinion. It's completely fair. I'd love to hear some reasoning. What is it that makes you think we're not getting it done? I'd love to hear some reasoning. Danny in the chat saying, lads, it's a charity stream. The least we can do is hit the like button. Danny, I think you're spot on, mate. Personally, I completely agree. AJ, can we do an analysis of the official 11 later? So yeah, I'll be honest, right? My plan was to stream until 7 PM, which was actually when the team news was going to be released, and I would stop at that point. But because we've hit £600 so early, we're going to extend until 7:30, so we can talk about the team news when it comes out. So yeah, we will be doing that. There was a cheeky little mumble of Xerxes starting last night. It means we only use 1 sub 2. I just don't see it. I did see the talks of it last night. I just don't think it will happen. I don't think it will happen. What do you guys think? Does anyone disagree with Hoyland? I probably know the answer to that already, but I would like to hear some thoughts. What do we think? Hoyland, yay or nay? Yay or nay? What do we think? We need players who can play in between the Spurs lines. Should we talk a little bit tactically? Should we do that boring sort of stuff where we waffle about like intricacies of football and actually how you can damage 11s and stuff like that? Should we talk about that? You know, let's assume this is the Manchester United starting 11. I think the thing that stands out to me every time I watch Spurs is the space between the fullback and the centre back. Because what will often happen with Spurs is they press with their front three, and then they're often going to back up with 2 midfielders. So there's a chance it ends up man for man here, which is a little bit troubling, a little bit worrying. But behind them, it opens up. We saw this when we played Spurs earlier in the season, right? Bruno and Dalot were 2v1 against Porro all day long. 2v1 against Porro all day long. We just kept getting at him. What we lacked in that game was quality. Bruno had a slightly off night. Dalot didn't play very well at all, despite being in some amazing positions. Just kind of looking at our 11 we've created. If we're looking at this as Spurs' weakness, and this side as well, how have we been aggressive enough? Have we picked the right choices to attack that? This side, I think, yes, we've got a winger and we've got a nice linking player. Over here, is Dorgu and Bruno enough to really expose Porro? Now, of course, I'm saying that like they're average footballers. They're not good players, right? Bruno is incredible, an incredible footballer. Is it the right type of player? Do we need a winger in there? Yes, Nicky. Do we need a Garnacho on that left side? But to do that, we've got to drop Bruno deeper. This is where it's really, really tricky. This is where it's tricky. And this is why for Amorim, it's so important that he gets the 11 right. There's some big decisions to make. Because you could drop Bruno deeper and get Garnacho in there. And now suddenly that feels attacking. That feels attacking, right? We've got Casemiro and Bruno with the passing range. Expansive passes, lovely. Problem solvers in the middle. We've got a winger here. We've got a winger here. We've got Mount and Dorgu who like to do some of the linking work. You know, Garnacho could spin wide. Dorgu could come in. Lovely. But is it now too attacking? Is it too attacking? Ahmad wingback and Bruno deep? Possibly. And this is why it's tough. Dorgu is better in 1-2s. He would do well close to Bruno. Yeah, I mentioned something similar in my video the other day. I think Dorgu is more about linking and combining and interchanging rather than being a dribbler that wants to pick the ball up and attack people all day. So yeah, maybe with Bruno he'll do a good job there. Garnacho is good off the bench, but they will be defensive at the end. He must start and take advantage of the high line. So this is where another buzzword comes in for our gaffer here. Look at him, by the way. What a gorgeous man. He could put a hat on and it wouldn't ruin the trim. I can tell you that for free. Sorry, I just got lost in Amorim's eyes for a second. What was I trying to say? Game state. Now, game state is basically the state of the game. Who'd have thought it? No, but if Spurs are winning, it's a very different last 30 minutes to if United are winning, right? If we're 2-0 up on the 60th minute, you would imagine we go defensive, we go cautious, we sit back a little bit and we probably hit on the break. Whereas if we're 2-0 down or 1-0 down on the 60th minute, hopefully we're not. If we are, it changes. What we need changes. We need to be more attacking. We might need some big guys to aim for. You know, just put Harry Maguire up front. But there is something that Amorim has to consider. And it's probably one of the weirdest things to manage as a manager before a game. Trying to consider how your subs can impact the match in different circumstances as the game goes on. Who can you get into those positions? And that's the question with Garnacho. There is that idea that late on he's got the pace. Lovely. He's gonna find gaps. He's gonna play in the transition, and he's gonna be a threat to carry us up the pitch. Sure, but what if we're 1-0 down and chasing a goal, and Spurs are sitting really deep? Is Garnacho as threatening then or not? Maybe he is. He's an attacking player. But it's something we need to consider. If we went into it, this is the 11 we've got so far. If we went into it with this 11, how would you feel? How would you feel? Would you feel that we're going to win the game with that 11? Or would you be a little bit uncertain? Wait, is Steve not a mod on here? He's not. Chad, thank you for correcting me. Oh no, I banned him. There we go. Steve, you should now be a mod on here, my friend. There you go. If we're 2-0 up in the 60th minute, bring Garnacho on. Give Romero some scares in transition. See, that's the thing. He could 100% do that, Garnacho. But what if we're not in that game state and then we lose that proper Garnacho threat? This is what I'm trying to say. It's difficult. It's bad. Get Højlund off. Bergvall might play still. I think he's out. I think he's out from what I've seen. I think Ahmad, right wing back, has kind of messed up the actual team. In the sense of it messes up the balance of our starting 11, or it messes up actually how realistic it is. What do you think? Steve, no spannering my chat, please. It seems like Amorim likes to keep the game drawn till the second half. I think in a cup final, what we're going to see is a cagey game. A cagey game. There's so much to talk about. There's so much to talk about today. But it is something else to consider, right? It's a cup final. This isn't any old football match. In a regular football match, you're talking about trying to build momentum. You're trying to talk about longevity, sustainability, a team that can, you know, slowly progress and become something great in 6 months' time. This is very different. This is all about, can we win the football match? You know, it's a one-off. The level of performance really isn't that important, right? If we win this 2-0, but play horrendously, none of us are going to remember that in a month, right? We'll just remember that we won the cup. Cup finals are different. And it's why I think our starting 11 may be just a little bit more cagey, a little bit more conservative, a little bit more pragmatic than what we've picked. Because I think Amorim might try and keep it tight, nitty-gritty, difficult for an hour. Stodgy. We'll bring that word back. Stodgy. It might be a stodgy first hour of the game. It may not, because these are two teams that aren't great at defending. It might open up. But I think... Should we do my 11? Should we do my 11? I'm going to do, right? I'm going to do what I think Amorim will do. That's what we're going to start off with, and then we might go to what I would do, okay? So if I had to guess what Ruben Amorim will do in this game, I would say... Alright, let's think this through. I would say Mazraoui and Dorgu as wingbacks, protecting, you know, someone like Dalot who's not fully fit. Being conservative with fullbacks in those positions. If I was a betting man, what would I go? I think Shaw's going to play. I'm not saying he should, but I think Shaw's going to play. It just feels like we've been building him up for this game. That? Oh, but I think Mount is going to play. Tell you what. I've got a feeling Amorim might be more aggressive and go for this. What do you think? I'm not saying this is necessarily what I would do. We'll come to that in a second. This is what I think our beautiful gaffer might do. How do we feel about that? How do we feel about that? I think it's pretty good, to be honest. Only one winger, which is always a little bit... I like to see people that want to go 1v1, and we lack that in the team a little bit. What I do like, though, is... I like these 10s. I like these 10s. I like that these two can both receive with their back to goal, that they can both get on the turn and sort of kind of like slide passes through to Højlund. My only concern really with this 11 is the concern that I always have, right? Is just that the instincts of the players, you know, you can position Mazraoui as high as you like. You can position Dorgu as high as you like. But they're not aggressive players, right? They're not players that want to go 1v1 and are going to want to attack Porro all day long and attack Udogie all long. Mazraoui isn't someone who, you know, bombs into the space super early. He's not got that aggressive mentality to really take the game to Spurs. So that would be my concern with the team. But I think Amarim might do it because it protects us back here. It gives us that extra defender. I don't know if you guys noticed this against Chelsea, but I think Shaw and Dorgu did a great job. I think the communication was really good between them. Shaw would often sort of like push Dorgu further forward. Shaw would come out and go, Dorgu, go away, mate. You don't need to be in a back five. You can go a bit higher. And I think we did that well, and I think Shaw's experience was important to that. Shaw, Yoro also as the outside centre-backs gives us progression ability. They both like to carry the ball forward. They can both be progressive with the way that they play. I think it might be this. And to be honest, if this team news did come out, I wouldn't be too mad. I'd be alright with it. Is it what I would do? It's not far off, you know. It's not far off. I do love the idea as Ahmad as the wing-back. I just don't know if we can do it. It's Yoro versus Son as well, rather than Mazraoui. Also, it's the fact that they can double up on him as well. I think that's important. Shaw and Dorgu gave the ball away so many times. I mean, defensively, more than anything. I think they played well with the communication. Garnacho against their high line could be deadly. This is the problem, right? And this is why Amram is probably... apparently he's already picked his 11, so he's not got a headache anymore. But it is a tough one. Let's pause for a second. What a problem to have. What a problem. What a lovely problem to have. We're sitting here going, we've got so many good footballers that we've got choices. We've been doing these streams for like 19 months, I think the longest memberships are. And I think we started streaming before memberships were even a thing. And throughout that, we've spoken so much about working with what we got. We got 13 players available. Let's pick the best 11. You know, what, 3 months ago? Maybe even less? We had a bench that was full of academy players. You know, players that were on the bench to fill the numbers, but we didn't really feel that we could actually turn to them and actually use them. Suddenly, we're talking about the likes of Garnacho from the bench. We're talking about Mason Mount from the bench. These are good players. These are very, very good players. It's a good problem to have. I know we've sat here all season and criticised the squad, right, for not being good enough. And I do agree that it's still not good enough. We need to improve. We need to recruit new players in the summer. But I tell you what, when everyone's fit, we got some quality. We do have some quality. Absolutely we do. You know, we've got Bruno Fernandes in our team. That's all that matters, really, right? It's a good headache to have. Exactly. By the way, we've got 500 viewers right now. Is that a record? That might be a record. That is up there with the most ever viewers we've had on the stream. So thank you very much for joining us for this afternoon stream. We've got a lot going on. You can see at the top there. This is a 6-hour stream, and it's actually going to be even longer than that. But also importantly, it is a charity stream. So if you wouldn't mind donating to this charity, Nelson's Journey, I'll talk about it very, very soon. If you wouldn't mind donating, it would be greatly, greatly appreciated. There is a link in the top of the chat. There is also a link in the description to a Just Giving page. Check it out. Check it out. If it's 50p, if it's 50 quid, whatever it is you can donate, it would be amazing. So please donate whilst you're here. Please. I'm not even asking for likes and subscriptions today, right? I'm being selfless for a change. If you wouldn't mind donating, this money isn't for me. It's for a children's charity. Come on. Surely. Back to football. Who do we pick? Who do we pick for this United 11? Every time I take a second away and then come back to the football, it's like, okay, it's a headache again. Because I saw an amazing point that I wanted to come back to. And I believe... Who was it? Where's it gone? Snipes, you have raised a brilliant point about the starting 11. And it's a point that I was talking about it with Callum this morning. Because Callum's in the Discord server, and he read the message to me that said Amarim decided his starting 11 a few days ago. Or whatever it was. And that makes me personally immediately think of one thing when we've got fitness concerns. If you've got players that you're worried about being fit enough, do you pick the squad a few days before? You know, like say Yoro, for example, because we're not sure how fit he is. would you not normally give it as long as possible and like assess him today to see where he's at physically? Whether he's fit to start or not? Would you not do that? So if the 11 was decided 3 days ago, when I don't even know if Yoro was back in training a couple of days ago, is Yoro going to be playing? I don't know if I made that point well at all. I feel like I rambled a little bit. What I'm trying to say is, if you've got an injured player, normally you would leave it as late as possible in the hope that he's going to be fit to be able to start, right? That would be the dream. To leave it as late as possible on the day, okay, he's fit. Nice, let's get him in the team. If Amorim has already decided his starting 11, does that suggest that it's not going to be the injured players in there? Or that they are fitter than we know? That someone like Yoro is actually well ahead of what we thought? Because what we got to do, right? What we got to do is we do have to have this conversation. If Yoro doesn't play because he's injured, how much does that change your squad? Is it a straight swap? Is it Victor Lindelof into the back three? Bosh. Easy. Or do we have to be more creative? Is it then Mazraoui deeper and perhaps Ahmad deeper? Bruno goes into the 10. Ugarte comes in. It is something to consider. Regarding picking the 11 ahead of time, I think he's picking from who he knows isn't a risk. Exactly. If he's picking players he knows aren't a risk, then that takes Yoro out of the equation for a start. Right? Or is that me overthinking it? Jonathan's put his team in the chat. Let's have a look at this. He's gone for Onana, Ahmad, Mazraoui, Maguire, Heaven at left centre-back, Dorgu at left wing-back, Ugarte and Casemiro at midfield, Mount, Bruno and Mainu as the striker. Feels weird calling him Mainu. I always call him Cobby. I like your team, Jonathan. I like it. I like the depth you got on the bench there as well. That means Iceman. It does. If Yoro can't play, if Yoro can't start, I should say. If Yoro can't start, Lindelof's got to come in. How do we feel about that? How do we feel about that one, ladies and gentlemen? Personally, it removes a little bit of my confidence. Not to discredit Lindelof or hate on him, but there's just something about Lindelof, right? There's just something about him where when he plays, you don't feel safe. I love footballers, right? Some of the best goalkeepers ever, some of the best centre-backs ever. When you watch them, it just feels like they're good. They're solid. They've got you covered. Particularly in big games, you know they're going to turn up every week. Then you get the players who you watch, and they have you on the edge of the seat the whole time because you don't have full faith in them. Is Lindelof one of those? Is this one of those? Regarding no start for Yoro, I think Ruben Amorim is risk averse. One of my main criticisms of his approach, to be honest. I would agree with that. I think he is risk averse. Do you therefore think that means Yoro unlikely? Why is he there if he can't play? I think it's because, there's a difference between starting a match and playing 60 minutes or coming on from the bench and playing 20, right? So I might be fit to play 15, 20 minutes towards the end of the game, but perhaps I'm not fit to start the match and play for 90. So that's why he'll still go. He may not be fit to start, but perhaps he's fit to come on from the bench. Their press and their runners would just smash us if Yoro is not fit. The press is going to be an interesting one. I was speaking about this in my preview yesterday. I think Spurs are likely to be quite aggressive because they tend to be. They are a side that press quite a lot. So I would imagine Solanke's going to be on Maguire, Son will come up, Johnson will come up. I think wing-backs are the area for us to go to. I think that's where we'll have a bit of space because I think they might follow us into midfield. Maguire goes in there, for example. I think Solanke will follow him. Let's say Bruno drops in. Sarr might follow him. I think it's out here we maybe get a bit of room because I don't think Spurs will want to do this and be this aggressive because I doubt they'll want to leave themselves 3 versus 3 at the back. So I think the Spurs fullbacks might just be a little bit off. And I wonder if this is where we can get a bit of time. Now, this is where suddenly you wouldn't mind Ahmad, right? Because Ahmad with time could actually, pass inside there. Whereas Mazraoui isn't quite as aggressive. It's tricky. I think Ahmad as a wing-back is needed if we need attacking impetus. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. think that's a fair point. By the way, I heard someone mention Bergvall earlier. Postecoglou said yesterday he will not be available against United. Yeah, that's what I thought I had read. Ahmad is the most reliable wide receiver. Players are scared to get close to him. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. What was the 11 that we voted for? Because I've completely forgot. We had Ahmad wingback, didn't we? Did we? What was the 11 that we voted for, guys? Was it that? I'm missing a whole footballer. What have I done? Who are we missing? Oh no, Ugarte was in. Ugarte was in. It was that, wasn't it? It was that. Mr. Miracle, good afternoon, my friend. How are you? Callum's in the chat spamming love hearts. That must mean I've missed a donation. Let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Because I do apologise if I did. Did I miss a donation? I think so. The numbers have gone up, haven't it? Oh, it's from Anonymous, so I can't actually say your name. But regardless, thank you very much for the donation. It's very, very kind of you. And it is greatly appreciated. Legendary behaviour. Thank you very much. Bruno and me in midfield. Yeah. Yeah. They should not abandon the pentagon shape in midfield. I assume you're talking about Manchester United there. I think there's an opportunity to overload Spurs. I was saying it yesterday. I think there can be a moment here where we've got 4, they've only got 3. Obviously, it's not as easy as that. You know, I'm moving little circles on a tactics board. These are footballers that can cover ground and can move about and can sense danger, of course, right? I just think there's a moment where we can overload them. And I say that because we've already seen it against Spurs this season. We have seen those positions where we can get 2 versus 1. Should we switch it up a little bit and talk about some of the defensive stuff? Is that where we should move this conversation now? Because I did a lot of work yesterday talking about United on the ball and attack and Spurs. Is it time to look at Spurs having the ball? Because realistically, Spurs are a side that like to play on the ball. They are a good attacking team, in my opinion. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they're in the top 5 for goals scored in the Premier League. I think they're certainly right up there. So they are a team that will look to get on the ball at times. How do we deal with that? Is that the conversation that we need to have? How high do we press? How do we press? Do we sit in a mid block? Do we sit in a low block? Probably something we need to discuss. By the way, guys, whilst you are also here, if you can't donate, completely fair enough. Or if you've already donated, thank you very much. But if you are new around here, new to this community, new to this channel, David has just put a link to our Discord server in the chat. Now, Discord server is completely free to join. Like, it doesn't cost a penny, so you can just join it. Just download the app and join. Lots of football talk in there. Lots of football talk. I'll be going through some of it later on the stream here. But check it out. We talk about United. We talk about, transfers. We scout players. We do all sorts. There's gaming talk in there as well. So if you do want to join the Discord server, we're nearly at 600 people. It would be pretty cool if we could hit that today. So if you want to check it out, feel free to do so. Because, like I said, it's literally free. And who doesn't like free stuff? I know I do. Anyway, defending against Spurs. How do we do it? With a little bit of difficulty, because Spurs like inverted wingbacks. Spurs like inverted fullbacks, which causes a bit of a problem, because I don't know that United naturally positionally have a matchup for that, which is a bit of a problem, because you would say our inside forwards could just tuck, right? So let's say Mount picks up on Udogie, Bruno goes on to Porro. Lovely. But the problem is our wing-backs then don't have someone to pick up out wide, which means they're more likely to come into defensive positions and pick up the Spurs wingers, which then leaves us passive. It leaves us overloaded, which means Spurs might find it easy to move the ball forward. And I don't know if we want that. So, is the solution, in your opinion, basically, I'm asking you, is it to be hyper aggressive, like really go at Spurs, high press, man to man, like we often do on goal kicks, on restarts, man to man, high in the press, try and stop them from playing out? Or is it to do the opposite and actually just to protect ourselves and sit a little bit deeper and let Spurs have the ball and come onto us and play in transition? What do you think we should do? Because being aggressive probably looks a little bit like what we saw against Chelsea, which is this sort of aggression, Mount and Højlund going man for man, but actually our midfield is jumping quite a bit higher and the centre-backs coming out. Now, like I said, we saw this against Chelsea. We saw it was Luke Shaw, left centre back, was often picking up Enzo Fernandez in this position here. And on this side of the defence, it was Lindelof marking Cucurella. And they were really aggressive, our centre-backs, connecting into the midfield. That is a way that United could go in this game, being super, super aggressive. I guess if we do that, Casemiro is a bit of a concern. Maybe we would have to lock them off one side before, bursting into this shape. Regardless of the shape, though, is that what you would do? Would you ask United to be really aggressive? Or realistically, when Spurs are playing from the back, would you expect us to be a bit more passive and rather than going and chasing the ball, perhaps just defending the space behind us a little bit? You let Romero have the ball, you let Van de Ven have the ball, and instead you sit a little bit deeper. What do we think here? And if we take this approach, if we choose to be passive, if we choose to sit off, would you accept that as a United fan or not? Is that an acceptable approach to you or not? What do you think? By the way, we did have a donation in the chat from Italian Man. Thank you very much. Saying, I like to have Dallo, Mazraoui, Maguire, Yoro, and Dorgu as the back five. Maybe some concerns over the fitness of a couple. All it comes down to is the players have to want it and the confidence. 100%. I think the mentality of how United approaches is key to this game. I think the sharpness, the concentration, the intensity, the work rate, the desire are all big things, like you've said there. And of course, the defenders you pick, right? If we want to defend, we're going to need some good defenders. So I think you're spot on. Thank you very, very much for the donation. I believe I also missed a couple of charity donations as well, because we're now on £673, which is just bonkers. Last year, we didn't do a stream or anything last year. Last year, we just had a link. Look how much my chair has dipped. But last year, we raised £200. So to be on 673 right now is insane. And we're getting towards the point where we've raised £1,000 for them in total, combined with last year's. So that's just mental. That's just mental. What were the donations? Let's have a quick look and also get United back on the screen. We had £10. Was that my mother in the chat with the £10 donation? It was indeed. Thank you very much, Mum. You better have subscribed. And we also had Darren in the chat with the donation as well. Thank you very much. Oh, and also Cyprus as well in the chat. We had 3 donations that I missed. Thank you very, very much for the donations. It's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, Mum, if you're not subscribed, won't be happy, I'll be honest. Won't be happy. Anyway, what do we reckon with the aggression? With the high press? Is it get after him? Is it drop off? What do we think? Now, something I should make very clear is football isn't quite as like blah, blah, as that. There's an in-between as well. I think even if we are passive, largely, there will also be moments where we can press. I've said already, on goal kicks, for example, United tend to be more aggressive, whereas in open play, we find it a little bit more difficult. There's also a chance we do go hyper-aggressive, but naturally, there will be also moments where we've got to sit a little bit deeper. Yes, Mother Analysis could have just walked in and gave me a tenner. That is true. Our Mother Analysis has also donated another £2. That is her name, by the way, Mother Analysis. That's what it says on her. Right, so she's left a donation message on that one. Right, she's just donated £2 and said, Callum is my favourite. Now, for those that don't know, Callum is my younger brother. He's only 4'3", which is crazy. But that's just unacceptable, right? That's just unacceptable. We've also got Josh King in the chat with the £5 donation. Thank you very much. Let me just take a second to process your whole message. Right, so he says, Spurs are 100% going to play a 4-4-2 with Richarlison and Solanke as the front two, with Brennan Johnson and Son on the wings to compensate for the loss of James Maddison and Kulusevski. Does that change how you would defend? Well, it's a good point. First of all, thank you very much for the donation. Guys, chat, fill it with love hearts, please and thank you. Please and thank you. It is a great point, though. How do you defend a Spurs team? Because they are good at playing out from the back, right? I said they scored a lot of goals in the Premier League this season. The big thing for me with Spurs, no matter how they play, is the rotations. They move about so much in the final third. They're not fixed in one area. You know, they don't just get here and the left back stays, the midfielder stays, the winger stays. they rotate, they move all over the place. So sometimes Son will come inside and Sarr will drift, Udogie will stay deep. Another time Udogie will go in, Son will peel, Sarr will go deep, and then Son will be inside, Udogie around the outside. They're rotating all the time, right? It's going to be very, very difficult for United to pick that up because it's not something we're great at anyway defensively. We can often be pinned back into our passive shape quite comfortably. And that's why we get outnumbered sometimes, because these guys drop deep. You know, the United back five drops deep. And then the opposition start rotating and overloading. As much as I'm positive about the game, this is concerning. This is concerning. Have I just missed a big old donation? I think I have. Let's have a look. £40. A £40 donation from Anthony. Thank you so much. We are at £715 and 85 pence. Let's not forget that. We need at least 15 pence more on a donation, by the way, to give us a round number. But thank you so much for everyone that has donated so far. Even if you haven't donated, even if you're just here supporting the stream, thank you very, very much. £715 is an insane amount of money. An insane amount of money. That does mean, though, if we've reached a goal already, the goal's got to go a little bit higher, right? Moving the goalposts. I've changed the target to £800. It's going to be a reach. It's going to be a reach. But if people can be that generous, then there is every chance that we can hit it in this stream. £800 would be an absurd number. Like I said, combined with last year, would then be at £1,000, which is insane. We've also had a donation in the YouTube chat as well. Thank you very much to Milk with the £2 donation, just with a little Spurs thumb down. I love it. I completely agree. Thank you very much for the donation. And yeah, Spurs thumb down. They're not winning this football match, right? Right? Anyway, should we get back to the point that I was trying to raise earlier, but I keep forgetting. How aggressive do we go? How aggressive do we go? Is this sit off and defend deep, or is it get after Spurs? I'll tell you what. We'll do a poll. What do we title the poll? Defensive approach? What a nerdy thing to type. Defensive approach. Again, we've got to remember it will always fluctuate between the two. But let's go aggressive high pressing or slightly passive mid block. All right. Passive mid block. Again, it will naturally change between the two during a football match. But in terms of an intention before it, what do we think? What do we think? Yeah, guys, if we could also get 300 likes on the stream, that'd be amazing. That'd be insane. Apologies for the doggo barking. Those of you that are regulars will know that is a young fella called Loki. He's a loud young fella. He likes to bark. Sorry about that. He just doesn't like delivery drivers, you know. Can you blame him? All right, so people have said we should set the target to £1,000. Do we do it? I think we should. Let's put it up to 1,000. Can we do 1,000? If we can do 1,000, I don't even know what we do. We will likely start off by being aggressive and high pressing, and then to counter their high press early on, possibly. Apologies for the doggo. Do you want Højlund to press a centre back or the 6? See, that's the thing as well. What we'll do, right, is we will wait to see the result of that poll. If the poll is aggressive, I'll talk about how we can press aggressively. If the poll is passive mid-block, I'll talk about how we can play in a passive mid-block, right? Seems reasonable. So whatever approach you guys feel we should go for, we'll talk about how we can actually execute that. Because it does require different solutions, obviously. I don't know about what I think, but I know I'm shitting myself. Lewis, that is completely valid, mate. That is a mood right there. What you doing when the donation goal hits £1,000? Giving the money to charity. Oh, you want something more interesting than that? What am I doing if it hits £1,000? I don't know. Maybe the mods can come up with something in Discord. Maybe. Not Steve, though, because he has said, do you want to pause while they bark? But he spelt pause differently. Guys, if you want to leave some hate in the chat for Steve, this is the one time I'll allow it. Most likely we'll press high from goal kicks, but be more mid-block and open play. I think I agree. I don't think this team would be coordinated enough for a high press. But the thing that I have in my mind is the Chelsea game, because we were aggressive there. You know, where's the gaffer? this fella here, he did choose an aggressive approach against Chelsea, and Chelsea is the game before the big game, right? It's not a game that we needed to win. So was our approach in that game preparation, a warm-up, a rehearsal for the plan for this game? Because if it was, then it was quite aggressive against Chelsea. Granted, the overall team performance deteriorated as we went on, don't get me wrong. But it was aggressive early on. £800 for Buster in the stream. I mean, if Buster wants to join the stream, he can, but he normally doesn't like it. Still waiting on that Højlund hat-trick, I still believe. Me too, my friend. Me too. Okay, so people have discovered that with these donations, like you just saw there, you can change your names for the donations. So let's just read that one out. That was £4.20, and it said hot chocolate or unsub. And the comment on it was, it's the other funny number, ha 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 ha. So you can probably guess who that was. Thank you very much for the donation. Oh, Chad has conveniently put donation check in the chat at the same time. What are the odds of that? What are the odds? What's the poll saying? Passive mid-block for 58% of people. If that's the case, if we go passive mid-block, are you guys happy with that or no? I guess if it wins and it gets the job done, we would be, right? But watching the game, 60th minute, it's still 0-0, and we're still being slightly passive. We're sitting off them a little bit. Would you be genuinely happy with that approach? Or would you be sitting there going, we've got to get after them? And be honest, be honest. Because I know for me personally, I'm a person that likes United to be as aggressive as possible. I'm always of the opinion that we should be taking the game to other teams, that we should get on the front foot and cause problems, ask questions. But I guess it's going to be one of those ones, realistically, where in hindsight, we can say what we like, right? After the game, we can go, I told you it was the right thing to do if we win. It's a weird one. Because I can see it in chat there. Yeah. We do want us to be aggressive. But the poll has said the mid-block. So it's the mid-block we shall discuss. How do we get it done? The big thing that I would say, if we're going to go for the mid-block, is stick to the mid-block. And that sounds stupid. It sounds obvious, right? But I don't feel that we'd done it last time we played Spurs. Because there was a situation where, I can't remember what the personnel was for Spurs that day, but let's say it was Son left wing, and it was Maddison in midfield. Now, I haven't got Maddison today, because he's not fit. But Maddison was playing this sort of role in midfield, and Bruno played centre mid for United. And what kept happening all game was United were in a sort of mid-block. Just ignore the personnel, Ugarte out there. But United were in a sort of mid-block. But what kept happening was Maddison would drop out here to get the ball in like a left-back position. Sometimes even centre-back. But Bruno was following him. And for me, in a mid-block, that shouldn't happen. Because that means what we're doing is most of the teams being passive, but one player's being drawn out of position. We're just creating space for Spurs to hit. So when I say, if you're going to be passive, I mean, if you're going to be passive and play in your mid-block, sit in your mid-block. You know, don't be drawn out here. Actually stay in your shape. And to be honest, if we're looking at the 11 we've got here, Bruno and Mount could be quite useful for that. The work rate there could be really, really useful. Might be something we've got to look at. It might be. Oh, we've got a couple of things to catch up on in the chat. First of all, we've got Kieran Smallwood, Kieran Smallwood with the channel membership, becoming a channel goat. Welcome to the community. Thank you very much for that. Greatly, greatly appreciated. And we also had a donation in the chat from the Italian man saying, I think whatever it is, I think we have been doubted and expected to lose from Sociedad, Lyon, Bilbao, and every time we got through. For a final, I expect the players to know their job and get it done. I said something similar at the start of the stream. I feel like we're going to win because it doesn't feel like we have a choice. Like, I don't know how else to say it. We have to win this football match. So again, I think you're spot on, and thank you very much for the donation. I think I also missed a couple popping up on the screen here, I think. I missed one from Mr. Miracle with the donation. Thank you very much. He said, we will have to adopt more of a mid-block. If we sit back, Spurs will just keep coming at us, and our front line will be too isolated. Too aggressive, then our slow back line will get taken advantage of. So you want to see a slightly more passive shape and look to play in transition a little bit more. And I don't think it's a bad idea. And again, thank you very, very much. Very kind of you. Yes, Callum, I have seen. It's a weirdly cryptic way of putting it in chat, but I have seen that. Not having Maddison will be huge. Our press should be better. We haven't even mentioned that yet, by the way. Kulusevski, James Maddison, Bergvall. I can't remember his first name. That's a lot to lose, you know. That is a lot to lose from your starting 11. 3 players. 3 creative players. 3 ball-carrying players. Losing that has to be big for United. Maddison has an underrated press resistance. He's a player that, I said earlier, has caused problems for Bruno Fernandes in the past. So him not being there is big. Kulusevski, an amazing player. He's one of my favourite players in the Premier League. I think he's quality. Absolutely quality. As like a right 10 or a right winger. Ball carrying, creativity, quality. For him not to be in the team is big. And then Bergvall as well. A real physical presence. But also very, very technical. Good with the ball at his feet. Can carry the ball. Can pass the ball. Spurs missing this lot is huge for us. I know we've got our injury problems as well. But Spurs losing that level of creativity. You know, if we're talking about United defensively. Spurs losing those 3. It could be big for us. It could be big for us. It could be. Can finally not get bullied by Manu for not having the green hearts. Yeah, we can bully Manu a bit, why not? Kulusevski's been their best player. He's quality. He's quality. Did I miss a donation? Did I miss one? If so, I do apologise. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I did, from Kieran. Kieran with a £10 donation. Thank you very much, my friend. And I love how he's calling me Jamie rather than AJ. He's getting personal with the government name. Thank you very much for the donation. That's very kind of you. I've got a question for you guys. Do you want to carry on talking about this? Or do you want to move on to doing a quick quiz, which FP, one of my mods, has created, and then go to FM? Or do you want to carry on like this for now and keep talking about this? Let me know in the chat what you want to see. We're going to do it all across the afternoon anyway. But immediately, right now, let me know what you want to see. I'm trying to think of the last point I was making. This is the only problem with a stream like this. There's so much going on everywhere that I'm trying to pay attention to, that I lose my trail of thought every time. And I feel like I do that even when I've only got one thing to think about. So this is a lot. This is a lot. Has AJ ran through how he thinks United will set up? So what we've discussed so far is we've gone through sort of the chat starting 11. And we've also discussed what we think Amorim will do. And then also the defensive approach that we should take. And we spoke about us being passive off the ball. So you can see, by the way, I'm trying to talk and read the chat at the same time. And Kieran, you know what? You're right. We're not on a nickname basis anymore. I'm really excited. We're about to win a trophy soon. That's the attitude I want to see. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Run us through United tactics for tonight so newbies like me understand. Yeah, so let me just make this very obvious. We have got a lot to go through today. We've got a quiz lined up made by FP, one of our mods and a long-term subscriber. We've got some Football Manager to play, and pure coincidence, we've got Spurs in the next game. We've also had this created by Steve, which is one of our mods. He has given us the opportunity to go through and rank the Manchester United wingbacks, so we can do that at some point. We've got a little knockout system looking at Manchester United targets for the 10s and the inside forward positions. We could look at that. We've got some clips I need to look at. We've got some player stats from this season, team stats. There is a lot to go through, so don't worry. We've got a lot to cover. Do you guys, for now, want to carry on talking tactics, or do you want to move on to something else? Also, the last thing that we will do, because you guys have been amazing with the donations, is we will be reacting to the lineup this evening as well. So there is plenty. Yeah, Ashton, it happens, man. It peaks, goes up and down. What would my team be on the spot? You know what, let's do that real quick. My team, right here, right now, on the spot, would be... You know what? I'd be aggressive. I might regret this, but I would be aggressive. I would go as this for my starting 11. I'd be aggressive. That's what I'd go for. That's what I'd go for. Maybe it's silly. I'm not sure. But that is what I would do. W mods. 2 right. 2 right. Best mods in the game. No one does it like my mods. You want to do all of the above? Yeah, that's valid. What do you want to do right now? Do you want to carry on with this? Or do you want to move on to something else? Do you want to move on to something else? I'm just trying to think if there's anything obviously tactical that we haven't spoken about. I tell you what, actually. I've just picked that as my 11. What I would do for this game, I think. I've gone aggressive. Maybe I've gone too aggressive. What do you guys think of my 11? What do you think of that? I would be tempted by Shaw instead of Mazraoui. Is this defensive enough? I'm not sure. But I think this might be what I would go for. Is Casemiro going to get isolated in transition with that formation? Possibly. Possibly. Well, I'm going to quickly set up a poll in the chat so you can decide what we do next. What next? Great poll. We got a donation in the chat. Thank you so much. Saying donating on the website wasn't possible for me, so please take this. Thank you very much. I will make sure to put that donation through to Just Given to the charity. Thank you very much for that. It's very kind of you. I think I also missed one on the screen as well, which I will get to in just 1 second. Let me just make the poll. FM. Wingback assessment, we'll call it. We've got Europa League so far. Yeah, Europa League so far, we'll call it, which is our journey through the Europa League so far. And what was the other thing? The 10s that we should sign. So attacking transfer targets, we'll call it. There we go. Bosh. Talk about how Spurs will look to attack us. All right, I'll do that while the poll's up. Like I said already, Spurs look to attack with fluidity. They like to move. They don't play one position. They're not fixed. They rotate. United will struggle with that and will probably collapse to the back 5, which is why Ahmad might be a problem at wing-back. Spurs, what they do is they play very, very aggressively. So the fullbacks, they're aggressive, but not necessarily like a traditional flying around on the overlap fullback. More with their narrow positioning. So let's say, you got Van de Ven, Romero at centre-back, Basuma just in front of them, although we don't know the guaranteed team news. The likes of Porro and Udogie will sort of almost pick up these extra midfield positions, which might be tricky for Mount and Garnacho to deal with. That might cause a bit of a problem, especially as Bentancur and Sarr push forward. There is a concern. I'm missing a player. No, we're not. There is a concern here. Talk about why Exeter deserve to go bankrupt, because Josh supports them. There's only 2 United midfielders, and this is always a concern with the Amorim system, is that we do tend to only have 2 players in this position, and we know that most teams are going to attack with 3, 4, sometimes even more, depending on who it is. So that will be a problem, and I think the big thing for United is going to be about the jump, and when I say the jump, I mean going from defensive position to, at some point, having to be aggressive. You can't just sit deep all day. At some point, you have to go and help your midfield. And that will probably come from the centre-backs. So, Yoro sometimes stepping forward, but also Mazraoui. But not only those 2 stepping forward themselves, but also the communication with other people around them. If I can't go and get it myself, then I need to talk to Casemiro about how he's picking up Sarr. And Casemiro needs to be communicating with Mason Mount and what he's doing defensively. Like I said, the team we had earlier had this 4. Ugarte, Casemiro, Mount and Bruno. There's a lot of defensive work there. Steve has just said the inside forwards need to get stuck in. Bruno and Mount are 2 that would give you that, to be fair. They are 2 players that would do that for you. So we might go for them. The only concern for me would be, then when we win the ball back, have we got enough running power going the other way? I think this is the 11 that you guys picked. I think it is. Do we have enough to actually now hit Spurs? Because the big thing with Spurs is, yes, they're going to throw players forward and look to attack you, But that does mean they're going to leave spaces. And Basuma, I think, is a really nice footballer. I think he's a lovely footballer. But I don't think defensively he's that great at breaking up transitions. I think he can be caught in those moments between being aggressive and sitting off. And he sort of gets caught in no man's land a little bit. I wonder if United can get at that. But only if we've got attacking players on the pitch, right? So I'm all for being passive. You guys have voted for being passive. And if that's the approach that we take, then that's fair enough. But there does have to be a moment where also we carry a threat the other way. We can't just sit in all day, right? It's not okay. At some point, we need to go back the other way. Do our circles have horns because we are the Red Devils? That is the reason, yes. As much as we can't trust Garnacho to do anything right with the ball, he can still sometimes run with the ball. You nearly compliment there, Kieran. Nearly. You're right. It's why Garnacho is an option. Right or left, I'm not too sure. I mean, it'd have to be left if Ahmad's playing wing back. It would have to be left. Garnacho is an option for that ability to get into that space, like you've said. We know that Højlund will try and do it. He'll try and stretch them, and he's going to have a big game tonight, but we know that. It's the same for everyone, really. They've all got to have big games. Højlund will need to make the ball stick in moments better than what he did at the weekend. He's going to have to disrupt those centre-backs, make life uncomfortable for them, but also try and get in behind them. Not just always trying to hold up, trying to wrestle, trying to grab, and whatever it is he does. Sometimes we've got to stop playing this way and get ourselves in behind. And Højlund can do that. I just want to see us try and do it a little bit more. You know, Romero and Van de Ven are good athletically, but they've had a lot of problems. They've had a lot of injury problems. They haven't played that much football together in recent times. I think there's something that you can get at. I think there's something you can get at. Ahmad should play a little bit higher for the break in the counter-attack. I need to be careful if I need to compliment him far too close. Nearly slipped up there, mate. See, this is why I mentioned this yesterday, right? It's why I wonder about this. Could you go for... Let's go... Just hear me out for a second, right? Let's go Shaw into the back line. Could you be really aggressive and go Garnacho, Ahmad and Bruno like that? Now, defensively, you feel that we sacrifice something, but the transition threat there and there is tempting. You know, we talk about United being a team that are front-footed, aggressive, look to attack the opposition. They're players that could do it. Do you think that can work, or do you think that's just absolutely crazy far to attack them? What do you reckon? Højlund's second half hat-trick, heard it here first. I'm trying to think of my prediction for the game. I do have a prediction in my head. I'm not going to say it just yet, but I do have a prediction. Anyway, let me quickly go back to the poll. So FM has won the poll quite comfortably. By the way, if you're having any stream problems, you shouldn't be, because it's fine on my end. But if you are, just refresh your stream. So close it, reopen it, and it should be fine. That could be the lineup late on if there's space in behind. Possibly. Again, it is that game state conversation. Do you need to be attacking or do you need to be aggressive? It's tough. Wait, I meant to have Casemiro in my 11 there, by the way. That was meant to be Casemiro. That lineup is safer than Ahmad at wing-back. That is true. The problem with Ahmad at wing-back, right? I think it can work if we're a team that tries to shift to the back four. So we try to push Ahmad here and then shift across and defend. But we don't do that with that much frequency, that regularly. We don't tend to do that. So it is more like a wing-back than a wide midfielder. And that is slightly concerning defensively. We do feel a little bit open there. We do feel a little bit exposed. So I love the idea of Ahmad wing-back. I love the idea of being aggressive, but I just don't know if it can work. Maybe an inside forward position is the safer bet. Put Bruno up top, dropping deeper. The centre-backs shouldn't follow. Ahmad and Garnacho in the transition in the 10s. Ugarte and Casemiro in the pivot. Sorry, your message just moved, so I can't quite see it. Also, Dorgu right wing-back, Shaw left wing-back. I think Yoro is better at left centre-back. Mazraoui right centre-back. I quite like that team. Yeah, I quite like that team. I'm just unsure about Bruno in that false 9 role. I know he's done it before. I just worry about the influence he has on a game if he's playing that high. Why Casemiro over Ugarte? What's the logic? Ugarte covers more ground both ways. So to make it clear, if we're going the 11 I think we will see, I think Ugarte will play next to Casemiro. I think we'll see both of them. I think. I don't know. My mind keeps changing, but I think we will. The reason, if it was a straight shootout between the two, the reason I would go for Casemiro is because my big motto, if you like, is football is won in the boxes. You can talk about tactics here all day, but at the end of the day, goals are scored here and they're conceded in here. Someone like Casemiro is amazing in the two boxes. He has such a great impact. Attack and set pieces, open play, dropping into the back line and clearing with headers. We saw Ugarte the other day against Chelsea make a mistake for this. I covered it in my video the other day. Ugarte just didn't switch on at the back, and it caused a problem for the rest of the defence. Casemiro is much better at that. He's also good on set pieces. I just think his experience, his leadership, his impact in the boxes, Casemiro has to play for me. It's who's next to him. It's who's next to him is the question. Anyway, the poll is saying FM, right? So what we're going to do now, for those of you that are interested, is we're going to switch over to Football Manager for a bit. Do I need to change the thumbnail and stuff? Probably. We're going to switch over to Football Manager for a bit and play over there because I said I would if we hit £100 before the stream and we hit like £400. So we're going to switch over to Football Manager for a bit. And then after that, we're going to come back to talking about United, the Europa League journey so far, signings that we can do, assessing the squad, and then later team news. So if Football Manager isn't your thing, don't worry, we're going to be coming back from it later. But if you do like Football Manager, that is where we're now going. I'm just going to go to the toilet for one moment, and then I will be back, okay? So I'll see you in a couple of minutes, and we'll play some Football Manager. Chad, entertain the chat, mate, whilst I'm gone. All right, and I will catch you guys. All right, I'll be back in just 1 second. All right, guys, I'm back. Are we still working? And did Chad entertain y'all? Also, by the way, this says I'll be right back. More like I'll be right wing back because we play with wing backs. No? Okay. Also, it is a doggo, but he's desperately trying to get out of the room. So I'm just going to let him out. That's Buster. That's not the one you normally hear barking. It's the other one. But anyway, Football Manager. Has everything been working whilst I'm gone? And yes, we are going to switch over to Football Manager. If this isn't your thing, that's absolutely fine. But we're going to do something different for a little bit just to keep it kind of switching up. And something a little bit different for what is a big stream, right? So we are going to be switching over to this. I'll be honest, I don't really know. Okay, Ashton, that's a bit weird, mate. I don't really know what I'm doing when it comes to Football Manager. I sort of half know how to play the game. I know my way around the game, but I'm not very good at it. So I will need some help. And like I said, if you aren't a Football Manager person, that is absolutely fine. we will come back to proper football a little bit later on. Okay. Although I just saw actually the poll changed. The poll has changed. The poll changed to attacking transfer targets. Huh. The poll has changed to attacking transfer targets. So actually, what do we... It was even. We're going to do Football Manager, okay? We're going to do Football Manager. And I need the chat to carry me because I don't know what I'm doing, all right? So if you could help in the chat, that would be great. I believe what we need to do, right, is pick a Manchester United 11. I should also probably quickly... Just give me a second, guys. I just quickly need to change the thumbnail and stuff because I don't want to clickbait people. I don't want people coming in looking for a United preview for the final when that's not what we're doing right now. So let me just quickly change that. It is just going to take me one moment. But yeah, once that is done, we will then move over. What should we call this? Should I just call it Man United Football Manager? Pretty simple name. Does what it says on the tin. I'll change the thumbnail, get it all sorted. Like I said, I don't want to false advertise or clickbait. And then later on, we'll switch back. Let me find a thumbnail real quick. Is it going to work? I've never tried to do this midstream, by the way, so there's a chance this crashes and fails and burns and goes horribly. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it. I think it should update. I think it should refresh, and I think we should be good to go. Alright, it's working on my phone, so I'm going to trust it's working for you lot as well. Alright. So, what does everybody want in terms of FM? Like I said, you guys are going to have to lead this because I don't know what I'm doing. So what do we fancy? How do we expect this United-Tottenham game to go? Who do we feel dominates the ball? If you want to talk about United-Spurs, I'm not doing it for a bit now. I'm going to switch over to Football Manager just for a little while because people want it. If you missed it, you can rewind the stream to when we were talking about, you know, the proper football, the real football. But also we will be talking about it again later. We will be coming back to it after we played Football Manager. So if you are here for proper football, then you can go back and rewind the stream. If you want to talk about Football Manager, watch it live. This is the place to be. So we'll talk about that later. Open quick tactics with Alt F4. Steve, I don't think that's going to work, buddy. You could go over some of the roles in each position. So yeah, basically what I did is, I can't remember his name now, and I feel really bad, but there was a subscriber who has a Football Manager channel, and he sent me a Ruben Amorim tactic for me to download. So that is what I've got here. I don't want to do transfers and stuff for now, because I think ahead of Europa League final, I'd rather talk about the United players that we've got currently, right? So I think we start off by trying to put the players into this system, and then we go from there. Chad, it actually wasn't RDF. It ended up being someone else. There's a subscriber who messaged me like an absolute legend. Anyway, quick 11 in the chat. I did steal a tactic, Kieran. I did. Quick 11 in the chat, guys, for what you think I should do here. I'll be honest, I don't even know how I like promote youth players into this. How do I get my academy players into the first team? If someone could help me, that would be greatly appreciated. I swear, it's like, there we go, look at that. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, guys. Yeah, we need FP badly. We need FP badly. Have you got the link to that? I play FM and would like to use it. I will get you the link later on. Yep, I will sort that a little bit later. I would like if you play FM as the new manager. What would you do to change United's path back to success? I don't know. I just feel like, personally, because it's the Europa League final today against Spurs, and we've just so happened to get Spurs in our first game, I feel like we should play this game in Amorim fashion, right? I feel like we should be... Do we pick the 11 that we think might actually play tonight? Although I did get Luke Shaw injured, so this game is somewhat realistic. Do we pick a team that we think might actually play? But the problem is, this is the problem with Football Manager, right? These guys are like half a star. These guys are like... Mazraoui's a half a star centre-back. Does that matter or not? Again, I don't understand this game at all, so any help would be appreciated. We went Euro in the poll, didn't we? Is that what we went for, I think? FP said he won't be on today, unfortunately. Yeah, he's at work. He's a working man. He's hard at work, that boy. Getting his bread, you got to respect it. Go to under 18/21s, go to squad on whichever player you want and promote to the senior team. Can I not just do it through this filter thing that I've just done? Or is that wrong? Is that wrong? Who did we have in the right 10 earlier? Did we go Ahmad? Or did we go... Who did we have? Did we have... Mount in his position? Played a full game, no highlights, just pure gameplay. I might not go quite as far as full game, we'll see. Although, maybe for the Spurs one we could. Maybe for the Spurs one we could. Anyway, who did we have in our team earlier? I think we had Mount in our starting 11. We had... I'll move the positions in a minute. Where's our boy Casemiro? Am I blind? He's right at the top. Of course he is. Of course he is. We went Bruno midfield earlier, didn't we? With our predicted 11. Where's Bruno? Guys, someone help me. Where's Bruno? I can't find him. Am I being blind? We went Mount, I think, with Ahmad at right wing back. Was it? Was it Ahmad right wing back? Alright, see, this is where I've got a problem. How do I get my players in, guys? Can someone help me? Someone help me, guys. I need some help. Stars rank them based on your squad and performances. Don't always look at the stars. Are they kind of useless then? Yeah, if I can't get Ahmad for that quick pick position, how do I find him? How do I find him? Is there a way that I can do that? How do I find my boy Ahmad? I want him in the team. Just because he's a lovely bloke, isn't he? Bruno, yeah, I know Bruno will be there, but can I not use him deeper or not? Have I got to like do it like that? We need Garnacho. How do I get Garnacho in? Where's Alejandro? Who did we have on the left? We had Dorgu. We had Dorgu. Who did we have on the right? How do I find Ahmad? Ahmad. Was this the team we had earlier? You're beyond help. Kieran, I am, mate. I said I don't play this game. Stars are just your assistant manager's opinion. Well, we don't value his opinion, do we, really? We do not value his opinion. So we're going to get the boy Altai on the bench. Who else do we need? Who else is fit for today? Who is fit? Lindelof. Wait, if you ask Steve, he'll tell you Dallo. Is Evans in the squad today? I think he is. Amas, we'll put him in there. I just saw Dallo, so we'll put Dallo in as well. Where's Diogo Dallo gone? Drag him over from the list of players on the side. Am I doing it right? Guys, I don't know what I'm doing. You can probably tell that. Who else do we want in from here? Kirby. Ugarte. Was Ugarte not in our starting 11 earlier, guys? Did we not have Ugarte in previously? Let me know if I'm wrong. We want Xerxes. We want Xerxes for sure. Can also, mods, can one of you just double check that the thumbnail has changed? Dallo is hidden? Exactly. Oh, yeah, Mount is right wing back. Hang on. There we go. Who else did we have? Who else do we have? Ericsson. Who's one more we can have? I always feel blind playing this game. Like, I just can never see who I want to see. We could put Collier in there. Is there not another one? No? Collier? 2 left-footed wing-backs. I don't like that, to be fair. But we know that Amorim likes his little wrong-footed wing-backs, don't we? Pretty sure we went with Casemiro and Ugarte in the pivot. What, and Bruno higher? It's just what we did. Like so. By the way, just looking at the starting 11, put on a different screen, almost makes me more confident again. Thumbnail's good? Nice. What do I do? I'm going to press tactical meeting. I don't know what this means. Your backroom team has spent a lot of time preparing for this match and has distilled all of the information into the most important things you need to know. Cheers, mate. I appreciate that. I'm going to ignore it all, though, right? We're ignoring it all when we're doing what we want to do. I want you guys, basically, to cook up some tactics for this game. I don't know what all of this means. I just don't know what it all means. You missed Shaw? Oh, Shaw's got a 6-month injury. The game happens to be realistic. The day before this, he got a 6-month injury, the poor fella, which is kind of heartbreaking if you ask me. Including Collier over Heaven is crazy work. I've already got 3 defenders, though, mate. And one of them's Lindelof. Please change the DM roles. Yeah, this is over to you guys. This is over to you guys. Let me know what you want to see. What you want to see. You think you should change the roles? I'm absolutely happy to do that. Let me know what you want me to do. Let me know what you want me to cook up. This is you guys, right? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take your guys' ideas. What you want to see from this Manchester United team. We're going to put it into Football Manager against Spurs tonight and see how it goes. So in terms of roles, I'll be honest, I'm not particularly educated on this game, as you can probably tell. But in terms of roles, what are we feeling? What are we feeling? I also just want to catch up in the chat as well, because I believe I saw a message from a lovely lady called Serena and a lovely lady called Louise. I want to shout out both of you, because you'll find it weird if I shout you out and say your names. So hi. I know you are great football intellects, so I'd love to hear your thoughts. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I think I also missed a super chat, by the way, guys. I think I missed a super chat. Yeah, let me know what you guys want to see on these roles in the chat, and we'll go from there. And I'll let you basically cook. I'll let you cook. I missed a donation. I did. Okay. Let me find it. I forgot how to find my donations. Also, my chair is slowly shrinking again. So, Chad wants Casemiro defensive midfield on support. Can I move him across like that? Because you want Ugarte. I don't even know what this words mean. So you want him defensive midfielder support. Is that what you said? You want Ugarte, Segundo Volante. And Garnacho move left to there and then go inside forward. Is that what you're saying? Put him on attack. Bruno, advanced playmaker attack. Advanced playmaker attack. Chat, what do we think of that? Is Chad cooking or is he off his head? Also, yeah, I did miss a super chat from Neil and also from Erasmus as well. I missed up two. I missed 2 donations. I do apologise. Thank you very much for the donations. What are we on now? How much money have we got? How much money have we got? I can't see. My chat's in the way. £742. That's ridiculous. That is insane, guys. Thank you so much for the support. I've messed up my chat again. We also have David in the chat once again. Thank you very much, David. With the gifted membership. David, thank you as always. As always. You're a legend. My chair is sinking. My chair is sinking. There we go. The DM should be beside the complete wingback. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Chad, do you agree, mate? Chad, Chad's my assistant manager / my manager that I just copy the ideas from, okay? That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here. Is this what we reckon? Ahmad on defensive winger. Does that mean I've got to move him higher? Or can he do it from there? Oh, he can't do it from there. Change Maguire to a libero. Kieran. Alright, I'm not an expert at this game, but I get a feeling that may not be a good idea. Put the right wing back on attack and the left wing back on balanced. Should he be a complete wing back or no? Should he stay like that? Keep him there and change him to a complete wing back. And what attack? So is the star rating actually really not that important on this game? Because it's definitely something that I would always look at as a complete noob. As a complete noob, that I would always look at that and be like, he can't play there because of that. But am I stupid for thinking that? Use ball winning and deep line playmaker for the midfield. The problem is we don't really have the people for that, do we? We don't really have a deep line playmaker in this squad. Maguire false 9 is not a bad idea. Garnacho, is that a second striker or a shadow striker? Casemiro, defensive midfielder. Ugarte, ball winning midfielder. Dorgu, wing back support or attack. Ahmad, complete wing back. So should Dorgu be a regular wing back rather than a complete wing back, or does it not matter? We got another donation in the chat saying, love your channel, love from India. Thank you very, very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much for the donation. I hope you have been enjoying the content. Yeah, thank you for the donation. It's very kind. Suggest Dorgu as a wing back. Shall I put him on attack or support? Attack. We're Man United. Maguire's a true 9, not a false 9. It's a very, very good point. The position familiarity matters a little bit. Use the game in-game editor to improve his proficiency at wing back. I'll be honest, I don't know how to do that. I think I've got that turned off. think I've got that turned off. Chad, do you reckon that's about right? All right, I'm just going to quickly go close the door because there's people in the house, which isn't what we want. Also, people said about the sock reveal. It's white socks. It's always got to be white socks. It will never not be white socks. If you don't wear white socks, concern him. To be honest, you cannot recreate tactics to a realistic level in the game, so it doesn't really matter. That's one of the main reasons I've never enjoyed Football Manager that much, is just because I don't feel that you can, I don't know, get the depth that I would want. Anyway, this stuff. Cook. Chat, cook for me. Cook for me. What's up, AJ? Been watching your content for a while now. Absolutely loving it, mate. Supporting from Singapore. Dev, thank you very much. Thank you very much, you legend. I appreciate your support. It's very kind of you. He's on sweep keeper. Does he need to be... You know what? Our keeper is a bit bonkers, so I'm going to put him on attack. I don't know if I should or not. But quite frankly, it doesn't matter to me. Okay, I probably shouldn't. Should we do that? Right, you guys can quickly cook on the in-possession stuff. And then I'll get into this game, because I want to know how it's going to go. I've got black socks on and feel shame now. Steve. That's the final straw for me, buddy. That's the final straw for me. Yeah, we definitely want to play out from the defence. That is definitely something we want to do. I feel like we want to attack with width. Although, is it realistic to hammer him or not? Is the question. You know, United tradition, you'd be super wide, right? But I'm not sure that's the Ruben Amorim way at the moment in the way that we play. Maguire up front because De Ligt is back. It's not a bad shout, Mr. Cobby Mount in the chat. Work the ball into the box. See, what I always wonder on here is, say United recently have been big on cutbacks in the final third. Is that something that I can recreate on here or not really? Is that something that we can do, or does it just not really work in that way? Play for set pieces. What's that? Going to encourage players to draw fouls? Is that what that does? By the way, guys, I've received a donation from someone in real life that I need to quickly put into the chat. So it's going to come through as from AJ Analysis. But I think I deserve that. I deserve the little cap guy. So let's hope that goes through. Don't focus down the flanks because you'll just exhaust your wing backs. It's an instruction you want to change in-game based on game state. So should I focus through the middle instead, or just not at all? Just leave it. Is it just to focus on playing out from the back? Work the ball into the box is the closest to that, and low crosses. I like the idea of trying to get cutbacks. Work the ball into the box and maybe low crosses. You guys all agree on that? Lovely. Passing directness very long. True, we could see the proper football. We're going to lower the tempo if we're being sort of Amorim vibes. Just leave it off. He's laundering money now. Can confirm. I'm going to make it so it appears as AJ Analysis, just to make me look like a great guy. Because I'm a great guy. No focus is fine, then just change depending on the game. Should we leave it at that for now? In transition, what are we doing here? I feel like there's another one as well, right? Why can't I scroll? Is there not a defensive one? Or is this it? Counter press, like it. Turn off run at defence because United prefer to be patient. Look at my little genius there. Oh, I can just about reach out possession. It won't let me scroll for some reason. How high are we going on the line, do you reckon? We're not going that, right? Because I just don't feel like United do that. So I don't think we're going to go quite that crazy with it. Let me just sort this donation real quick. It's asking for my card details, guys. Can you believe it? Trying to rob me. Let me just use that. Scroll the sidebar. Yeah, I'm trying to scroll it. It's just not working. Like, I can see it there and I can click it, but it doesn't actually do anything, and I don't really know why. But hey ho. High line? How high? Just like that, do you reckon? Mid block, high line, high press, high line. More often is pretty good. We're not going to prevent the short goalkeeper distribution because I don't feel that United do that. Get stuck in? Yeah, sure, why not? Can we turn that off and have nothing there if we're trying to be realistic or not really? I don't mind the idea of a mid block. I'm going to go high line because I refuse to go mid block with a high defensive line. So, yeah, we're not going to press the keeper. Trap it. I feel like this stuff doesn't matter too much, right? I feel like that's not overly important. So if we go to in transition, we're going to distribute. How does distribute to the fullbacks work if we've got wing backs, or does it just count them as the same? United don't play to the centre backs. We don't play to the middle, so we're going to go wide. Should we just stick with that and see how it goes? Step up more is closer to an offside trap. Yeah, do United do that? Do United do that? Not really, so I don't think we need that. Are we happy with that? Just to let you know that United will win 4-1 tonight, straight out of my dream. My prediction is actually very, very similar. We will be getting back to, like I said, like proper football a little bit later on. Yeah, my prediction is similar. Very, very similar. Let me just quickly sort a donation that I need to do from someone. I like it so far. Maybe change Højlund into a pressing forward, as Kieran said. What's the difference between the two on here then? I guess we're going attack. Should we send it? Should we send it? Yeah, I'm thinking maybe 3-1 is maybe my prediction for the game later. But we'll come back to that. Pass to the centre-backs and the wing-backs. I just feel like United don't pass to the centre-backs, right? Tottenham, here we go, winners. It's nice to have another Tottenham fan in the chat. Welcome to the stream. We will be talking about the game again later. For now, we're playing a bit of Football Manager, though. And the chat is educating me, teaching me how to play the game. And then we will come back to the football a little bit later on. So if you want to join the football stuff and Mr. Tottenham fan, then you are more than welcome to. You are more than welcome to. I think we send it with this, right? Oh, AJ Analysis just donated 20 quid. What a legend. What a lad. What an absolute lad. Love that bloke. Thank you, AJ, for the support, as always. You sound like a lovely guy. Should we just go into the game? Should we just send it? I think we should. I don't like not having Mount in our starting 11, but I think we should do it anyway. And I'm going to put Onana on attack just because I think he's a bit bonkers. So we're going to do that. Swap Ugarte. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, let's go. That's not my problem. Someone else can do that. Assistant, you've got this. Cheers, mate. Did I just give Lenny Yoro number 31 or something? Eesh. Oh, Mazraoui feels hurt. And that's just the last thing that I would want to do to Mazraoui because he's a lovely bloke. But, mate, it's what we're doing anyway. Do we need to do opposition stuff or not? Do we need to do that or not worry about it? I love the love hearts in the chat for my donation, by the way. Quality. Out of possession? I think we did out of possession, didn't we? Did we not? Yeah, no, we did. We did the line height, I think. Low tactical familiarity. We are cooked. Is that? I'm guessing that's not great for the club. But hey-ho. Hey-ho. What can we do about it? The teams are warming up, my friends. Does it get more exciting than this? Let's look at the Spurs team. That Spurs... okay, it is ruined. I was going to say, like, the back four is actually likely what Spurs are going to do. Euro starting is a terrible call. Alright, Darren, you listen, mate. Nothing wrong with Euro starting. Team talk. I'm going to let the assistant do it, because quite frankly, I don't care. Yep. Yep. By the way, does this prove that I'm a noob before this is coming up? How do I let my assistant do it? Why can't I click him? It was already done. That's awkward. Low tactical familiarity is accurate to United. So fair. I'm going to storm out of this. I'm kidding. Are we ready? I usually don't care about all the opposition stuff. You can go into it if you want, but it's about specific presses and pushing specific players onto weaker foot. Yeah, we just ain't got time for that. I don't know what our recent form loss is, by the way. I literally haven't played a game. Look at us, 14th. We dream of 14th in real life. Right. Yeah. Shush. Stop telling me that. Stop shouting at me, mate. Alright, we're going to pause it. What do you want screen-wise? Throw your water bottle at Ugarte at half-time, please. I would never do that to myself, so no. Should we go extended? Comprehensive highlights. This is a big game. It's Spurs, right? I don't want to lose against Spurs is the only thing with us playing them today. But we may not have a choice with me in charge of the club, I'll be honest. Actually, I feel like it's not even me in charge of the club. I feel like it's you guys in the chat leading this. So if it goes horribly wrong, you guys are literally to blame. So just be aware of that. Just be aware of that. Oh yeah, what do you want here? What's the best camera for this? Is there a best camera, or is it just what you fancy? That looks horrible from this angle. Behind goal. Sideline. Oh, sideline could be alright. How about that? Match speed. During highlights. Is that what you want? Is that what we fancy? Is that what we fancy? Let me put this to positive. And do I now just press play and see what happens? I think we do. I'm just going to press play and see what happens and hope that we beat these guys, right? Sideline, lowest height, highest zoom. We'll leave it like this for now, and if people want it changed in the chat, then we'll get it done, right? You prefer 2D? I feel like visually it's going to be nicer for you guys with 3D, right? Who do I think will win? United. I'm quite confident. I'm quite confident. What I'm also going to do is move my chat a little bit closer to this. So do you guys prefer 2D? The only time I've ever played Football Manager, I've played it 3D. I've never gone 2D before. Donation. Did I miss one? Let me check. Meanwhile, we're being cooked by Spurs. Well, he's offside. What an idiot. I missed a donation from Alistair. Thank you very much for the donation. Very, very kind of you. I can't see how much you donated because it's anonymous, but thank you very much for supporting the cause. Very kind, very kind. Always shout. Do I need to shout at these guys? Hang on, let's see what Højlund does first. Oh yeah, by the way, Dorgu and Yoro have never been more cooked. Look at them. I know the bloke said, like, they're not ready for this game, but there's not ready, and there's, like, not alive. So, I feel like we were sold out a little bit there. That there also feels very real to United, right? That feels very real, just how easy they got through the first phase there. But we got the tackle eventually. Garnacho header. Heard it here first. Was a tenner. Thank you very much for the donation, mate. Really appreciate it. Also, welcome to the stream. If you're a Football Manager man, let me know. Let me know. I weren't looking. I didn't even see the goal. I weren't looking. I was reading something. The shouts aren't that important? Are they not? I always thought that they were important, and I don't do it. I missed what happened here. Alright, guys. Should we just sack it off there? We're bottom of the table. We are bottom league, so we are bottom of the league. This is not the spirit lifter that I needed. You want me to zoom in? Is that better? You didn't miss much, Chad. You missed Onana passing straight to them. But when the ball goes down there, I can't see. Can I move this? There we go. Guys, we're getting cooked. We're getting cooked. What do we do? See, Onana, I swear we set it to play wide, right? Play to the fullbacks and the wingbacks. So why does he then just stuff it straight in the middle of the pitch? That's where it always confuses me. I get that, like, sometimes it'll do it. But I feel like on the first one, the fact that we've immediately done it is kind of jokes. It's slightly heartbreaking as well, though. Who cooked these tactics? Because we're getting done in. Oh, but we've won the ball back. Bruno always wins. Guys, I'm going to take my hat off and get on this football pitch in a minute because Ugarte has not started the game how I want him to start it, and it's hurt my feelings a little bit. Corner. Set pieces. Baz is going to be there. Casemiro is going to be there. We're going to be fine. Told you. Maguire all day. Ugarte second ball. Easy. Please play out to the centre-backs. But we tried playing out the middle once and just stuffed it straight to the striker. What's the possession? We've got possession. Yeah, they can't hold us. They can't contain us. They do their own thing, especially when familiarity is low. I've never said familiarity so many times in my life. Am I using Amarim's tactics? I am. I'm using the tactic that a subscriber sent me. I can't remember his name, but I'll link it later. He sent me a tactic of Ruben Amarim's style. We've tweaked it a little bit in the chat just to change it slightly. But yeah, it's meant to be an Amarim idea in a 3-4-3. It started off with an Onana error, so I guess it's kind of somewhat realistic. They're starting players that are unavailable, unrealistic. Yeah, Postecoglou's kind of cheating, right? He's kind of cheating. But we're Ahmad and Hope. And that's how football should be played. Ahmad and Hope. Corner, Maguire. Here we go. Toothless possession. So realistic. Yeah. Don't drag Amarim down to my level, alright? Do not drag him down. Because we've now got a corner on the other side. And this is going in the back of the net, I'll tell you. Harry Maguire is about to get his big old head on this. And it's going in. The crossing from Bruno. That's a big thing I'll say for the United game tonight, by the way. If we concede one of those stupid goals where we take a corner and we don't defend the edge of the box well and concede on a counter, I will be fuming. Also, Mazraoui does not feel like the suitable target man in the box on corners, but hey-ho, these things happen. Just pass the ball to Ahmad, let him attack people. So he can go both ways, he's cooking. That's my wide play. Right there. That's what we want to see. It'd be beneficial to play Ahmad in a more familiar position. This assistant, don't know what he's talking about. First man from Bruno, let's go. Hey, it's what we do around here, mate. It's what we do. It doesn't feel like a promising sign when we're on comprehensive and going 10 minutes without a highlight. That doesn't feel great. It's actually Ahmad and Hope, though, and I don't mind that. I think it's a good blueprint. Oh, we're playing football. Dorgu. I thought Dorgu was going to do proper Europa League there and win a penalty, because it's what he's been doing all season. I was ready for it. I thought he was going to win the pen. A little bit gutted that he didn't. Did you do your set piece setup? I put all the set piece setup to the recommended stuff. Yeah, I know I can do set piece tactics. I just kind of got lazy on that, I'll be honest. That was proper trademark Maguire, how he used his body there. Will Maddison return for this match? I assume you're talking about real life there. He is out injured, unfortunately. Well, I say unfortunately. Unfortunately for Spurs. It's not unfortunate for United, is it? It's good news for us. Also without Bergvall and Kulusevski as well. So, yeah, Spurs are without a few tonight. On here, on Football Manager, he's playing. But he's done nothing so far, so it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. He didn't score, did he? No, it's Son. Yeah, the Onana mistake was a bad one. He just passed it straight into the midfield. I'm not too pleased with that pass from Maguire either. Richarlison skipping behind the commentary board. Anyone else think that was him? Udogie wide left. Ball into the box. Dorgu's back post defending. We like it. This actually feels like in moments, like it's actually kind of similar to what we could see. And I'm not saying that because we're 1-0 down. I think in real life we're going to win. I'm quite confident. But I don't know. It's just certain things that are happening. Like where our team feels a little bit passive, but also where we can get at Spurs actually feels kind of realistic. The whole Dorgu fitness thing is a problem. The fact that Yoro's half dead isn't ideal either. But, you know, these things happen in life. Also, I feel like 1-0 down with the tactical familiarity maybe isn't too bad, although those fullbacks are a problem. Those fullbacks are a problem. Porro and Udogie. Is there a way that we can stop that? Is there a little tweak we can make, something we can do to try and stop that problem from happening? This is also, by the way, a sign that we've upgraded around here, because I tried to stream Football Manager once, like 2 years ago, 18 months ago, something like that, and it was all working. And then the second I pressed to start the match, the whole thing just crashed. The stream just died, and it didn't work again for the rest of the day. So this is a sign that we're making progress. Stressful. Box defense. Nothing in that, ref. Michael Oliver, right, is making stuff up there. He's just bored. He wanted to be centre of attention, and he's just made a decision to give a penalty. He's based that on nothing. That's a horrible decision. I've lost my drink. Okay, maybe not. VAR agreed. Rest in peace, the AJ Gaming channel. That's actually the same channel that is now the Talks Tactics one. Right. Onana. Saves. You heard it here first. Maddison can't even play tonight, so it's not even realistic. An AJ stream dying? Never. Doesn't happen so much these days. Guys, we're going to get to half-time, right? We're going to weather the storm till half-time. We're going to need some changes. We're going to need some changes because we're getting cooked. I mean, look what we're looking at here. I'm looking at Pedro Porro just having an easy life in our midfield, and it's a bit of a problem. It's a bit of a problem. This game got Michael Oliver spot on. Look at the XG, we've been cooked. But you know what? We've had possession, and that's all that matters. Guys, I'm turning to you, my assistants. Save us. AJ out. Chat out. This is the chats. These are the chats tactics, I swear. Under a time crunch today, so can't watch this, but hope the stream is going to be uploaded. Yes, the stream will stay up for you to watch on YouTube once it's all finished. So yeah, you can watch it. AJ, is this a sign of things to come? It is not. It is not. This is not realistic to what we're going to see in real life. United are going to win. I've also just put my phone somewhere, and I have no idea where I put it, which isn't ideal because I need it to read chats. 0.08 XG. Yeah, I'll be honest, we don't feel very threatening right now, do we? I feel like we passed to Ahmad. He might do something. If he doesn't, we've got nothing. So we need some changes. What we feeling? What we feeling? What's the strategy here to save this horrendous thing? There's no saving us. We're cooked. Kieran, mate, that's not what I need to hear. Go 4-4-2, puts it on him. Amazing, I'll catch up this weekend. Great initiative, donating now. Thank you very, very much. If you stay on for a second, mate, when you do donate, you'll get a little thing pop up that will say your name just here, and Bruno Fernandes will tip his cap. So if you want to stay on the stream just while you donate, you'll see it. AJ, well done. We will try all our best to jinx today's match. You see, what we're doing here, right, this is tactical. Our thinking is, Postecoglou's probably watching this stream, right? Good afternoon, mate. He's watching this and thinking, oh my god, it's going to be easy for Spurs to win later. And then suddenly, bam, United win. Nuruddin, good afternoon, mate. I didn't cook this. I downloaded this. It's an Amarim tactic. The chat has tweaked it, and we're getting cooked. We're getting cooked. But good afternoon, mate. I hope you're well. We're getting cooked to save us. So you want Casemiro on a defensive duty. You want Ahmad in a 10. Where are we putting our boy Bruno? Should we get Ugarte off and put Bruno in there? Can we change his role, though, to something more attacking than that or not? Also, we're not playing Ugarte wing-back. Is there a way that we can be more aggressive with this? Because we are 2-0 down. We do need to chase it a little bit. Nuruddin, I need some advice, my friend. My assistants so far have let me down. By the way, I'm kidding. It's fine. Guys, what can we do to be attacking? Because at the moment, we've got Ugarte at wing-back. And I'll be honest, not a genius on this game, but Ugarte at wing-back doesn't feel ideal. Yeah, Dorgy going more attack. More attacking could be the strat. Does that work, or is that too many attacking? Bruno higher into a centre mid? What role would you then put him on? Switch one of the two central midfielders to a playmaker role, like an advanced playmaker. Do we back that? Yeah, or maybe we shouldn't have just... Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have tweaked the original. You're right. You're right. That might have been the strategy. But the chat, we're trying to cook, all right? We're trying to cook, mate. Yeah, I like the idea of Dallo in. What role should we put Bruno onto? Again, by the way, guys, you've got to remember, I am a complete noob on this game. I literally do not know what I'm doing. I do not know what I'm doing. Move Ahmad up to a defensive winger. Ugarte ball winner midfielder. So you want to keep Ahmad wing back as such. Casemiro DM support. Garnacho winger support. Dorgu inverted wing back attack. Onana sweep keeper defend. Yeah, maybe the tempo is honestly what we need to increase. That feels Amarim-esque, right? You know, first half low intensity. Second half we need some goals. We're going to go after it a little bit more. So I think we increase the tempo. Be a bit more expressive, if that makes sense. That makes sense, right? Need a goal. Did I miss a super chat? Ooh, was that super chat that came through? Hang on, let me have a look. Let me have a look. We've had 71 different donations, which is insane. So first of all, we've got a donation saying, lovely idea. Let's get that sweet win tonight, boys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Absolutely. Thank you very much for the donation. And also a donation from Serena. Hi, Serena. Saying, supporting Nelson's journey forever. Well done, Jamie. And £20, by the way. Thank you very, very much. Very kind. I hope you're well. Put the tempo up on a high and put expressive. Thank you very much for the donations, by the way, guys. We're on 797. So we're about to hit 800, right? We're going to hit 800 in the next half hour, let's say, for example. Although I don't like the 27. It's a bit of an odd number. We might be on for £1,000 tonight. Manu, good afternoon, mate. AJ, this is bad juju. I didn't choose Spurs, alright? I made a random save. It gave me Spurs to play. We're getting cooked. Help us. We might need to leave and do FP's quiz. That pretty much sums it up, okay? Pretty much sums it up. Put it at a much higher tempo. All the way up. And what was the other bit you said, sorry? Standard passing directness. Yeah, that makes sense. Manu is here. We're so cooked. I've heard Manu's a bit of a genius when it comes to this game. Should we go with this for now? Is this going to get us back into the game? Jamie Oliver couldn't cook this. I don't know what we've cooked. I don't know what we've cooked, guys. What have we done? What have we done here? Look at the state of that. Do you guys believe that this is gonna get us there? You take work the ball into the box off. Should we go for them? Should we go for them? Run at defense. No, I'm going to leave it. I was told not to do that. I'll tell you what, we're going to send it like this for now. And just pray. And just pray. Alright. Play for set pieces. Yeah, sure. Maguire's going to get us into this game. Let's go. Dressing room. Should I berate him? You know what? Carlos can deal with this. I don't want to talk to the players right now. He can deal with this. Alright, this is his mess. Might be the worst tactic I've ever seen, not going to lie. Hey, let us cook. Because I see a second half here where Casemiro gets us back into the game. I mean, look at that. The ball zipping about. Backwards. But just believe. Trust the process. Bruno should have a playmaker role. Is he not on one? Did I not put Bruno on playmaker? Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I do agree. Should he be deep line playmaker or advanced? I think advanced. Support or attack? What do we reckon? Support. Attack's too attacking, right? With so many attacking players around it. This better not be realistic. Hey, Snipes, don't worry, mate. Don't worry. Amarim has a much bigger brain than me. You're talking to an FM noob here, by the way. Never give team talks to the assistant. Okay, we might have made a mistake there. Also, by the way, I know we're saying we're getting cooked, right? We had a goal kick and literally passed it to their striker. Like that weren't a great start to proceedings, okay? Support, yeah, nice. Make Ahmad an inside forward. Dallo has also just put in an absolute crunch and tackle. That's what we need to get back into this game. We need that. So what? I need to put him wider and then inside forward, yeah? So like that and then in. Believe. Believe in the dream, guys. We win this game 3-2 in the last minutes. Exactly. We've got Maguire. They haven't. So just trust. Just trust. It's going to happen. We just went over £800, by the way. So did we just get a donation? Did we just get a donation? We did from Prodigy with the £5 donation. Thank you very, very much. That's £30 in the last 5 minutes, by the way. Which is insane. Thank you very much. We've just gone over £800, which is a mind-blowing number to me. A mind-blowing number to me. I set it up initially for £500 the goal. And I was sitting there like, I don't think we're going to get there. I don't think we're going to get there. But, hey, here we are. 800. Can we get to £1,000, do you reckon? Do you think we can do 1,000 today? When the team news comes out tonight, it would be amazing. I've got another £20 to put in still. Who knows? We might be able to do it. If Maguire scores, I'll donate. I like it. I like it. That match momentum, it's not important, all right? Because when Maguire's dribbling, and when Maguire dribbles, we score goals. So, give it about 5 seconds, the ball will be in the net. You ready? On the set piece, I meant. On the set piece. Yeah, Serena, it's mental, right? It's insane. Just sitting there. Crazy, crazy. Shoot! Okay. You know what? We shouted at him. No, we didn't. We shouted shoot. Nice. We've got our XG up to 0.13, guys. We're cooking. We might need to bring some players off, by the way, because I think some people are going to have a heart attack. AJ tuning in from the fan park in Bilbao. That sounds sick. The Reds have taken over. Hope we get the job done today. Enjoy the game, mate. Whether you've got a ticket for the match or whether you're just in the city, whatever. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Are you doing a post-match video tonight? So I'm not going to do like a reaction video, but what I'm going to do is stay up and record and edit overnight. So the video will be up. I don't know, right? If I upload the video at like 4 a.m., is that a weird time for the algorithm? So the video's not going to do well? Or will it be fine because I'll catch people in a different part of the world? I'm not sure. But the video will definitely be up analysing the game very early tomorrow. I'm hoping, in an ideal world, this match we're going to win it and it's going to give us 5 or 6 videos that we can do, and we can just grind videos for the next few days. That's the plan. That's the plan. Hand in your resignation at full time. Nuruddin, mate. I might have to, brother. But yeah, we need Euro off because Euro's half dead. So we're going to get Lindelof on, and I don't care what anyone says. Lindelof's the boy. I'll be in the stadium. Enjoy it. All the nerves had disappeared the moment I saw the Red Army here. That atmosphere, I think, is going to be mental. Mental. Watching from Tokyo, nearly midnight here. Here's to the next 4 hours. Is that a late one or an early one for you? Regardless, insane. Insane. Enjoy the game later. Right, hopefully. Hopefully, like, if you're staying up until, what time do you say? 4 a.m. for the game to kick off. Surely the boys have at least got to give you a win to celebrate, right? 4 a.m. you're going to be going absolutely mental. We can't score. Xiao, welcome back, mate. Is this the Premier League? Change the name to Europa and see what Magic our players do. It's not a bad shout. See you later, Serena. Might as well wake up then if it's 4. No, because he wants to enjoy the stream until then, right? Yeah, we should score that goal. I feel like we should have scored that. Staying up till 6 by the end. Used to it by now, though. I said the least they can do is win the match, though, right? You can't stay up till 6 and they give us a loss. So, took tomorrow off work. Good idea. Good idea. This is real life. We can't score. I saw a stat right. I believe in the Premier League this season, United underperform our XG the most out of everyone. I think in the Europa League, we overperform it by the most, or we're top 5 for overperformers, one of the two. How are we not scoring, though? How are we not scoring? I don't understand. Should we make a change? Connor, good afternoon, my friend. How are you? I mean, the defenders are appealing for offside. HA stream is good. But wait, hold that, mate. Still 2-0. We're still in the game. Trust the process. Great defensive line. Look at that. That comes right from hours of hard work on the training ground. Getting your timings right. Trust the process. Should we get Amas on? If we need a historic comeback, we need wing backs. We need the academy. I don't know what else to do, guys. Someone save me. It's Europa League magic, the extra salary. True. Kieran, are you booing the fact that their goal got disallowed? If so, that's crazy behaviour from you, mate. That's different level of hatred. Try and change player instructions. What would I do, though? Here's the question. AJ, if we lose, it's your fault. Are you talking IRL or, like, here now? Because IRL, I will absolutely not take the blame for that. Here now, I'm also not taking the blame for that. So basically, wrong. Where's AJ Talks Tactics for this? Mate, he couldn't save this. He couldn't figure out what's going on here, right? Sometimes you've got to let the vibes take over. And that is what we're watching here, vibes football. As Mazraoui gives it straight to Werner. Guys, are we turning this round with 3 late goals or is it over? I actually quite like some of the patterns though, like genuinely. Also, Chad, we're not losing IRL. Don't worry. I'm manifesting. It's not looking good. Have too many players on attack. Do you not need that at 2-0 down, or is that not how this works? Again, you got to remember, you're talking to a proper FM noob here who doesn't know what he's doing. But we do believe in Mazraoui, and we believe in Diogo Dalot. The ball is still going round the halfway line and back to the goalkeeper. But don't worry, that's part of the plan, right? It's part of the process here. Okay, and that is the end of the highlight, and they've got a free kick. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. I feel like the club's falling apart here. This is not what we need. It's not what we need. AJ, you need help? Connor, mate, that's one way of putting it. That's one way of putting it. Oh, they take too many long shots if they're on attack. Ah, I didn't realise that. So who would you be taking off attack on what we've got at the moment? I don't think we're going to turn this one round and win it, I'll be honest. Is it worth going to attacking as a team or not? Trust the process, trust the process. Try Rasmus on advance forward. Yeah. And not play for set pieces, did you say? Who talked me into playing for set pieces, by the way? Imagine if FIFA had similar mechanics. Yeah, that'd be cool. This wouldn't have happened if Maguire was libero. Look at this football. Play the advantage. We're going. We're going. The cutback. Ooh. That was nearly the one. That was nearly the one. I think, is Dallo dead? Ah, he's alright. He'll be alright, but... Go attacking mentality. It feels like we need to, right? At this score. How do I do that? Look at me. Look at me learning the game. Put everyone attack. Do or die. It's not a bad strategy. We've got our sweeper keeper on attack, right? That's a good start. I'll be honest, this hasn't gone to plan. This has been humbling, right? Playing for set pieces can be good if you have tall, brave players with good heading. We've got Baz, to be fair. We've got Cassie. Oh, now we're knocking it about. I'll be honest. Yeah, Callum, I agree. Michael Oliver made this all about himself. Imagine my shock. We were cruising until Onana passed to their striker, and then the ref gave a dodgy pen. Up until that point, we were fine. The match hasn't even started yet, but my heart's going crazy right now. I am not surprised, my friend. Not surprised. It's a stressful day. It's a long day. AJ, you should have put 100 hours into FM to prepare for this. I was tempted to get good at the game before, but I just had so much other stuff to do, but I was tempted to. We're going to counter from this, though. Oh my god. I thought I was straight away in. Okay. You know what? We've learned from this game. I feel like the chat needed this education. Predictions for the Europa League final. So what we have already done 2 hours of streaming ahead of the final, talking about the tactics for the game and stuff. So if you do want to go back and watch that, you can rewind the stream a little bit. By the way, to come back on here. And once we've finished with this, we are going to go back to talking about the game properly. I'm feeling a 3-1 win for United. I'm feeling a 3-1 win. Look, Werner can't even shoot, mate. He's going to score now, I've said that, but don't worry. The ball's coming in from Son on the corner. I believe in them, boys. 2 goals in 3 minutes is doable. It's doable. It's just heartbreaking. This is a very realistic Premier League performance, to be fair. It is. It is. By the way, AJ, if you're an FM noob, you need to know that the star ratings aren't 100% accurate. They can change based off how good your staff are at judging ability and potential. Yeah, I have a lot to learn on this game. Okay. Here's an idea, right? We pretend that didn't happen and just delete it from our memory, right? That seems like a good idea to me. In terms of the dressing room, I don't know if I want to look them in the face because they've just let us down. Because tactically, we just cooked. I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with the boys. I thought we played well enough to win. Should I just gaslight them? Yeah, we'll go for that. I'm going to end it there. I had a dream where I somehow played as Mazraoui. We were 2-0 up, and then in the last 10 minutes we bottled it. I wish I hadn't read the rest of it. Guys, we're in 19th. I might lose my job. It's not looking good. But don't worry, Ugarte made his debut. And that's all that matters, really. The assistant can do the press conference. I don't want to look at him. That's enough painful FM viewing for one day. It might be. We might honestly need to go back to United already. Because that was painful. Squad in... Do we care about that? I don't think we do. Guys, do you want to carry on with FM? Even though that didn't go very well at all? Or do you want to go back to actually looking at the IRL game. Also, I need to lift my chair again because I keep, like, slowly sinking. But you don't need to do this stuff now either, do you? You can do that another day if we carry on with it. Okay, you could argue Liverpool got a slightly better result than us, right? But I think we had more fun than them. I'm simulated in the Premier League as to be expected. Exactly. Right, it's not all on me. Although, most of it probably is. Clubs. David, I would love to clubs. I don't think my internet can physically handle it. I really want to stream it. I don't think my internet can handle it. I think it's going to lag too much. I don't think we can... I don't think I can stream it and play it at the same time. Clips, we can go back to FM later on. Should we go back to United for a bit? See how that goes. And then if we run out of stuff to talk about IRL United, we'll come back to Football Manager. I know we were expecting a longer segment than this, but I'll be honest. It was quite a humiliating experience, and I've just learned that I can't play the game. Or I don't know how to play the game at the moment. Maybe I need to learn to play the game so we can do a stream at some point. We could do a longer stream. I could stream it on the second channel maybe as well. What do we reckon? We've got to get at least one win in FM for good luck. FM till you win. Manu, I need to hear some tactical input from you, mate. I need you to lead this club to glory. FM till we win. What if we don't win? What then? Steve will figure it out. He might be able to. Guys, what if we FM until we win, right? And then we miss kickoff tonight? What do we do then? Is that a problem? Why have we got Chelsea next? Why have we got Chelsea next? Oh yeah, we're called Antonio Jamal Analysis, by the way. Just because that's my name. We got Chelsea next. Is this just going to be another one where we go play it and get smacked? Is it going to be more enjoyable to go back to talking about real football? Is that going to be a more enjoyable experience for us? FM till we win. There's mixed views in the chat. There's mixed views. What's the time? 4:10. I'll tell you what we're going to do, right? We're going to go into this next game with full belief. And what we're going to do is we're going to go for like an unchanged tactic. I'm going to leave it as it was downloaded. Let's get Dermot Me in there. So this tactic was downloaded. What we're going to do is we're going to stick with it. Like, I'm not going to tweak it at all. I'm not going to tweak it at all. And we're just going to send it, right? Oh, wait, no, I've already done all the tweaking, haven't I? How do I set it back to... Can I reset it? I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, we're going to leave it like that. And we're going to send it into the next game. FM till you get sacked. It'll only be 3 more games. What we're going to do... We're going to send it like this, right? On the default tactics to see how it goes. And then after that, we will go do something else. Okay, that's the plan. I'm going to go to positive just because it's a big game, right? That'll be fine. We're going to do that, okay? So we're going to try this for 1 game. If it isn't working, then we'll go to a couple of things. We've got a lot to look through in terms of United so far this season in the Europa League. I think there's quite an interesting pattern going on with the goals, so we can switch to that. And yeah, we can do that after this FM stuff. There's also some other things to look at as well, actually. We've got some player stats to look at from this season. We've got our team stats. And we've also got a couple of other little things that we could go through. So we're going to go like this for now. Use the default tactic. I don't know if it's going to work or not. We'll just see. Ignore the form guide. It's not important, right? Antonio Jamal Analysis is here to take over. So let's see how the boys get on. Let's see how the boys get on. Let me just quickly check something. There we go. We believe in the win here. Should we stick to this speed or should we increase it a little bit? We'll go extended highlights instead. We'll do it like that. Let's see how the tactic goes like this. And if the tactic cooks, then I'm blaming the chat, alright? Because you guys tweaked the last one. I thought he just smashed it in straight away. Give me 1 second just to sort something. There we go. Please, can you explain why Nelson's journey is important to you? Yes, what I'll do is I'll let this game finish. We'll finish this match, and then I will talk about the charity for a bit, and then we will talk about football. That sounds like a pretty good plan. When I talk about the charity, should I do like a little black and white edit with like rain coming over the top to really get a sad effect going, to guilt trip people into donating? That feels like a good idea. We might do that. Ahmad is being played out of position. Ignore. Not a problem. We feel a little bit like set piece FC here right now. Like Arsenal football. Beautiful, thank you. No worries, mate. No worries. Yeah, we'll do that. That sounds like a pretty good plan. I'm happy with that plan. Again, we are going to be sticking around, guys, until 7:30 tonight, I think. Once the team news is out, we're going to do a little bit of reaction to the team news. Give our thoughts on it. I might join a Discord call with some of the mods, if any of them want to join in, to get their thoughts on the team news when it comes out. And yeah, we'll go from there. I completely missed what was going on there. Guys, I haven't really been watching this half properly. I can't lie. Any idea what's going on here? Dewsbury Hall's taking a set piece, and that's all I need to know. Dorgu's always going to defend that. Set piece FC equals Arsenal? It kind of, right? And it doesn't look like we're going to win a trophy either, so it's kind of like Arsenal a little bit. See, it's another set piece. Oh, but it's one taken quickly. Oh. That's a bit awkward, isn't it? It's a bit awkward. We've got Rashi in the chat. Rashi, good afternoon. Are you going to do your version of Amarim's tactics? So this is a downloaded Amarim tactic by a lovely subscriber, who I'm sure will say hi in the chat. Yeah, this is a downloaded Ruben Amorim tactic, and oh, I thought it was about to cook right on cue. I thought it was about to cook. As long as it's not Manu in that call. Well, Manu might be number one in the call, my friend. We've got nowhere near as much of the ball in this game. Nowhere near as much of the ball. What do you guys fancy doing at half-time? I think it's fair to say we don't look as leaky at the back as what we did in that last game. So the default tactic seems to be going better. But we can probably do more still, right? We can probably do a little bit more. So what do you guys fancy? What do you guys fancy? I feel like we should drop Bruno deeper to get someone more attacking on the pitch. Or even to put someone more comfortable at wing-back, perhaps. Should we do this? Should we go shift around like that? And what role should we put Bruno on? So we need to move him. We're going to move him centre mid to be a bit more aggressive this half. What should we do here? How to revoke a membership. He's trying to get a refund. Should we just go... Is Roman playmaker to attack him? Is that to attack him? What about advanced playmaker support? Is that too aggressive? Like I said, I don't actually fully understand how a lot of these roles work. Yes, Steve, we've got the GOAT on, mate. He's ready to make an impact. I fear this is to attack him. JTS, oh wow, I left for an hour and now donations are £800. What was it on when you left, mate? What was it left? First of all, welcome back. Yeah, what was it on before you left, my friend? Roaming is fine. Yeah, just leave it like this then. Let's send it into the second half and see how it goes. Again, we're going to use the assistant. He's got this. I know you guys told me not to, but he's going to cook. Let him do his thing. All right, Dallo on for Ugarte. That's that attack and sub we were talking about. The fullback comes onto the pitch. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I think Casemiro, right? Second half here. He's going to pull the strings. He's going to dictate the game. We're going to get ourselves into the attack. And Dallo's going to cook him. Here we go, right on cue. Alright. 650. So we've gone up 150 in the last hour. That's insane. That's insane. Josh, welcome back, my friend. For those in the UK that don't know, to watch the game tonight, you can sign up for Discovery Plus for free. How do you actually do that? How do I just need to download it and get a free membership? It's like a free trial thing. Because that might be worth doing. Go to 2 hours 59 minutes into the stream. I don't even know what happened then. Kieran, what did you do at that moment? We are definitely right. Let's open at the back like this. Is it worth going more attacking if we're after a goal, or is it one of those ones, right, where you leave it kind of as it is and hope that the momentum goes our way at some point? Because they've had nothing, right, in terms of chances. By the way, guys, just a reminder from Callum in the chat. If anyone would like to donate, there is a link pinned at the top of the chat. Check it out. I will be talking about the charity shortly, so you guys know what's going on. Hoyland. Rasmus. I thought that was the one. That's what you said about Exeter. Oh. I stand by what I said about Exeter. I like how you remembered the exact moment I said it, though. I respect that. But no, you lost to Spurs. That weren't me, mate. The chat lost to Spurs. Don't know what you're talking about. I was not involved in that. But yeah, sadly we did. And it went quite horrifically. Onana literally passed to their striker for a goal. And we conceded a penalty. Which was quite heartbreaking. If you can find the moment we concede, it's quite a beautiful goal. Might be 1 hour. Yeah, I think it might have been 1:59. What a save. I was so ready to be heartbroken for a second then. I was so ready to just leave the stream. AJ, I'm crying so much. I've done exactly this save, and defensive wingers at wide midfield work so well. Do you reckon that's what we should switch to? Defensive wingers rather than wingbacks. Josh, I think I said that that Exeter should kind of liquidate the club because you support them, I think. Which I stand by. I stand by that, mate. I'm sorry, I don't mean it. I'm sure Exeter are lovely. I actually don't know anything about them. You're the only thing I know about Exeter. Sub off Dorgu, mate. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're talking in all capitals. No, I'm not subbing off my friend Dorgu. We probably do need a sub, though. I've just realised it's like the 79th minute. I thought Dorgu was going to score right as we said that. Josh, I said that. It was a typo, mate. I didn't mean to. All right, Ahmad on the ball. He's getting us back on the front foot because he goes to Dorgu, who's just had some hate in the chat, but he's about to create something absolutely golden. Do you see that? Ball to Garnacho. Back to Dorgu. Cuts it back. Bruno Fernandes. I thought it was going to go to Dallo at the far post, and it just didn't. That was nearly the moment. We've all been waiting for. We're about to go absolutely Larry. We just don't have any attacking. We're going to get Xerxes on up top. But we don't really have, like... Should we go Mount into one of these positions? Go on, Money Mace. The biggest fan-owned club in the country? That is actually pretty sick. Alright, 85th minute. Been a pretty close game, this one. We haven't added much of the ball as what we did in the last one. Are we going to have a moment where we at least get a goal for this blasted football club? Here we go. I think, I'm going to say it, I think we could play for the next 6 hours and I don't think we'd score. I genuinely don't think we would. I think it's written in the stars that no matter how long we play this for, a goal will not happen. Why has he just passed it out? What's going on there? Did I miss a player down there? Yeah, guys, no all capitals in the chat, please and thank you. All right, got 10 seconds to go. Just don't concede here, and we'll take our draw, and we'll leave FM and never come back to it. Sound like a deal? It does to me. Right. Should we leave the FM there and get back to talking about football? Talk about United proper. Proper United. This tactic is very realistic. Hey, it's, limits damage at the back, I guess, right? Limits damage at the back. All right, what we're going to do, we're going to go back to talking to United. Because I was having a look through the goals that United have scored this season in the Europa League. Getting ourselves to the final, by the way. Let's remind ourselves of that. We're in the final. Actually, let me just quickly change the thumbnail and stuff back. United versus Tottenham. Tactical preview. Yeah, on the way to the final, because it's... I don't know why, it just feels like the start of the season. And when we were drawing games at the start of the Europa League campaign, it just feels like an absolute age ago. Like, there's certain goals in here that you'll see that, you know, you'll remember them, but they feel forever ago. It feels like an absolute lifetime. So let me just quickly update the thumbnail and stuff, and then we'll have a quick look at that. And let me just save the game and close FM as well. Let's have a look. I would love to quit the game and exit. I would love to. All right. Can we just check that the thumbnail is refreshed? Can we just quickly check that, please? Is a mod able to see that? I'll see if I can see it on my phone as well. Manny, congrats on finishing your college course, mate. What you got? You got anything lined up straight away? You're just kind of chilling for a bit? If you're just chilling for a bit, I respect it. I respect it. Anyway. We're back talking about Manchester United in real life. You know, proper real life. Like, the outside Manchester United. The big thing that I noticed when I was going through the goals, we're not going to go through literally every goal, by the way, because we've scored quite a lot this campaign. So, we don't really have the time to go through literally every single goal. But just one thing I noticed, it was the first thing that stood out to me, really, is the amount of goals. Okay, it was 2, so it's not that much. But, like, the contribution Christian Eriksen had at the start of the Europa League campaign is insane. Insane. He scored big goals. You can see it's just kind of flashing up at the bottom there. This is a 1-1 draw, and I think we drew the first 3 games of the Europa League campaign. Eriksen was huge. I don't know how it looked in the table. I can't remember exactly where we finished or anything like that. But these draws, I'm sure, would have made a difference. So, you know, I think people will look back on this Europa League campaign. We're going to remember Casemiro. We're going to remember Maguire. We're going to remember Bruno. And I'll be talking about that a little bit later on. But Christian Eriksen's a player that we have to talk about. And the other one, also, my chair is sinking. Let's just raise that back up. Is this man here? Rasmus Højlund. This man has scored some important goals in the Europa League this season. This was a 3-3 draw. Now, I think this goal actually sort of captures how long this season has been, because that's Marcus Rashford just behind him. That's a lifetime ago. That's mental. Do you remember this game, by the way? Rashford played the first half and was so good on the ball, so attacking, looking to get the fullback all the time, but didn't do much defensive work. And there was this big thing made of the fact that he came off at half time and stuff. It's been such a long season. It's been such a long season. Big Baz last minute equaliser against Porto. Yeah, I mean, Maguire is another one. Like I said, we'll come back to his campaign shortly. He scored some big goals. But this one, Eriksen, again, these guys have scored some huge goals for us this season. Some absolutely huge goals for us. This one's Højlund again in the box. This one was beautiful. Beautiful. Sort of touch with the left foot to get out of his body, and then the right foot into the far post. It was glorious. Rashford had a worldie first half against Porto. He was very good. He was very, very good. Bruno to Rasmus. Rasmus could touch and he scored his best goal this season. Yeah, the one on the quick free kick. Like, it almost makes this season seem so long. But also, when I was going through this, I feel like we're seeing some good football. And when I was looking at them, what I found really was the best goals, the best attack in football, unsurprisingly, comes when we push the players forward. I think Amorim has been criticised this season by myself, by other people, for being passive, for being pragmatic, a little bit cautious with his defensive approach, all these things. And it might be right, because every time we take the handbrake off and we go that bit more attacking, we look like we can hurt teams. And I particularly like this wide four here. And I think this is something that we might be able to do against Spurs, because if we quickly get ourselves over to the tactics board which it feels like we haven't been on for a while, by the way. Let's get ourselves back over to the tactics board over here. I think when Spurs are in their slightly... Wait, have I got... Can you guys see? Yep. When Spurs are in their deeper shape, I think they're quite poor defensively. I don't think their low block is particularly effective, personally. I think we're going to have an opportunity in this game. Whatever the personnel may be, you know, we've had conversations over the starting 11, a few disagreements. I mean, I've only got 10 players here, right? Which isn't a great start. Let's put Mount in. But I think against this Spurs team, if we can get our wide fours sharp and playing well, then I think we can cause problems. And when I'm talking about a wide four, we're talking about the wide centre-back, the central midfielder on that side of the pitch, the inside forward or the 10, whatever you want to call them, and then the wing-back as well. And I think if we can get Euro and Shaw into the same starting 11, I think they're two players that can be progressive for us, that can move the ball forward. And I think as they join the attack, I think we can cause problems to Spurs, because when you've got that volume of players, providing they're making different runs to each other, I think it just makes you potentially so threatening in the final third, because you can just sort of pull apart and drag Spurs into different places. So whether that's, you know, Casemiro starting high and then dropping deep to drag someone out, and then Garnacho going into the space, whatever it may be, I just think it opens up... I think it opens up a window for us to hurt them. They concede loads of goals, we just don't score. Yeah, although we do in the Europa League. We do in the Europa League. Something else you'll notice when we go through some of these goals is the amount of side-footed finishes. It was really interesting. And I'd be interested to see if we can find some Premier League goals at some point, perhaps another day, to see if the finishing is any different. Because something you're going to notice in these goals is a lot of them are sort of just side-footed along the floor into the back of the net. Are we more composed in the Europa League? Is it a different style of finish? Is it having more time in the box? I'm not actually sure, but it was a theme that I noticed. But anyway, how we can hurt Spurs. These four, whatever four it may be, just four players on one side of the pitch rotating. This is one of my favourite goals in the Europa League this season, because it's the movements off the ball. As the ball is going into Mason Mount, I believe, we've got Ugarte already making that run in behind off the back of the defender. So Mount has sort of come... Let's just grab this tool here. Mount has sort of come towards the ball here, dragging this defender with him. He's dragged this defender with him, and it makes that space in behind for Ugarte. And the flick here from Mount. Lovely. Lovely. Lovely flick from Mount through to Ugarte. That's what we need to see tonight. Those moments where we're fairly slow, playing at a fairly slow pace, slow intensity, and then we sort of flick that switch and we go through the gears and we really push forward and do some damage. These are the goals I want United to score. And this is the way that I would like United to attack tonight. Just losing my voice a little bit. Side foot from Højlund into the empty net. I want to score easy goals. Also, Højlund scoring again. He's had some important goals this season. What's this one? Here, this is the one I was talking about earlier, because Alex made a point when we were trying to make our starting 11, and he made a case for Dorgu playing right wing back with Ahmad playing in the 10, and I thought that was quite an interesting idea. So I believe he had Shaw left wing back, for example. Let's just move these about and see how that could work. Let's go for this, for example. The idea of two left footers down the right hand side, I wonder if it can work as a way sort of back inside the pitch. We spoke about Dorgu on a video the other day, and we were speaking about the fact that he's actually a two-way threat. Rather than just being a pure overlapper, he is someone that likes to combine, that likes to pass, that likes to sort of interact with his teammates, have relationships with his teammates in the way that they play and combine. Getting him close to Ahmad may not be a bad idea to try and achieve that, because Ahmad is someone who likes to do something similar. He likes to... You know, he can be a runner, of course, but he likes to come towards the ball. He likes to interchange. He can go wide whilst Dorgu went inside. Then they can swap. There might be something in trying out a little duo like that. It might be an idea. I hope we see some of the nice double movements tonight. They kind of came and went. I think they're huge. I think it's something that we have to do against that Spurs high line, because we're confident, right, that Spurs are going to play high. I don't think that Spurs team is going to drop off into a low block for large parts of the game, right? They're going to hold their line high. I think when that happens, you've just got to try and spin them behind them. You've got to drag them about and ask different questions. Whether that be, again, maybe it's Højlund coming towards the ball in moments, bringing centre-backs with him so Garnacho can spin. whether it's Garnacho coming short and Højlund going the other way, it might be Ahmad coming short and Højlund spinning. I think it's something that we need to do because Spurs will probably play over high line. So I think we have to try and sort of expose that, really. I think that has to be the plan. Dorgu looks more free and composed on the right. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Did I just miss a donation, by the way? Let me quickly double check because I think I did. I did. Let's have a look. Let me see if I can find it. I'd love to see the name, who it was, because sadly I missed it. Hopefully you saw your name, whoever it was. It was Harry Maguire with the £10 donation. Harry Maguire in the chat. Baz, mate, I really appreciate the donation. Incredibly generous of you. But you've got a Europa League final to focus on. So, you know, thanks for the donation. But go get yourself switched on for the game, mate. Whoever that was, though, thank you very much. That is very, very generous of you. Anyway, as we head back over here, this is what I was waffling about. Two left footers on the right-hand side. Interchanging. I think what's also interesting here is that they're both wingers as well. This is Anthony. Again, a long season because Anthony was in the team. But Anthony and Ahmad on the same side of the pitch. Two wingers being a bit more aggressive and going at the opposition. And again, this is what I'm talking about with Amorim trying to take the handbrake off a little bit. Let the team be more expressive. Let them go into these areas, combine with each other. I want to see this earlier in the game. Now, I don't know that tonight is the night for it. You know, Europa League final. It's probably not the time that you open up with some fluid, flexible, attacking idea. It's probably not the game where we see it. But I would love it if it was. I'd love it if it was, because I think in these moments we can cause problems. And again, I think Spurs... Yeah, by the way, I'm not saying as long because Anthony was in the team. I just mean Anthony was ages ago. What on earth? That's what I'm saying. Kieran, I would never slander Anthony. But yeah, I think when we move in these areas, we can be dangerous. And this is the argument with Ahmad. We were talking about it with team selection earlier. If you play him wing back, he's probably going to get more touches because he's closer to our goal. So he's going to be more involved in possession play. But by doing that, he would be further away from the opposition. Do you want to take a player that can do this? We're talking about taking the ball, sticking it through a player's legs, coming out the other side and shooting. Do you want that too far away from the box? Do you want that far away? I'm not sure that we do. I'm not sure that we want him too far away. So that might be why Ahmad sort of in a 10 position might be a little bit better. I don't know who that would leave outside at wing back. Personally, I can see something like this, personally. But this is why Amorim might go for Ahmad in the 10. Because again, we're talking about a cup final. We're talking about not necessarily the need for the perfect performance, but the need for goals, right? To defend well and to score well. Ahmad in the final third is a way of achieving that because he's good in the final third, because he scores goals. Now, actually, on this occasion, he doesn't score the goal. It gets blocked by the defender. And look who had another tap in. Højlund. He scored a lot of goals in this Europa League campaign. He's grabbed himself a fair few. Is that the same clip still? Or is this just a random Højlund goal? Yeah, I think it's just a random Højlund goal for you guys to see. Anyway, this one. Manchester United being aggressive. A wide centre-back carrying the ball forward. This time it's Lisandro Martinez. Let's go back to the tactics board. What did we mention earlier? Playing wide centre-backs that can be a progressive option for us. Luke Shaw on the left, Eleni Yoro on the right. Players that like to be attacking. Shaw naturally is an attacking player. He's a fullback. He's a player who throughout his career has got into the final third, supplied the ball into the box. So I think naturally he has an attacking instinct. And Yoro is a player that we've seen is, should we say, adventurous? Adventurous on the ball. Someone who wants to, you know, move forward as much as possible. Like, I think you get certain players who just have an instinct with the way that they play, and you shouldn't try and coach it out of them. You know, you shouldn't try and turn Yoro into this really safe defender. I think when he's good, when he's confident on the ball, you should let him keep doing that. You should let him keep doing that. And the benefit of having these wide centre-backs that step forward is that you can overload the other team, like we've seen already, this sort of wide four. But it's just an extra creative body, right, in the final third. It's a way of being aggressive. It's a way of sort of asserting our dominance higher up the pitch. And in this game, it worked. Again, it was late. It was when we were chasing a goal. Not necessarily in a moment where we were controlling the game, 30 minutes in. It was late when we're chasing it. But you see the impact of having that extra player further forward, Lisandro Martinez. Look how aggressive this is from United. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players. 6 players across the front line. I don't know if Amorim will be this aggressive tonight. I don't know. But I would love it if he could be. I would love it if he could be bold enough to go into these areas. The starting 11 without Ugarte's legs is a bit of a risk against Spurs. What team did we end up with on here? Yeah, we can try and figure out the 11 again in a bit if you like. We've done a big segment on that already. We can come back to it if you guys wish. Because it's a big conversation to have. And I'm still not fully happy with our final 11. Because like I said there, Ugarte feels like a player that might play. We'll come back to that. But anyway, just for now, talking about the importance of being aggressive. I want to see United, where we can, trying to get on the front foot. Because I think if we were to attack Spurs like this, then we can cause problems. Look at the numbers overloading the box. And actually, this ball from Lisandro Martinez is amazing. But I personally think, if you slapped Luke Shaw in this position here, playing as a left centre-back, stepping forward to help the team attack, I think he could do it. I think he could do it. I think Luke Shaw could play this position. We saw it. I can't think who we were playing against, but it was Shaw's first game back from injury. He got himself into this position, straight away whipped across into the box. He put 2 or 3 in of really high quality. I think he can work from this position, and no surprise it was Bruno scoring at the back post. But I think what's important here is the number of players in the penalty area attacking the ball. That's the wrong player. I want to see United trying to be aggressive. Now, we can't do it all the time. It's a Europa League final. You've got to be sensible. You've got to protect yourself at the back. But where possible, I would love to see us trying to be aggressive. Also, just highlighting how weird this season is. That's Tyrell Malacia in the attack himself. What a weird season. What a weird streaming. What a weird streaming? What a weird season, I was trying to say. Was it the Newcastle match from Shaw? It's very good, wasn't it? If Shaw has a future, it's as a wide centre-back. I think that's probably fair to say. Yeah, I think that is probably fair because hopefully physically it's a bit easier for him. He's an injury-prone player. Gives him less work to do, perhaps. Maybe. Anyway, next theme I want to talk about a little bit with Manchester United at the moment is something that I've been talking about quite a lot recently in terms of United actually progressing. You know, for all the negative talk recently, and I am someone who has contributed to that, I think United have been poor, generally speaking. One thing we've got really good at is cutbacks. Cutbacks. And we're about to see a few goals in a row now, I think. They might be interrupted, but there's a few goals here where United are in cutback situations. And make me think, how long has this been going on for now? Because here, Kobbie Mainoo picks up the ball. He plays it to the left-hand side to Garnacho. Garnacho, we know what he's going to be like on his first touch. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to look to take defenders on. First of all, look at the number of players that he draws towards him. You know, he attracts defenders. Naturally, he does. He's a scary player to play against. Højlund pinning the centre-back. Remember me speaking about that the other week? I'll do a bit on the tactics board in a second. But remember me talking about that? Højlund pinning centre-backs, creating space behind him for us to play into. Dragging centre-backs deeper. It opens up that space there. Garnacho finds the pass, and Kobbie Mainoo with a side foot finish. A side foot finish again. I'm saying there's a theme there with the side foot finishes in the Europa League. I don't know what the theme is, what the pattern is, I don't know. But there's something in that there. Kobbie Mainoo with the side footer into the bottom corner. This goal here, this time, Garnacho right wing. We're now in knockout stages of the Europa League. Garnacho right wing. Diogo Dalot goes round on the overlap. Garnacho is aggressive. He carries the ball inside. Højlund takes the centre-backs with him into this position here. This one isn't quite as much of a cutback because it's not, you know, come from the byline or anything. But again, it's sort of a cutback. It's sort of a cutback. Xerxes. Edge of the box. Side foot finish into the back of the net. They're all side footers. They're all side footers. Is this one a cutback? I think it is. Starts off with Erasmus Højlund. Pure techers on the left-hand side. He does some weird little, like, flick clip thing down the left in the penalty area. Moves himself towards the byline. Eriksen is now sort of our pinning striker. Taking those centre-backs back towards their own goal. What's it going to do? It's going to open up space there. And, you know, Amorim is accused of not being very fluid and flexible with the attack. I'm looking at Højlund left wing crossing it in. I'm looking at Eriksen pinning centre-backs. And I'm looking at Diogo Dalot receiving on a penalty spot. That feels rotational. That feels rotational. AJ, quick question. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't other players be pinning centre-backs for Højlund to get goal-scoring opportunities? I do see your point. The idea of boosting the confidence of your main number 9, your striker. Get your striker into goal-scoring positions because you'd think they're the best finishers. I do get it. I just think if we're talking positionally, I know this clip's a little bit different, but just naturally, it makes more sense for the striker to do it because they start higher, you know. Centre-backs lock onto strikers, right? It's what they do. Centre-backs mark strikers. So it's easier for Garnacho to take Romero with him. Sorry, it's easier for Højlund. Misread it there. It's easier for Højlund to take Romero with him because Romero's on him from the start. So let's say we eventually get the ball to the byline in this position, because these two have sort of been tussling everywhere the ball has gone. When it then gets into this position and Højlund darts forward, it makes sense for Romero to follow him into that deeper position. So, you know, it's a good chance creation method. It's a good way of getting into the final third. It doesn't get a lot of supply for Højlund, but I don't think that's a problem in the sense that I like this particular pattern that we've been seeing. I like these movements that create opportunities for the inside forwards, for the midfielders. What we need to do, and it's probably not going to happen tonight, right? We're talking more next season and the future beyond that. We need to find different patterns, different ideas, different sequences, different moves, different rotations that create chances for Højlund. I don't think this one specifically needs to create chances for our striker, but generally speaking, yeah, we do need to try and work our striker into more goal-scoring positions. Cutbacks will be how United score tonight. Big role for Mount, Bruno and Ahmad. I completely agree. Completely agree. AJ, Mount seems to be getting a lot of cutbacks recently. He's not finishing any. Bruno's had a couple as well in good positions where perhaps normally you would expect him to score. He hasn't been able to or on every occasion, but we're getting into the area. This one again, I believe, side-footed. Dalot. They're all side-footed. Every goal in the Europa League, I swear, this season. Side-footed. Now, this one, I don't actually know. Yes, I do. Leon, 5-4. Leon, 5-4. Was this the game? You know, the chaos, for lack of a better word, the chaos in that last 5 minutes. Was this the game which made it feel like we're going to win the Europa League? Because it just doesn't feel like you go through whatever that night was. I still don't know what that night was. I don't know what was going on in that game. It just feels like you don't go through that and then not win. Right? It feels like once we've been through that, you have to win the tournament. It just feels like it's how it goes. And, you know, that night started with, again, a cutback. We got into that position in a slightly different way. This time, Bruno Fernandes on the right-hand side. Kind of an initial cutback here for Garnacho, to be fair. This touch is beautiful. This touch is so good. And this is where United need to be good against Spurs. That craft in the penalty area with, I'd call it like a spring touch, basically. As the ball comes in, it's like spring-loaded, the touch from Garnacho. So the ball's coming across, and he sort of, the defenders come out towards him, but he then takes that quick touch back past them. And for the momentum of the defenders, it ruins them, right? Because if we just quickly mark these defenders up here, they're sort of rushing out to get towards that ball. But because Garnacho takes this spring-loaded touch back where it came from, he just doesn't. He just burns them for pace. That's the sort of craft we need to see in the box. Then again, we've got our striker, Rasmus Højlund, pinning the centre-backs. Granted, not getting the goal himself, but pinning the centre-backs, creating room for someone else. This time it was Ugarte. That's several goals now in the Europa League that we've looked at, where we are getting ourselves into a position for the cutback and scoring it. Again, it's side-footed from Ugarte into the back of the net. And it looks like a lot of open goals and stuff as well. I would love it if tonight we get ourselves into a position where we have a tap-in. Feels like a dream, right? United scoring a tap-in. But it'd be great if we could get ourselves into that position. That Garnacho touch is just like what Cole Palmer does. Very similar. Why does Garnacho play very good and very bad at the same time? I guess, right? It's a young player. I think it's as simple as that. Quite a raw player still, with the way that he uses his skill set. I think it's just what you get, right? You get ups and downs. You get moments where he looks red hot and like he can, hurt any defense. And then there's other moments where he's like bobbly dribbling with the ball. He looks a bit of a mess. So I think it's just naturally what happens with young players. At the moment, I think Garnacho's in a good place. I think he's playing well. I've been impressed with his recent form. I would say 3 months ago, I was looking at him and going, not sure about this one, buddy. But I think recently he's been very, very good. Very, very good. AJ, only thing with the cutbacks is that surely it makes sense to switch it up occasionally and actually aim for the near post run that Højlund makes. Unpredictability and all that. Completely agree. Let me see if there was one we looked at earlier which was kind of similar to that. Let me just see if I can find it. Was it this one? No. Where was it? There was a clip earlier where it was kind of similar to that. Like we did go across. No, this is Eriksen just whacking it. That's Højlund whacking it. This one, did we? Here. That's the run you're talking about. That's the run you're talking about. That's the one we need to try and find more regularly. I do agree. Like you said, to be unpredictable. I love that we've got this idea, and it's almost like a routine, I guess, where we have a specific way that we can get ourselves into the final third. We can create space, we can attack space and score goals. I love that. But I do agree, we need to be unpredictable. We can't rely on sort of one thing over and over again because it's not how football works, right? It's about players expressing themselves and making decisions in the moment rather than it being sort of pre-programmed. We do need to have that unpredictability where, like you said, sometimes we can go near post. We can get Højlund into that position and we can score a different type of goal. It would be great if we could do that. It would be great. We did it against Bilbao too. We did. It was... Hang on. What am I on here? We did do it against Bilbao. I can't think who... Was it Yoro sort of leads the move forward? Does it go to Dorgu, then Ahmad, then across to Højlund, I think? Anyway, where was the clip we were about to talk about? It's this one here. This is something that we need to offer in the game. I can't remember who mentioned it earlier. Double movements. Double movements is something that United need to use in this game. Because if Spurs, right, let's just drag them up here higher. Sorry, Vicario, mate, you're slightly out of position. But if Spurs are going to play a high line, which they will, and be inconsistent in their press, I would say, sometimes quite good, sometimes fairly poor, what you got to try and do is find that space in behind that you can hit. And I think the way to do that is those double movements where one player towards to drag, one player goes the other way. And with Maguire, we've got a player that can play that ball. But I think also Casemiro and Bruno. Now, we don't know if these two are going to start in a double pivot necessarily, right? That's difficult to predict. But if you do have that triangle of Casemiro, Maguire, Bruno, that does feel like three players that can find the pass. Whether that's the pass to Dorgu on the overlap down here, or up here I should say, in behind Porro, or whether it's Mazraoui or Ahmad down this side. These three feel like they could be the players to sort of lift that ball in behind. And I mean, even Shaw, because when Shaw has played as a left-sided centre-back in this system, he's often moved into a more traditional left-back position. And we know that his passing range from here is really good. We have players that could do that. We do have players that could do that. And on this occasion, it was against Lyon. This was to put us 2-0 up, by the way, right? In a really comfortable position. Double movement. I think it's Bruno moves towards the ball. Drags this defender out of position just slightly. And it just creates that little bit of room for Dalot, to run into. Just a little bit of room. That's all he needs. And when you've got the passing range, like I said, of a Maguire, of a Casemiro, of a Bruno Fernandes, you can find that ball in behind the defence. And I think that's something we have to look for. I am all for people coming towards the ball, trying to, play tick-a-tacker like football, if you like, in the middle third of the pitch. But at some point, you've got to stretch them the other way. And I don't think we've done that enough this season under Ruben Amorim. Steve said it there, and he mentioned it earlier as well. We've sort of gone through phases this season. There was a moment where it felt like we were doing this more regularly. And then it's just kind of faded from our game a little bit again. And it's a shame because I think when we do it, it's clearly a threat. Alright guys, I've seen a challenge in the chat from Manu. Manu has said, can we get to 400 likes? Now, I don't know what we're on currently. But that seems like a pretty good goal to me. I think we can do 400 likes. I think that would be a pretty insane amount to hit. What are we on right now? Oh, we're close. We're close. We're very close. I think we can hit it. I think we can hit it, Manu. I think we can. I think we can. If you have players capable of playing the ball in behind or diagonally, we should be using it more often. I think it's not just a case of having the players that can play it. Obviously, that's important. But it is also about having the willing runners. I think Dalot is normally a good willing runner for us. We've seen Dalot in behind a weird amount this season, haven't we? I think he's a good willing runner. Outside of that, I think we sometimes lack it. Garnacho can hopefully provide it from the left. Is Ahmad a player that could give it to us, do you reckon? If we were to put Ahmad into the high 10. Let's move Garnacho out for a second. Pardon me, I do apologise. Let's get Ugarte and let's move Bruno higher. Do you think... Who have we got there, do you think, that can like reliably stretch the Spurs defence? Because I don't know that Mazraoui is the one to do it. I just don't think he's got that attacking instinct to push really high. I think when the ball is on his side, he'll go, he'll attack. Of course he will. But I think sort of when it's in the middle with a Maguire or Casemiro, I'm not sure that he's the one to make the lung-busting run past the ball. Maybe you disagree, let me know what you think. Ahmad, I think he can do it, but I don't know that he does it that much. Højlund obviously is someone that should be doing it, and we need to try and encourage that. I think Dorgu will offer it. I do think Dorgu will offer it, or whoever plays left wing back. I think there's a space there that we can get at. It is something I'd be looking at getting at in this game. I feel like either Maguire or Casemiro will score from a set piece today. Yeah, I think that was the last thing I said on my tactical preview the other day. And it was like, it feels like they will, right? Set pieces again, cup final, they're huge. I feel like one of those two might step up. Ahmad can definitely be the runner for the ball in behind. Think about the goal versus City. That's a really good point. Was it Milan he scored a goal against back in the day where he headed it over? I think that was from a run in behind, although my memory might be off on that one. I think he can do it, like you said there. I'd love to see him try and do it a little bit more regularly. I'd love to see him, you know, he's great at coming towards the ball and combine. Now let's spin the other way. I want him to do that. I want him to do that more regularly. It'd be great to see. Dorgu panics. He can, but won't. I think he can make the initial run. But yes, then there is a question mark over that final delivery, the end product. Of course there is. Yes, it was Milan. It was a good goal, wasn't it? It was the header. Hello, AJ. Big up the great work, man. Thank you very much. Oh, it's gone. Thank you very much for the message. I did see it. Thank you. The goal heading it backwards was nuts. We should have known then, right, that we had a player on our hands. We should have known then. I think either Garnacho or Ahmad comes off the bench. Yeah, I was having this conversation with Alex earlier. I love the idea of United trying to be attacking, getting two wingers on the pitch from early. But at the same time, if you start... We've got two wingers in the squad realistically, right? If we go back over here, realistically, we've got two wingers. They're at the bottom there. It's Ahmad and Garnacho. If they're the only two wingers you've got, if you start both of them, you don't then have that winger impact from the bench. And it feels like we might need it at some point, no matter what the game state is. So maybe we can only start one of them. Not sure. All the best hitting 1K on the charity drive. Thank you very much. Also, all the best to United. I won't be able to watch it. 3 a.m. local time for me. Got to work so I can continue to donate and support. Good night, lads. See you later, mate. Thank you very much for your support on this stream. I was like, have a good day at work. I was going to say enjoy work. Depends what you do. You might enjoy it. But, yeah, thank you very much for your support, for your donation earlier as well. It's very, very kind of you. And yeah, I hope you have a good day. Hopefully, United can get us a win. Bruno looked frustrated with Ahmad on multiple occasions during our last match. Do you think it's just a lack of match fitness for Ahmad affecting him, or Bruno being Bruno? Last game being Chelsea. I thought against Chelsea, Ahmad looked proper off it. Proper off it. He just wasn't on it. He didn't seem to get the tempo of the game at any point. You know, I think for a player like Ahmad, a player who is so involved, or wants to be so involved, right? He wants to work at speed. He wants to manipulate the opposition. I think to do those things, you really have to be there with the intensity of the game, with the tempo of the game. You have to have a feel for it. And on Friday against Chelsea, it just didn't feel like Ahmad had that. And I don't really know why, but that's probably why Bruno was getting frustrated with him. Amad just felt like maybe it's just an off night, right? Because he has had a long time out through injury, but I would say in other games he's looked pretty sharp, I would say. So maybe it was just an off game from him. It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say, but hopefully tonight it's different. Hopefully he sort of picks up that pace straight away. Amad hasn't been passing much. Yeah, again, against Chelsea, he didn't look like he was playing with that instinct. I talk about it a lot, playing in flow state. When you're in flow state, everything's quite easy. You almost don't have to think. You don't have to make decisions because you just naturally flow and do it. So, yeah, he needs to get back into that. He didn't really have it against Chelsea. Hopefully he can get it in the next one. Did I miss a super chat? If I did, I do apologise. You should have seen it. Popping up here somewhere. Let me have a quick look. I have. Let me quickly find it. Just finished work, missed a lot of the stream. Where do you think you'd start Xerxes? Problem with Xerxes is just fitness. That's the big problem with Xerxes. We had a £20 donation from Becca, Paul, Ashton, and Tegan. Thank you very much if you're still watching. Thank you for the donation. Said, well done, Jamie, and fingers crossed for a win. Fingers crossed indeed. I'm scared. But thank you very much for the donation. We're on £832, by the way. £832. Mental. Maybe Garnacho starts. Choose one to start. I got an interesting idea. I'm going to do a poll on who the better impact sub is. Not who's the better player, who's the better impact sub. Because that player might be better from the bench. Now, I think I know my answer. Who is the better impact sub? If you can only start one, we need an impact from the bench from the other one, right? Garnacho, Amad. And I have a logic here. Garnacho, Amad. I'll put it in the chat. Have a vote in the poll, guys. Completely free to do. Amad and Lindelof can't be right wing back and right centre back. Be too compromised on the right hand side. Fair point. Amad has a tendency to shoot on sight as soon as he's in the box since his return. Hopefully that doesn't continue. It's hard to say if I agree or not because I wouldn't say it's something that I've necessarily picked up on, but maybe I just haven't. Maybe it has been happening and I haven't noticed it. Would people agree with that? Is that something that I've missed and that Kieran's picked up on? Would you guys agree that Amad's been... Greedy is not the word for him, but maybe just making the wrong decision, shooting too much in the final third? Amad would actually be the bigger impact, but Garnacho makes more sense to come off the bench than Amad. Amad has to start. Amad off the bench is far better than Garnacho. So my thinking personally, right, is we've just sat here and said Amad is a player who thrives off knowing the tempo of a game, understanding the intensity, having a synergy with his teammates, being in a flow state. You probably don't get that from the bench. So if it's a shootout between Amad and Garnacho for who starts, you maybe give Amad 65 so he can, you know, as a sub it's quite difficult to get thrown in and straight away pick up the intensity of a game because this will be intense, right? It's two English sides going at it. This game will be played at a high tempo. It might be difficult to come on into that situation and pick up the flow. So if Amad's a player that we feel is better when he's flowing, it might be better to start him so he can sort of feel his way into the game. You know, the first 10 minutes are often a bit sticky in these games. It might be easier for Amad to start the game, sort of warm up into it as it goes on, and then Garnacho for the last 30 or 25, whatever it might be. You bring on that more blistering pace. Garnacho doesn't feel like a player that perhaps needs that same sort of connection with the game, if you know what I mean. Garnacho can play a bit more off the cuff, I feel, at times in the final third. So maybe with that logic, you could go Amad start, Garnacho on. What do we think of that? I just missed... I keep seeing the end of Super Chats pop up on the thing. I keep seeing it just as it disappears. Let me quickly find it. Every single time, I'm like on a different screen. I come back to it, and it's just then leaving. It was Henrik in the chat with a donation. Thank you very much, my friend. Saying fingers crossed, nervous popcorn in 3 hours. It's nervous time. It's nervous time. It's getting there, right? The closer we get to kickoff, the more it almost sinks in how big a game this is. But thank you very, very much for the donation. We're at £849. So thank you so much for the donation and anyone that has donated so far. Chad just made a great point. We are so close to reaching £1,000. The initial target was 500. We were aiming for 500 and we're currently at 850. Now, I'll be honest, I was sat here probably 2 days ago when I first made the Just Given link. And I was like, I've set it at 500. I might have gone too high. I might need to decrease it a little bit. And now you guys have done that. Mind blowing. Mind blowing. So yeah, thank you very much again for donations. You'd have Ahmad and Garnacho as sub options. Now that's a different conversation. Could you start Mount and Bruno in the 10s and then let those two come on? Possibly. If you had to pick between Højlund and Xerxes for the 10 today, who would you choose? Xerxes doesn't stretch, but he's better as a target man. So let's assume they're both fully fit, right? I know Xerxes isn't, but for this hypothetical, let's assume they're both fully fit. I think a lot of games I would prefer Xerxes because I like the way that he sort of combines and holds up the play a bit better. I think for this game, I would still go for Højlund's energy in behind. The fact that he can stretch Spurs. I think Spurs will play such a high line. I would still go for Højlund. Although, there is the argument, right, with Xerxes. Let's grab him. Sorry, Xerxes, I don't mean to grab you, sir. There is an argument. Let's go... Ignore the players for a second, apart from Garnacho and Xerxes. The thing with Xerxes is he may not stretch in behind himself, but coming towards the ball, he would make room for other people. Now, I don't know how fit Xerxes is. I think Steve mentioned it earlier, that there was sort of murmurs going around yesterday that he might start the game. Now, I would be surprised if he did, for fitness reasons. You know, he was ruled out for the season, so to suddenly be back in the starting 11 that quick would be odd. And a bit of a kick in the teeth for Højlund, probably. But, you know, needs must in the big game. He would offer us something a little bit different. When he played, last time he played against Spurs, he didn't actually play as a striker. He played as a left 10, and he had some lovely, subtle moments on the ball. Some really nice moments where he was sticking it through the legs of the Spurs players. He was turning nicely. He was getting on the ball. He was passing it. He had a pretty good game. He probably lacked the end of product a little bit, but he was nice in that game. And his profile does create space for someone else to go into, so it's an option. I just think, for fitness reasons, as much as anything, I think Højlund will play. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. We hit over £100 in the first hour. That donation page went up. Yeah, it's insane. Don't you think Mazraoui will start at centre-back and Ahmad at right wing-back to free a spot to Mount? So, this is the problem I've got, mate. There's a few players who I feel are going to start this game, but they almost don't add up with each other. So first of all, I think Ahmad will play this football match. I just think he will. I think Amorim rates him. He's one of our better players. We need to win. I think he'll play. You know, your Bruno is obvious he'll play. Casemiro will play. I feel like Shaw will play. I think recently he's been managed to get himself into a situation where he can start this final and be fit for this final. So I think Shaw's going to play. But I also think Mount will play. Because the situation with him feels similar. That we've been warming him up for this game. Can we remember the starting 11 against Chelsea? Because that could tell us a lot. Because Amorim said before that game that, you know, the best way to prepare for the final was to play the match. Which would sort of give us an idea that perhaps he was fielding an 11 that will be close to what we see tonight. Let me see if I can quickly find that team. From Chelsea on Friday. See, that team had Onana in goal. It was Shaw, Maguire, Lindelof, Dorgu, Casemiro, Fernandes, Mazraoui, Ahmad, Mount, Højlund. I can see it. Obviously, we've got fitness concerns around Euro, so it sort of makes sense. But if we just go to that 11 real quick, let's take a look at what that looks like. How would we feel about that team? So it's interesting that Ugarte didn't start that one. I've lost my boy Bruno Fernandes. Where he's right there. I swear I'm blind. Let's take Garnacho out for Mount. Where's Mount? There he is. So this was our 11 on Friday. And like we said, before the game, Amarim was talking about the best way to warm up for the game was to play the game, to play at match intensity. He's also spoke about already knowing his starting 11. He said that he learned a lot from Friday about what he wanted his starting 11 to be. It's interesting. I think Garnacho will start as he didn't versus Chelsea, and we needed him to spring that high line. Yeah, I made this point earlier. Garnacho hasn't started the last two, and that feels peculiar. Why hasn't he started the last two? It's difficult to figure out. I would like to see some of Luke Shaw's crossing today from that left inside channel. Yeah, again, I think if we can be aggressive on the ball, then we can probably get into those situations where we can do that. Do I have any more clips to look at? I do. I think I got one more goal that I want to go through from the Lyon game. If we just quickly go over it. Will Casemiro play? I think so. I think he will. Because he's made for the big games. Anyway, this goal, this was again against Lyon, right? This was when we were chasing the game. And I think the important thing here was, well, we've got Maguire up front, right? So you know we were going for it. But I think that's what's obvious here. Again, United going, attacking. And that's the point I was trying to make earlier. When we are aggressive, when we go for it a bit more, I think some of our combination play can be good. This is Casemiro. And again, this is probably why you play Casemiro, because he delivers in moments. And I've said it so many times already, but that's big in cup football. Moments. It doesn't have to be 90 minutes of domination. It needs to be players that do things. Could Cobby be something from the bench for us? Possibly. Looks like I got another clip. I have no idea what this one is. Centre-backs being aggressive. This was a nice goal from Mason Mount. It's actually right on topic, because we were just talking about Luke Shaw, right? Playing left side of defence, being a player that can attack for us. Euro in this position, carrying the ball forward. Mount's scanning work, I spoke about this the other day, is so good. It's so good the way that Mount sort of shakes his shoulders and stuff. But Euro being aggressive commits defenders. It's a problem, right? When you're sitting there as a defender and you know, okay, so the wing-back's over there, inside forward, striker, inside forward, wing-back, two central midfielders. Okay, this is what we're trying to deal with. And then suddenly Lenny Yoro starts charging at you 20 yards. It's difficult to know who's meant to go and deal with that, whose man that is to pick up, who has to leave their position to go and deal with it. I don't know. Shaw can do this for us. Yoro if he's fit, but I don't know if he is, but you know, if he is, he can be that weapon for us. So can Luke Shaw, and it commits defenders and it makes life difficult. Obviously, the rest after that was magic from Mount, and this one wasn't half bad either, right? Just hitting it from the halfway line. If we could do that again, it would be lovely. But it's why Shaw, I think, has a place in my starting 11. I think if I was picking my team for this game, I think Shaw would be in there. Because he's got experience. He's played these games before. He's a moments player. He's that left foot on the left side. We've sort of been warming him up, it feels, for this game. I think he'll be there. And yeah, with Yoro, he'll be there if he's fit, is my opinion. If he's not, I think Lindelof maybe drops in there. That's the question. Is he fit? We don't know. That's pure guesswork for us at the moment. I'm going to kind of guess that it will be Lindelof instead. But I don't know. Am I hearing on and on? I'm not sure. We've got non-copyright music playing in the background. You are indeed hearing that, mate. Good ears. And that proves the music's working as well. He's played these games before? Yeah, Chad, I thought someone was going to say that the second I said it. Spurs haven't won a single match this season in which all three of Maddison, Bergvall and Kulusevski have all been absent. Steve, that's an interesting stat, but I'm going to go after that with Kieran's question. Have they actually played one without all three? I would love to hear. The lack of pace of the back three might force us further back than we want. We were talking earlier about we might need to be passive for those reasons. Shaw pocketed Jamal in a Euros final. He has to start. He gets so much criticism, Shaw, and I get it. You can't hide from the fact that he's good at football. He's good at football, right? He's good at the sport. And we're playing that sport tonight, so pick the player that's good at it. Kind of easy. I'd rather Mazraoui right centre-back and Ahmad right wing-back. I see it. I get it, right? Because then you can go Ahmad wing-back, Bruno higher. I get your solution. My concern with it is if it leaves us playing 2 fullbacks in the back 3. I think set pieces are big for this game. Again, cup football, tight football. It's going to be cagey. Set pieces are going to be important. Playing 2 fullbacks in the back 3, only really having Maguire, Casemiro, Højlund as your proper aerial presences, it doesn't quite sit right with me. Now, I know you guys are going to say, Lindelof's not exactly dominant in the air. But he is a centre-back. He is a centre-back. Obviously, in an ideal world, Euro. But we don't know. I don't know. Lindelof can't start. I don't trust him. I get it. I get it. We need a good game from Dorgu today. Brennan Johnson is no joke. I think with Brennan Johnson, what it will be more than anything is switching on at the back post. And that's maybe where I'm a little bit more concerned about Shaw. I think he does have a tendency to switch off at the back post. And Dorgu is good at the back post, but has just had a moment or two recently where he's not quite been there. That's something to worry about with Johnson. Because he is good at attacking that back post. If Son comes down the left and they cut the ball across, Brennan Johnson's a great threat for them. So that is something we're gonna have to watch out for in this match. Not sure I'd really count Shaw as a fullback. Shaw has played centre-back in the back 4. Yeah, I do get it, and he can handle himself aerially. You know, he's not bad in the air by any means. It's just not the same as a proper centre-back. Like, I don't know how else to put it. I do get your point. Yeah, he's better in the air than probably most fullbacks, but it's not the same as having a centre-back. Right. Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw, 2021 as backline. True. Very true. Ollie would love it. Man United better beat them London boys, if not your team is shite. And I'm a Liverpool fan. Welcome to the stream, my friend. I hope you're well. I think we'll beat them. I did find this interesting. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this, or is it too small? This was put in a Discord this morning. Can you guys see that properly or not really? I can make it a little bit bigger. Should I just cover my face a second? There you go. Let me get me out of the way. I found this interesting this morning. The fact that I saw 4.1% of Liverpool fans wanting the United win. I found that surprising. So, I've lost your message in the chat. Where's it gone? I can't find it. But, what's your reason for wanting United to beat Spurs? What's your reason for that? I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it. Damn, what on earth? The stream is still going. The stream is still going. The stream is still going for another 2.5 hours, mate. We ain't stopping. Yeah, Kieran, I agree, though. I agree. He's also not like a proper centre-back, if you know what I mean. I've had my reservations about him for a while, though. Yeah, 100%. What was the point we were making at the time? Sorry, I got distracted by that. Should we just look at Amram for a second? This is what we need to do. Take a moment to have some water, stay hydrated, and just look at our beautiful manager, who tonight is going to lead us to Europa League glory. All right, just sit in and look at him for a second. What a guy. I'd love him to have the trophy. Even our rivals pity us. Yeah, we're down bad. That back post will be our biggest weak point. Hopefully they don't get many set pieces on us. Yeah, so I made that point in my preview yesterday that Spurs are quite weak defensively on set pieces. The problem is, we are as well. That is a concern. Keeping the north, that's my reason. Fair enough, I respect it. I've lost my tactics board. We're just going to have to look at Amram for the rest of stream. Here it is. Ollie did like a back 3 on occasion. Did he ever use one of Shaw, Maguire, Lindelof? I can't remember, to be honest. It would be difficult to say if he did. I've got a feeling he might have done. Or would Shaw have been the wing back then? I can't actually remember. What if I look at Amram for too long and want to kiss him? Hey, go for it, mate. Go for it. Me too. We were talking about aerial presences. Yeah, the back line. What would your guys' best solution be to that? Let me take Let's end this poll. Let's get Garnacho. Garnacho's... Yeah, we've already got him on the bench. If we do a poll here and we go... Who starts right centre-back if Euro isn't fit? AJ, is Maguire the GOAT? Yes. Who starts right centre-back if Euro isn't fit? Lindelof, Mazraoui. Jordan, welcome to the chat, my friend. I see you're a Spurs fan. I hope you enjoy your time in Bilbao, but I hope you don't enjoy the football match, with all respect. But welcome to the stream. I hope you're well. What's your score prediction, mate? Who starts right centre-back if Euro isn't fit? Lindelof or Mazraoui? That's the poll. There we go. Did I miss a super chat? Did I miss a super chat? I think I did. So let me have a look. I did. Again. Yeah, Jordan, you can be a Spurs fan as long as you just leave a little donation for charity, right? This isn't donations for me. It's for charity. Just give them a link in the chat. No, but yeah, what's actually your predictions for the game? Just start Dallo for Steve. We might have to. It was Duncan in the chat with a €10 donation. Thank you very much. We're on £857. We are getting closer to £1,000. We might do it. We might actually get to £1,000, which would be mental. Are we assuming that Dallo isn't fit enough to start? I think so. I think so. Maybe he will. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think he's going to be playing. Not from the start. I'll donate a ball from Solanke to the back of the net. Solanke own goal. That is a rogue prediction, but I like it. Solanke slapping the ball in his own net. I appreciate the donation, mate. Thank you very much. This poll is one-sided. This poll is one-sided. Poor old Lindelof. Lindelof 16%. Mazraoui 84%. Ay. F all the tactics. Ultimately, the team that wants it more will win it. I'd imagine both teams want it. Hopefully the experience that Casemiro, Bruno and Maguire brings will get us to the finish line. Really pumped for this game. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Tactics are important as well, though. You know, the manager's got to try and give us the best opportunity to win this game. But then, of course, yeah, the players have got to go perform. And intensity will be important. Very, very important. Dallo, Xerxes and Yoro surely won't start. I don't think there's any chance all three of them start. Maybe one of them. Maybe one of them. I just think it's unlikely. I mean, Yoro has had the shortest time out with injury, right? So that would suggest perhaps he is the closest to being available. Maybe. Not sure. How many times has Steve been threatened with a ban today for a pun? He's breaking records today. Lindelof's been at United for a decade. Yeah. How do I donate? Okay. Let me tell you, my friend. I don't know why I've gone to this page to tell you. There's a link in the chat. At the top of the chat, right, you will see a message from AJ Analysis. He's a nice guy. It says, please donate to this amazing charity. And then there's a link. If you do that, it will take you to a Just Giving page. Doesn't matter how much you donate. Any amount is appreciated. And if you do it through Just Giving, all of the money will go to Nelson's Journey. Last year, we raised £200. We didn't even do a stream or anything. Last year, we just had a link and people donated 200, which I was so pleased with. Like, hitting £200 was such a good amount to hit. This year, we're sitting here on £857, which is just mental. It's just mental. So yeah, if you wish to donate, that is the way to do it. There's a link in the chat. I think also there's a link in the description as well. I believe. There should be. There should be. If a mod could maybe double check. But I think there is. There should be for you to use. Oh yeah, Chad just confirmed it. There's a link in the description as well. That might be easier to get to because there's a chance in the chat the poll is blocking it. Kieran, what a brilliant way of plugging it, by the way. If you donate, right? If you donate, a little Bruno will pop up in front of me here. It gets to cover my face, right? I've been here for 4 hours, so you probably want to cover my face for a bit. If you donate, it will do that. My link didn't work. Enric, it did. It came through. I saw your donation and read it out, mate. I did see that. So thank you very much. Perhaps you weren't here at the time, but yeah, I did see it come through. I think Ahmad could start right wing back. Yeah, it's been a topic of conversation throughout the day. I think I would say that's maybe the two big conversations, right? It's who plays midfield with Casemiro? Is it Bruno or Ugarte? Who plays if Yoro doesn't play? And where is Ahmad? I feel like they're the questions for today. They're the questions. Yeah, Kieran, it's big brain, mate. I like that from you. That's a good marketing technique. You'll get this ugly mug off the screen if you donate. %84% of people going for Mazraoui. The problem I've got with that, guys, if we're going Mazraoui right centre-back, does that mean we're going Ahmad at wing-back? Feels aggressive. Especially if we've got Bruno in midfield, although maybe we won't. Manu says, I can see the team being Lindelof, Maguire, Shaw. Lindelof, yep. With Mazraoui and Dorgu at wing-back due to the fitness of players. Manu, in that team, where does Bruno go? Does Bruno go into your midfield, into your double pivot? Or is he going into your front three as one of the 10s? What are you doing in that situation? There we go, that's what we're talking about. You get to cover my face, I'll hide behind it. That's awkward, I just went behind it. Thank you very much, though. I was busy being an idiot behind a thing. I didn't actually see what your name was. But thank you very much for the super chat, my friend. Who was it? It was Dylan. Dylan, thank you very much for, not super chat, the donation. Thank you. Very kind. I was busy trying to, hide behind Bruno that I forgot to read your name. But thank you very much. Nev, good afternoon, my friend. How are you? How's your day been? What's time? 5:20. Whew. Yeah, obviously Dallo is someone who could maybe go in at right wing back as well, but I don't think he's fit to play. We're at 875, by the way. £875. That's it. It's a ridiculous amount of money. It's a ridiculous amount of money. It's just insane. It's insane. Hello from Malta. Oh, and welcome to the stream, my friend. What's your prediction for the game, by the way? And would you want Maguire to attack late in the game? You mean this man? The man who has been brilliant in the last two knockout ties. Would I like to see Maguire playing in the attack? No. And the reason I wouldn't like to see Maguire in the attack, he said this himself the other day. If Maguire's in the attack, that means we're in a bad situation, right? Unless it's from a set piece or something, whatever. If Maguire's up front for the last 20 minutes, that means we're probably losing and chasing the goal. Right? If we're 3-0 up, Maguire's not up front. So, in that regard, no, I don't want to see Maguire up front because that suggests we're in a bad place. But if we need it, if we do need a goal, yeah, get him up front. Get that big old slab head in the box where he can make a difference. I mean, I think what's interesting in those numbers there is it's not just the goals and the weird, Messi-like dribbles down the right wing. His all-round performances have been good recently. Been very, very good. Mark, good afternoon. How are you? Going through Ugarte and Casemiro in a double pivot with a Bruno Mount box midfield to control the centre of the pitch. Mark, in that team, are you going Ahmad right wing back to give us that winger? Or are you going with fullbacks in those positions? I only ask just because you've got four sort of kind of midfield-ish profiles in the middle, and rather than an Ahmad or a Garnacho in the 10. Who would you get around them, I guess? We've also got Mark renewing his membership. 18 months Mark has been a member on this channel, which is insane. It's insane. But also, it's a long time, but it really doesn't feel like 18 months. It's gone really quick, despite the football being something. It's been a really quick 18 months, but thank you, as always, Mark, for the support on the channel. It's greatly appreciated. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Ahmad, wing-back, Mazraoui, right centre-back. Yeah, that's reasonable. What did Manu say? Bruno goes into the front three. We have started Ugarte with Casemiro a lot. Yeah, my only concern at that point is that it feels a little bit reserved. It feels a little bit defensive, but it might be the way it goes. It might be the way it goes. Someone who I think will be in the team, whilst we're discussing who's in. This boy. Now, I just picked his stats from a random game because I saw it on Twitter. Can we just talk about Casemiro? Can we just talk about Casemiro? Because he's pretty good at football, that guy. And it looked like he was past it at United, right? It looked like his United career didn't really have any legs left to it, that he was done. And in the Premier League, I think he still struggles with the intensity a little bit, right? I got spammed with that comment the other day on a video. But he's good. He's good. And in the Europa League, where the intensity's a little bit lower, maybe we won't get that tonight, by the way, with Spurs being a Prem team, I'm not sure. But it feels like if we're going to win, Casemiro's going to have a good game. He feels like a key player for us. He really does. I think he's going to be big. Let me know your thoughts, guys, on Casemiro. Why is he so good in the Europa League? Let me know. We've also got a super chat as well, saying, I just want to say that I love your channel and contribute to the cause. Thank you so much. Hello from Texas. Let's go United. Hopefully we get the win tonight, mate. What time will... If you're in Texas, what time will the game be kicking off? What time will the game be kicking off for you? But regardless, thank you very much for the donation. It's very kind. Our press conferences have been so satisfying. A lot of people were talking about that, how this fella here, the gaffer, just had a way more sort of relaxed vibe about him compared to Postecoglou. No, I haven't actually seen the Postecoglou interview, the press conference, to really pass comment on it. But I've seen a lot of people saying it. Do you think Garnacho starts over Mount for the transitional threat, or he goes for the one who suits his system more? To be honest, it's the big question of the day. Does Garnacho play? It feels like Ahmad will, but where? Is it wing back or 10? Garnacho, it's can he play as one of the 10s with Ahmad? Or does Ahmad have to go wing back in order for Garnacho to come into the team? I personally think Mount will play somewhere. But then does that mean Bruno deeper? But then Ugate's not playing, which feels odd for a big game. It's really tricky getting that last little bit. We've got another super chat as well saying 4-2 score prediction. I hope that's to United, please, my friend. And I'm watching it on TNT. Yeah, guys, let me know where you are watching it. I'd love to know where you're watching the game tonight. Are you in Bilbao? Are you at home? Are you in the pub? Are you in the living room? Where are you watching it? But thank you very much for the super chat. Very kind of you. Really appreciate it. Casemiro is magic. Pretty good way of summing it up. 2 PM. That's not too bad. As long as you're not at work. Hopefully you can watch it, right? Mount has to start, in my opinion. Experience matters too. I keep saying it. To me, it feels like we've been warming Mount up for this game. Maybe, right? Maybe we've just been warming him up with, just to naturally get his fitness better, because he's had so many fitness problems for so long. Maybe we're just naturally sort of easing him back into the team. But I think it is some of that. But I also think we're getting him ready for this game. I think we're getting Mount ready for this game. I think he's going to play. I think Mount's going to play. I think Ahmad's going to play. I just can't figure out where Ahmad plays and what it means for the rest of the team. That's what I can't figure out. You're welcome for the super chat, and I love your content. Thank you very much. But I forgot to subscribe till now. Well, I hope you're subscribed now, my friend. But thank you very much for the support. In my living room, sunny Irish Midlands, and I'm off tomorrow too. Oh, lovely. Lovely. That means you can enjoy tonight then. Wales in the living room. Near Crystal Palace. Nice. You said you found a pub, right? I think I saw you say. Pub with friends. A stream. Hopefully, right? Wherever we're watching it. We just enjoy. Like, I think it's going to be uncomfortable as hell. That would be my one bit of advice before the game. I say it a lot before big games. You get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Right? There's going to be horrible moments where Spurs are playing through us a bit too easily and we're a little bit scared. There's going to be horrible moments where Spurs are creating chances, where they have a couple of set pieces, where we miss an easy chance. Get used to it right now. Emotionally, like genuinely for your own emotional sake tonight, right now, get yourself prepared for pain and discomfort for 90 minutes. Because I think we're going to have to go through that. It's just hopefully at the end of it, it's worth it because we won. There are going to be horrible moments. There are. I don't really recall in recent memory a comfortable European final for anyone. I don't really remember that. I don't remember that being the case recently. It doesn't tend to happen. So there are going to be moments where it's tough and we're on the back foot. You just got to live with it. And United as a club just have to survive those moments. That's where this guy's huge. Casemiro helping us out in the box. His experience, his leadership. helping players to be calm. We need that. We need Maguire's leadership. We need his box defence, his ability to deal with balls into the box. He has to be providing that for us. His experience, and I think he will. But also, that fella. Him. Right. He'll probably perform because he's Bruno Fernandes and he tends to perform. But I think we're going to need him. We're going to need this fella. Now, these are his stats, by the way, not just this season, but in Europa League history. He is statistically one of the best. Maybe the best in Europa League history. Now, I will say, for his sake, that needs to stop after this season. You know, we don't want him to be a Europa League great. Let's change this guy into a Champions League great. That's what we need to get to. But whilst we are in the Europa League, my days, he has been good for us. And we're going to need him tonight. Again, his experience, his leadership qualities. I think he naturally drives the standard. Of course he does, with the way that he plays, the way he works hard and all of those things. But I think also the way he is with his teammates will be important tonight. Sometimes he gets a bit of criticism for almost being too harsh on teammates in moments where people don't think it's the right thing to do. I want him tonight to just lead this team through everything, through the thick moments where it's going horribly wrong, but also the great moments where we're scoring goals. I feel like this man, and this isn't exactly, never could have guessed this, right? He's the guy to drive us, isn't he? He is the guy. I am also, by the way, seeing, I don't think I have the pictures for this, I don't. So I'll go back over here. I'm seeing something in the chat, which makes me go, And that thing that I'm seeing in the chat is a lot of Lenny Yoro emojis. Now, we've been talking about Yoro on and off all day. Talking about him as one of United's most important players at the moment. For his height in the boxes, his athleticism, his ball playing, his confidence, everything. His athleticism, whatever. And I'm hearing that apparently our boy Lenny Yoro is starting in defence. Which, we've got a poll in the chat right now, which has got 195 votes. Thank you very much for the votes. But it's completely irrelevant. It was a waste of time because we've been told Lenny Yoro is fit. Which raises a new question. A new question. So we're going to have a new poll on this because we do need to discuss it because it changes things. The question is, you know, Maguire will play, Yoro's playing, Dorgu's at wing back. Who finishes your back three? Who finishes your back three? So we've got Maguire. By the way, if the Ligt was fit, Maguire would still play. Do we agree on that or not? Anyway, we've got Maguire. We've got Yoro. Plus, question mark. Who's the other one? We don't know. Is it Shaw with Yoro playing on the right-hand side? Is it Mazraoui with Yoro playing on the left? I don't know if I said that right. Or is it Victor Lindelof? Now, I get a feeling, just a feeling, that this is going to be one of those lovely polls where Lindelof doesn't get a single vote, the poor fella. But hey-ho, it is what it is. Let's get this poll in the chat and have a look. What do we reckon? Who is the partner? Maguire and Yoro at the back. Is it Shaw with them? Is it Mazraoui with them? Or is it Lindelof? Let me know what you think. De Ligt not in the squad? Yeah, what I'm saying is, if he was fit, De Ligt, do you think he would have got in or not? I think I would still have Shaw in my team, I can't lie. But hey-ho. We've got another donation in the chat, a super chat, saying, I went to the Lyon game at Old Trafford, first game I went to. Oh my days, what a game to pick for your first game. That is insane. That is insane. Thank you so much for the super chat. What a first game to pick. The only problem with that, mate, is you've peaked. Unless you're going tonight or to a cup final in the future, you're going to struggle to find a better game to go to. You might have played yourself. You might have peaked too early with your Manchester United attendance. But thank you very much for the super chat. And what game to go to. What a game to go to. What's the poll saying at the moment? At the moment, we've got 65% Mazraoui, 30 for Shaw, 5 for Lindelof. You know what? Lindelof's got more votes there than I was expecting. He's got more votes than I was expecting. Delighted to hear that. I was worried that Lindelof would start. Is there a chance that Lindelof still plays for experience in the back three. Maybe. What this does also do is it does open up a bit of potential, or perhaps more potential. Can we get Ahmad wing back? If we've got Yoro, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like we've got a little bit of extra protection at the back. Like, just having Yoro instantly makes me feel more secure. You know, let's say it's Yoro and Mazraoui, for example, in the back three. That really opens up Ahmad into this position. Unless Dallow's fit, which we don't think he is. Dorgu over here, I don't think so, because I don't think Hamas will start on the left. And it's... could it be this? There's too many questions still. We've answered some questions with this. Could it now be Shaw and Dorgu at wing-back? I don't know. I think it will be Mazraoui in the back three. I think I agree with you. I personally would still kind of prefer Shaw, Maguire, Yoro. But I think with what we've seen recently, how good Yoro's been on the left, I get not wanting to move him. So, yeah, we'll take what we've said in the poll there. We'll get Mazraoui in the team as our right centre-back. If I can find the thing. There we go. There we go. So Lindelof comes out the team. I would imagine now, tonight, you know, I would be surprised if we see Lindelof in the starting 11. I don't mean to single Lindelof out like that, but I feel like people will be pretty happy with that. You know, not because Lindelof's a bad player, but I don't know. It feels like we've got better options. Alright, don't mind me. Slightly distracted. I'm trying to find a charger for my phone. Don't worry. Ahmad playing wing-back doesn't fit too well for this game. Is that the next conversation to have? Is that the next conversation to have? The right wing-back poll. We're getting closer now to having our team, I think. Dorgu link up with Ahmad is really tasty. It is. It is. So you guys got Mazraoui sent. You're going to vote Ahmad in the poll, aren't you? If we do a poll, you're going to vote Ahmad. I know you are. Also, my chair is sinking again. Look how low I am. Hang on. Let's move the chair. There we go. It's broken, right? It's actually a fairly new chair. It just slowly dies. It just slowly dies. If we play Ahmad wing-back, we must play Ugarte to cover him as well. I think that's a fair point. I think I mentioned it earlier, but I can't remember. I always like the idea of Bruno midfield because it's more attacking. It feels more aggressive. I always like the idea of Ahmad wing-back because it feels more attacking, more aggressive. Seeing both in a Europa League final under a manager who is often passive, a little bit pragmatic, I'd be surprised to see Bruno midfield and Ahmad wing-back. So for me, it feels like one of them has to go. Like, not go out of the team, change position. One of them has to go into the 10. I just don't think Amorim will play them both in a, not a deep role, but a deeper role, right? So if you're going Ahmad wing back, I think Bruno goes higher. If you're going Bruno midfield, then Ahmad goes higher. Did I say that right? I don't know. I like Ahmad at right wing back. He's great at stealing the ball. He is also good at sort of like, because he's a winger, he wants to be a little bit higher up the pitch, doesn't he? So he almost naturally drives us forward down the right, even defensively. I 100% prefer Dorgu on the left. I'm a little bit uncertain at the moment on where I prefer him. Mount shouldn't start over Garnacho. What makes you say that, my friend? Happy to hear out the opinion. But yeah, what's your reason for it? It wouldn't be wise to start Ahmad at right wing back. He should shift to right wing back as the match opens up in the second half. Again, depending on game state. Bruno, Casemiro midfield, Ahmad, Mount in the 10s. I could see that. I've said it a few times today. Garnacho not in the starting 11 for the last two. When we've been trying to warm up intensity for this one. Might just mean something. Wait, Kieran, who do we leave? Who does that give us at right wing back? Dorgu and then Shaw on the left. Where's Luke? There he is. I quite like that 4. It feels a little defensive, you know, with the fullbacks at wing back again. What's more likely? Ahmad deeper or Bruno deeper? Ahmad at 10 sometimes doesn't get involved much until later on in the game. Yeah, it's the big 50-50 with Ahmad. You play him deeper, he gets more touches, but further away from goal. You play him higher, he gets less touches, but closer to goal. What do you prefer? Don't know. It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. Whenever Ahmad plays at wing-back, it weakens his game. One of your videos about Tyler Dibbling, where he would be tired before getting to the final third. I do agree with that. Again, just the distance from goal can be difficult for Ahmad to make up that distance. He's quite an explosive young man with the way that he plays, but I think certainly by around the 70th minute, he feels like he's fatiguing a lot of the time. Do you think they'll notice if we have 12? It's worth a try. It's worth a try. Dorgu and Shaw are good in the final third, though. That's the difference to Dalot and Mazraoui. Yeah, particularly in the case of Shaw. I think he's our best fullback in attack. Bruno deeper, please. We need rotation on the ball. Yeah. Mount on the bench is more likely. Do you think? I think he'll play. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm completely off of this, and I probably haven't heard out the opposite opinion enough today. I just think Mount will play. What does it look like if Mount comes out? See, that for me just feels a little bit too reserved. Although it wouldn't be a shock. We've seen something similar before. Centre-backs, full-backs, holder midfielders, one winger. I guess I wouldn't be surprised. No, I wouldn't be completely surprised. Shaw on the left and Dorgu on the right. Yeah, it seems defensive, but Dorgu is a strong athlete. Yeah, he's got that good combination play with Ahmad as well if he plays on the right, which I think is nice to see. Owen with the super chat. Owen, thank you very much. Saying, first time on this channel, I like the positive vibe. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the super chat. And I hope you've enjoyed it. We always try to bring that sort of positive vibe. I feel like even when it's going wrong, people like to be really negative about United. Obviously, we've got to point that out as well. Sometimes we've got to point out when United are doing things wrong. But yeah, we try to be positive about things where it's possible. It's not always possible with United. But yeah, we try our best. So thank you very much. Also, welcome to the community. Hey, we got another donation from John. Thank you very much for the donation towards Nelson's journey as we tick just a little bit closer to £900. I think we're going to hit the 900. I think we're going to hit the 900. It's can we make that push for 1,000? Can we? Can we make that push to 1,000? We'll see. But thank you so much again to anyone that has donated so far. It makes no sense as to what we've been doing with Mount if he doesn't start. Yeah, unless it has purely been an exercise in helping him as a player get back to where he was physically. In that regard, it makes sense. But yeah, I know what you're saying. To me, it feels like we've been preparing him. The Tottenham midfield is made up of strong athletes like Basuma and Sarr. I think we need Ugarte and Casemiro. Yeah, we did mention that earlier. The Spurs midfield is not what you would normally expect because these guys are missing. Now, Kulusevski doesn't tend to play midfield anyway. Sometimes in the 10 actually. But Maddison and Bergvall are big misses for them in central areas. It does reduce some of their technical ability in the centre. But as you've suggested there, it does increase the physicality because Sarr and Bentancur in particular can really, really handle themselves. Physically, they're very good players. Basuma as well, physically very good. So, well, I will say with Basuma, as a holding midfielder, he's sort of like not physically insane. He's not like a Declan Rice in there. But, again, physically he can handle himself. So, yeah, maybe it is a fair shout that you go Casemiro and Ugarte to sort of battle with them in the middle of the pitch. It might be an idea. Great content, AJ. You're a good lad. Come on, United. Thank you very much, Baz, for the kind words. Lovely, lovely, lovely. United family. That's what it is around here. It's what it is. Been supporting United for 35 years. Me and all my family. Lovely stuff. Hopefully, for your family, we get the win tonight. So nervous. I'm getting comfort here. We sometimes label these streams as a bit of a therapy session. Normally, it's post-match. We need a therapy session after a bad loss or something. But today we're doing it before the game because I think we're all nervous. I couldn't tell you the last time I was this nervous for a United game. I've had it for England games with like the European finals that England have been in. But with United, we haven't had this level of game in a long time. In a long, long time. If we go Casemiro and Ugarte, Ahmad has to play right wing back. Yeah. Pat B, good afternoon, mate. I haven't seen you for a while. How you been? We've also got another super chat as well. Thank you very much. Saying keep up the great work, AJ. Thank you very much for the support. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. The energy today, I will say, considering we're nervous, the energy and the vibes have been so good. Been so good. Haven't really processed Spurs winning. Yeah, snipes, mate. What do we do if we lose? What do we do? Where's the gaffer? Here's the gaffer. Let's get the gaffer on screen. Do we want to process what we do if we lose, or do we want to pretend that that's a reality that can't physically exist? I'm happy with the latter, because I don't know what we do if we lose. I made the point earlier. I think we win, because we have to. It's genuinely like there's no other option. And it's weird, right? It's not the end of United if we lose. It would be a big miss to not have Champions League football. What it would do to the mentality of the fans, what it would mean for our season, the terrible season it's been. But it wouldn't be the end of the world, right? We would be able to recover and build next season. But there's just something about the idea of not winning this football match doesn't feel possible. Which kind of worries me. It kind of worries me because normally United tend to do better when we don't feel confident. Like the City final last year, people weren't too confident. So, it almost manages expectations a bit more. I think we're that fine blend at the moment as United fans between like, we are absolutely going to win this because it's Spurs, but we're also terrified. It's such an emotionally weird place to be in. I think we're all in a horribly toxic relationship with our football club. I'll say that much. They've got a hold on us. They have got a hold on us that we could not physically escape if we tried. And probably not good for us. It's probably not good for us. Spurs play a high line, so I think Garnacho gives them more to think about than Mount. Yeah, my only concern is I like the idea of starting two wingers. I'll always say that. I think that's how football should be played. But we've only got two at the club. Right, if we go back to this again. We've only got two at the club. If you play the only two you've got, you don't have a winger from the bench. It wouldn't be the end of United, it would be the end of the world. Honestly, like I don't know how I will function as a human if we lose. Ooh, that's a good question from Steve. Does anyone have any superstitions before the game? I don't think I do. Not that unless I accidentally do something. I don't think I have any superstitions. Does anyone else? Is anyone wearing like a certain pair of socks or a certain shirt? I will always put on a retro jersey for a big game. That's probably the only thing. Say if we're playing West Ham in the league, I'll just put on any United kit like from this season or whatever. But for a big game like this, I'll always go to the retro. That's probably the only thing that I do really in terms of superstition. You forgot Maguire as our best winger? Honestly, Mark, you say it as a joke. It's not a bad shout. If things get ropey late on, put Maguire inside forward, drift into the box, score goals, drift wide and dribble. Who's complaining? Not me. Every time I watch a big game, we lose. Not the best superstition I've ever seen, I'll be honest. If you could not watch the game, that would be lovely. Lock myself in a dark room with dripping water sounds. Sounds good, sounds good. I go outside and shout to annoy your neighbours. Good idea. If we start losing, I swap United shirt. I love that. I hope you've got a lot of shirts for this season that we've just been through. Then we concede another 3, so it don't work. Yeah. Pineapples and watermelon for kickoff. I like it. I always watch big games on my phone rather than the TV. No idea why. Kieran, I don't mean to be judgmental. That is a proper random one, mate. But if it works, watch this game on your phone. Another superstition is when my brother leaves the room, we score. Yeah, so my brother Callum is the biggest jinx in world football. The biggest jinx. Anytime he goes, like, this player is doing nothing, he will score within 10 seconds. So actually, maybe that's my other superstition I have. Anytime he says something that is, if he said it and it got jinxed, it would be bad for United. I have to double down on what he says. It seems to work. If he sits there and goes, who's blah, 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 he can't do anything, they'll score. But if I agree and go, yeah, they'll do nothing, then they don't tend to score. It doesn't make any sense. But it's just how it is, unfortunately. I don't make the rules. Okay, Callum just said he always kisses his brother before, and I'd like to confirm that's not true. And it's a bit odd. It's a bit odd. We usually score when I turn the game off after playing bad. I don't know if I've ever turned a United game off early. No, I have actually. I think when we lost 7-0 to Liverpool, I think the TV went off early for that one. And there was the Spurs one when we got smacked. I think I turned that off early as well. Because that was pain. I think I had concussion that day or something from playing football. Hang on. I do apologise. I'm just quickly checking something. Checking that we're all functioning properly. We are. I always purposely don't watch the first 5 minutes of each half. Just can't hack it. Need some time to calm it down. It's worked so far this year. Kieran, if that's the case, mate, you watch this game on your phone. We score when I go make food. Aren't you at the pub tonight, Chad? You get in that kitchen at the pub, if there is one, and you make yourself some food. I just hope we get a decent referee, AJ. You're aware we're playing football, right? A decent referee is unlikely. My dad doesn't care about football, but whenever he walks in, something goes wrong. Lock the door. Do not let him in. Put barbed wire up in front of the door or something. Don't let him in, no matter what. All costs, he can't get in the room, okay? Anything else I missed in the chat? I just like the idea, by the way, of this fella just holding the trophy at the end. Which position do you play when you play football? So I haven't played football for a few years now. I don't enjoy playing football that much. I used to when I was younger. But I've always been more of a watch football person rather than play football person. I always liked myself as a bit of a midfielder. Played fullback as well. I remember one game at school, I played every single position apart from centre-back, which makes sense because I'm like 5'6", so no surprise I didn't play centre-back. Don't worry, he's about 300 miles away right now. Keep a tracker on him just in case. I like to see the game clock on 59:59. The last time it's the same on both sides. I'm happy for you, Steve. Every time I watch a final on the big TV with my dad, we win. Get the TV ready, mate. So we're going to have Kieran on a phone this size and Manu on like a cinema screen. And we're winning, right? It's easy. It's easy. We're winning this football match. I want to see Bruno with the trophy. I'm the English Verratti. Low key, that's kind of my play style, right? AJ played left back in the change room. Unironically, I have played left back. Oh, also, I played wing back. Played wing back, and I tell you for free, I do not envy, if it's Shaw and Dorgu tonight, I do not envy them. I remember it was my first game in senior football playing wing back on a hot sunny day. No, thank you. Honestly, I can't think of a game when my nan's been watching with me and we've lost. Guys, we need to remember all this stuff and make sure we line it all up for tonight, okay? Because we need to win tonight. We need to win tonight. Opinion on Delap and Gyökeres. Could you give me a reason why Gyökeres is not perfect? I couldn't give you a reason why he's not perfect. Partly because I haven't watched enough of him. I think one of the big concerns with him is just the way, you know, his game transfers from the Portuguese league to the Premier League. At the moment, he's in a league where physically he's got an advantage over people. Perhaps he's got more time that you just don't get in the Premier League. So, yeah, I couldn't really make too much of a comment without watching more, but that is something that other people have said. My first game as a senior, I got spat on by a 6 foot 100 kilogram lad. Scary night. What? I don't know how to react to that. I don't know what you want me to say back to that. How does one reply to that message, guys? If someone could give me some advice in the chat, it'd be great. It'd be great. I thought this was interesting, by the way. I had a quick look at some stats. 35 goals in 13 games. Is that right? 9 wins, 4 draws? Oh, I typed that wrong. Have we played 13? We played 14. I can't remember. Maybe we've played one more than that. Maybe that stat at the top is wrong. But anyway, the 35 goals is accurate. Why can we score in the Europa League but not the Premier League? But also, please can that continue tonight? Be clinical in the Europa League. But why has that been the case this season? What do you reckon? Also, based on the stats, 35 goals scored, 18 goals conceded. In how many games? 13. What does that maths look like? Is it definitely 13 that we've played? 9 wins, 4 draws. Is it definitely 9 wins and not 10? Now pull up the Premier League stats. Mark, we're trying to be happy today, mate. We are staying miles away from the Premier League. The Premier League doesn't exist in our eyes, okay? What's the Premier League? I've literally never heard of it. Europa League is the only tournament I've ever cared about. How come in 13 games we've managed to score 35 goals and concede 18? But also, you boys out there who like your maths, how does that work out for, you know, what's the average there? What does that mean the score is going to be tonight? 35 goals in 13 games. What's that as an average? It's like 2.6 or something. What is it? What's the score tonight? Is it 2.6 to 1.3? Is that the score we're winning? Something like that? Someone tell me the maths. That'd be great. We play Spurs, though. Mark. Spurs are a Europa League team, not a Premier League team. All right, we need to make that clear. I don't even know what the Premier League is. I don't know what the Premier League... I've never heard of the Premier League. Guys, has anyone in chat ever heard of the Premier League? Right, by the way, I'm just reading through the chat. We've got someone else in here who got spat on in their first match in high school. What's going on? Where are you lot playing football? And why are you getting spat on wherever you play? Just under 3 to just over 1. Yeah, so it's like a 2.8 to 1.2. That's the score tonight. Easy. 2.7 versus 1.4. We can do that. We'll round that up and down to 3-1 United. That is actually my prediction for the game, by the way. That is actually my prediction for the game. When we played Athletic, I was like, game over, surely can't score another after Højlund scored. And my nan said, no, there'll be another goal, and then Mount scored from the halfway line. Does she want a job on the channel, mate? Does she co-host? I'm so down for that. Logan and Morgan hope they win tonight. Me too. Me too. Thank you for the message. Everyone going to freaky football? Yeah, I don't know what's going on, mate. I may have gotten spat on after a high school game. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, we've had 14 games. I thought it seemed odd that it was an odd number. So it's 9 wins, 5 draws. I do apologise for that. So what does that change the maths to if it's 14? Also, look down the bottom there. We've got 19 with the right foot, 8 with the left foot. That highlights a problem. 7 with the old headers. None for the Casemiro shoulder blade, it seems, there, though. 1 own goal. Well, we've already found out from that Spurs fan earlier, he donated us a Solanke own goal. So that will boost that stat. One of my mates got a noise complaint after the Lyon game. Yeah, my brother nearly passed out during the celebrations. Poor fella. Premier League seems like a nice idea. Somebody should invent that. Yeah, like the 20 top teams in English football should go play in a league. That'd be cool. You know, couldn't compete with the Europa League physically, but it's gonna be cool. Got a swift elbow to the face last time I played 11-a-side. Busted lip afterwards. Sunday League football is a surefire way to hurt yourself. Screamed after Ahmad's winner against Liverpool last year. One of my, you know, the most I've celebrated a United goal in a while was Cobby late on against Wolves. That one got quite a high pitch reaction from me, actually. It was weirdly screechy, but it was an amazing goal. I've just realised, by the way, that I have another super chat to do because of money that I was given, which is going to get us just that little bit closer to our goal. But I need to quickly do it before I forget. So let me just quickly do that. 1 second. If you do wish to donate, by the way, we're getting closer to 900. This donation is going to take us very, very close. If you do then want to donate to help us on the push to 1,000, there is a link in the chat. There's a link in the chat. I always thought Callum supported Arsenal, not going to lie. Why did you think that? He's literally Onana in goal on Clubs, mate. Alright, there we go. Let's just sort out that donation. And hope there's not a camera showing my information here. It would be nice. There's so much information to fill out on this, isn't there? Guys, if you could leave a donation whilst I'm doing this, it seems like a good time to do it, right? I'm busy typing in a donation. You guys do the same. It just seems logical. It just seems logical. Mainu's goal was not only clutch, but it was unreal. It was so good. Like I said, I just like screeched weirdly high-pitched. It was strange, to be honest. But I did enjoy it. When Anthony scored at the end of the first 90 minutes in the FA Cup, I was jumping. Okay. What would you guys... If you donate, that pops up, which is kind of pretty cool as well. Pretty cool. What would you guys prefer for tonight? I've got something in my eye. I'm just emotional. No, I've actually got something in my eye. What would you guys prefer tonight? Would you prefer 3-0 United? Right. We score on the 30th, the 50th, and the 75th. 3-0. Fairly comfortable. Spurs don't really lay too much of a glove on us. Would you prefer that? Or 2-1, 90th minute or 92nd minute winner? Ah, my eye is in pain. Is this hay fever kicking in? Okay, I'm good. What would you prefer? What would you prefer? Would you rather we cruise and it's fairly comfortable and we're actually kind of relaxed watching it? Or would you rather that just horrendous, awful 91st minute winner off Maguire's backside into the back of the net? What would you prefer? I mean, 6-1 with Vidal screamer. Yeah, Chad is not a bad shout. Old trusty. Probably be fairly happy with that. You'd prefer the 3-0? 3-0, thanks. I don't know. If United win, if you could guarantee that United win, I think I would choose the stressful one. Maybe I need help. I told you, it's a bad relationship with this club. Valza, good evening, my friend. How are you? Valza, what are your thoughts on starting 11? We've been trying to figure it out for most of the afternoon. We had a break to do some other stuff as well. What's your 11? I'd love to hear it. Just comfortable? Even if you could guarantee the win. United win either way. I think if you guarantee the win, I would rather the emotion of that last minute one. If there's any moment for the 6-1, it is now. I do agree. True. Can you imagine the implosion? Like, just the emotional feeling of that late winner. The stress building up to it. Oh, be amazing. A lot of people going for wanting the 3-0. I want the pain. I want to feel something. Nah, if we win 3-0, I'm not going to complain. Yeah, Valza, mate, I'd love to hear your 11. We've been going through it all day, trying to figure out different stuff. I don't know what we've ended up with. Let me get it on screen. Yeah, I don't know what we ended up on, to be honest. Like a repeat of 99. Exactly right. With Euro fit, it's an empty space. Also, if there was a guarantee win, it wouldn't be as tense. Okay, I see what you're saying, but like, imagine we don't know it's guaranteed, but it is guaranteed. Someone's already decided, but it's not. We don't know that. What would you rather? Also, we'll go to Val's team in the chat, and he has gone for Onana, Mazraoui, Maguire, Euro, so he agrees with what we've got so far. He's got Bruno and Casemiro in midfield, which we are so torn on at the moment. It's unbelievable. He's gone... Oh, he said Amas, but he's changed it to Shaw and Dorgu. So it's pretty similar to what we've got so far. What's the difference? And then he's gone... I've lost it. Kobe, Ahmad, and Hoyland. So the only difference you've got, Valza, is you've got Kobe, whereas at the moment, we've got Ugarte. Yeah? Yeah. Manu, I can't do it tonight, but we will play drunk pro clubs if we win at some point. Yes, I'm so down for that. I'm so down for that. I don't even drink, but just for that, sure. I believe I missed a super chat. Let me refresh. Not a super chat, a donation. Let me just have a quick look. Because everyone's telling me in chat that I did. It's not loading, guys. I can't see it. Hang on. Liam and Nan with a £13 donation. I don't know if that's my actual Nan or not, but if it is, thank you very much. If it's someone else's Nan, thank you very much for the donation. Very, very kind. We're on £910. We're getting there. We set a target of £500 today. When I woke up, that was the target, 500. We're at 910, and we've still got 2 hours till kickoff. Another probably hour and a half of streaming. We've got team news in an hour. I think we can get to the 1,000. I think we can do it, guys. I think we can. Forgot he existed? Who? Sure. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like that happens a lot on these streams. It was Mount at one point as well, where we'd keep doing teams and then go, actually, I forgot this guy existed. Why has Kieran not been banned yet? Welcome back, Josh. Kieran, the biggest hater. I do actually think there's value to starting Ugarte, because I want Tottenham to run. They're better when you remove slow the game down. But I want the verticality from Bruno and Casemiro. Yeah, the way I keep labeling it sort of for the two in midfield. If you go Bruno and Casemiro, they solve problems. They find passes, like, again, cup final, they just do stuff. Like you said, the verticality, they can play forward that little bit quicker. Do we want the game too quick? I don't know. That's a difficult thing to it's a difficult thing to gauge, really. What suits us more, a slow game or a fast game? What do we think in the chat? Not sure. But regardless, having those two, it does give you that ability to find channels to quickly move the ball forward. And when you've got Ahmad, when you've got Højlund in the front line, it does feel like a good strategy, a good way to go with it. I'm off to a watch along at the AO Arena, hyped to sing with the Reds. Enjoy it, my friend. I was at the AO Arena 10 days ago or something. That was good. Good energy there. Enjoy it, mate. Enjoy the match. I think you are a very important player next season. Thank you. I think so too. Euro starting. Yes, we have had... Is it official? Sort of like confirmation that Euro... There's rumours, right? Is it actually guaranteed? He's expected to start. So it's almost like as close to getting a guarantee that we're going to get, right? So I think Euro will start. Alrighty, I'm going to head out now. Chad, I will see you later, my friend. Have a good evening, wherever it is you're watching from. Enjoy it. Make sure you make some food so we score a couple of goals. Thank you very much for your support throughout the afternoon. And like you said, we are close to 1,000. Can we get there before kickoff? That is the plan. That is the aim. Chad has been donating. What a lad. What a lad. Helping us out. He's been a good mod as well, that Chad. He's a good lad, that Chad. Chad, thank you very much. Enjoy your evening, my friend. Tottenham have been at their best when they've been pinned in or pinned them in. They're at their worst when there's chaos. I do certainly think a sort of transitional game where it's open. I guess there's a worry about Casemiro defensively. There's always that concern. Although, with the likes of Kulusevski and Bergvall not there, perhaps that will help him. But I said on the flip side of that, the way that we can threaten them, I think there's so much room behind the fullbacks. And I'm not convinced that these centre-backs are up to speed. I'm not convinced. They haven't played an awful lot of football. Dylan, have a good one, mate. Enjoy the match. Wait, Dylan, I can't remember. Was it you that's off to work now? I can't remember. Or was that someone else? I can't remember. Regardless, have a good afternoon, evening, night, morning, wherever you are. Have a good time and enjoy the game. Enjoy the game. What's the Spurs injury news? Pretty much this. These three out of the game. By the way, for those of you that have been here, like, all day, thank you so much. I do apologise. Apologise that I've had to repeat myself slightly. Inevitably, that's going to happen, though, when people are coming in and out of the stream. So thank you to everyone who has been here the whole time. Spurs injury news, yeah, it looks like this. 3 key, creative, threatening midfielders missing. Of course, United have got concerns as well. But, yeah, Spurs are missing some good players, which is going to give us a chance. It's going to give us a chance. Oh, Shane, Dylan, you're already at work. Well, you shouldn't have been on your phone this whole time. Enjoy the rest of your day, though, mate. Can't help but think Johnson's going to do one of his back post tap-ins. This is my concern. This is my concern with, to be honest, kind of anyone who plays on the left side of our defence. And I don't mean to be negative about that. I just feel that Euro is someone who doesn't always defend the box amazingly well. I'm hopeful that in his career he will improve. He'll get better at it. He'll become a stronger box defender, someone who dominates the penalty area. But I don't feel he is that right now, as of today. So I'm a little bit worried about that, because Shaw as well is someone that can switch off. And like you've said, Brennan Johnson is good. He's good at drifting in. He's good at arriving into that space. It is better to have Euro there than a fullback, like a Euro or Mazraoui, I guess, because that a Shaw or Mazraoui, because he is a centre back. But I'm a little bit concerned. I am a little bit concerned. Callum, that's not very nice. These are the slowest 6 hours of my life. Are you just hating on the stream, or are you worried before kickoff? Either way, fair, completely valid. Casemiro does love to drop in between the defenders, so hopefully he can aid Euro. I think Casemiro, right, has got one of those jobs where he sort of has to, like, at times, hold the hands of some of our players a little bit. Get them through the difficult moments. Whether that be dropping into the box and winning his headers and then chest bumping someone. I don't know. He is going to be big. He is going to be huge for us. I'm so confident he starts. If he doesn't start, then, well, nothing really. I'm not going to do anything, but I'd just be surprised. But I think he's going to play, and I think he's going to be huge for us. But I think his value for us is, you know, defensive as well as offensive. I think it's both. It's not just we need him defensively. I think both sides of the game, we need that from him. We've got Casemiro's stats on speed dial. You know what we do, mate. I just missed a donation. I'm not very good at this. We're up to £920, by the way. If someone could round off that 5 pence, it'd be lovely. It's from Ewan with the £10. Thank you very much, my friend. Is that Valza? I've got a feeling that's Valza, but I might be wrong. If it was, thank you, Valza. If it wasn't, thank you, not Valza. Thank you very much for the donation. We are getting closer. We need £80 in 80 minutes. Right, is that the maths? Yeah, pretty sure it is. I think we can do it. I think we can do it, guys. Yeah, also, guys, remember, anytime you do see donations or super chats, if you could spam some love hearts in the chat, that would be great. Because then I'm going to see it. Because I've been missing some of the notifications on screen. Whereas if you guys are telling me, then I'll make sure I see it. It was Valza. Look at that. I know my subscribers. I know my mods. Valza, thank you very much. Has he been live for 5 hours? I have. Yeah. We've got an hour and 20 to go. What I will say, right, is streaming tires me out at the best of times. I don't know why. For some reason, it just does. Even when we stream for an hour. I don't get how the big streamers, you know, the speeds of the world and that. How on earth do they stream for the amount of time they do, and they're just going absolutely bonkers the whole time? I guess the energy they put in also gives them energy as well. But I don't get how they do it. Fair play. Josh, I see your point. We need the Casemiro in the Europa League, not the one in the Premier League. I think everyone would agree. So because it's in the Europa League, but against a Premier League team, which one do we get? I don't know, Josh. It's a great question. I'd love to do a poll, but I know which way it's going to go because we're all being positive today. But it is a bit like that, right? What? Because we are this team that are so much better in the Europa League than we are the Premier League, but suddenly we're facing Premier League opposition. Speed is one of a kind. Yeah, very true. Anybody know what the weather in Bilbao is like? No idea, mate. No idea. I think I just... Oh my... Did you hear my voice there? Or did I go so high-pitched that it didn't physically come through the mic? Oh my days. That is one of the worst voice cracks I've ever had. I know that is going to be clipped if it came through. I know that is going to be in the group chats fairly soon, and I'm going to be fighting for my life. It's also going to be on Discord. That was horrendous. I'm just hoping I went so high-pitched it didn't quite come through the mic. Oh my days. That's a career ender right there. What were we talking about? Weather. I don't think I can recover from that. We might be finished. I might have to stop the stream there. Sorry, Charity. Aye. That was bad. That was bad. Alright. Tom's talking a deep voice. I think it was meant to be stormy is what I heard the other day, but then it changed to be sunny or something. Something like that, I don't know. I think it's safe to say you aren't used to streaming this long. I'm not used to talking this much. New soundboard material. Every club's goal, that is going to be there. You just know it. And also, whilst I was voice cracking, delete the VOD. This VOD is never going to be seen again. Never, ever again. We had another donation. £20 from Anonymous. So I can't say... I'll say thank you to whoever donated that. I don't actually know your name, but thank you very much for the donation. It takes us just a little bit closer. £60. £60 is all we need. Guys, I think we're going to do 1,000. The question is who's going to be the one to get us there. No one could drop a £60, right? That's like not possible. Or is it? Would have been nice about it, but after what you said about extra, I don't care. Yeah, that's fair, Josh. 1-1. What preparation did you make leading up to this 6-hour stream? Clearly, I didn't do enough practice of my voice functioning. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Yeah, Manu, you're right, to be fair. You're right. Anyway, what were we talking about? I've got distracted by my inability to physically talk as a human, right? I'm losing basic human functions on this stream. What do you guys want to talk about next? What's the next conversation? I'm completely thrown off. Does anyone fancy a quick quiz? This was made by FP, and it might allow me to do slightly less talking for a second. This anonymous guy has donated a lot the last couple of hours. Yeah, man, I'd love to know his first name. Wait, no, that is his first name? What's his surname? I just missed another super chat. I literally just saw Bruno's cap disappear. Was that an Andrew? Was that a name Andrew? It looked like an Andrew, but I may be making things up. It was an Andrew. Andrew, thank you very much for the donation. When that updates, we are going to be so close. Andrew, that is amazing. Thank you very much again for the donation. That bar at the bottom, boom. Bosh, bosh, bosh. 970. We're £30 away, guys. I think we're going to hit 1,000. We're going to hit 1,000. And we're all going to go mental. We're going to go mental. We're so close. Should we do a quick quiz? It's a Europa League quiz. It was made by FP, who is one of the people who has been around on this channel for the longest time. He was in, I checked it recently, he was in the very first stream that I ever did. So was Alex, who we were talking to earlier. Which is pretty insane. Which is mental to think about. He made a quiz for you guys. So, what I want from you, let me just move my chat so I can see this properly, is answers in the chat to these questions. So these questions are all going to be related to the Europa League this season, and I think there's perhaps a bit of Europa League sort of history. Now, no Googling anything. If you Google anything, I will probably find you and headbutt you, alright? Or I'll get Maguire to do it, alright? But just quick answers in the chat. If we can go 10 for 10, then Manu will leave the Discord server. Right. You guys going 15 for the first one. I think we sort of exposed that earlier, right? Because Mark corrected the stat. Yes. Okay, next question. Which of the following sides did United not face in the league phase? Also, whilst you are doing this, if I miss any... I can't see donations right now. So if I miss one, please let me know. Manu, it was a typo. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yeah, if any donations go through and you see them on screen, let me know, because I'm not going to see them. Anyway, let's get 10 out of 10. Which of the following sides did United not face in the league phase of the Europa League? And I personally know the answer to this one. I know this one like bosh, because I can literally remember... I think we've been through goals from 3 of the other ones. Maybe we should have done this quiz a bit earlier. I believe it to be Frankfurt. It is. Okay. Which country did Manchester United play their first away game of the league phase in? Ooh. Was it Porto? Was that an away game? And was that our first one? FC20 was at United. I think that was the first game. That was at Old Trafford. There was... Did we play Fenerbahce at Old Trafford as well in the second game? I want to guess this is Porto away. So obviously Portugal. That would be my guess. That would be my guess. By the way, I do apologise. As the stream is sort of like slowly dying, there is a delay between you guys seeing me and stuff. So I might be slightly delayed on reading some of your answers. Yeah, I think it's the 3-3 with Porto, right? Yeah, there you go. Porto. It was the 3-3. Rashford subbed off at half time. Who scored United's first goal of the Europa League this season? We've already actually... Oh, Fenerbahce was away, was it? We have actually seen this goal today. We have already seen this goal. So if you've been paying attention, you should know the answer to this. You should know the answer to this one. By the way, shout out FP. He's not actually here today because he's at work. But thank you very much to FP for making this quiz. Hang on, my stream has moved. I've lost my chat, guys. I can't see you. And I want to see you. Not in a weird way. I just want to see my chat. Nothing wrong with that. Hang on, guys. Give me 1 second. These aren't even technical difficulties. These are human functioning. We just hit 1,000. Also, by the way, fair play for getting that bloody bang on 1,000. Who was it? It was Harry Maguire with the £29.84 to make it exactly £1,000. Can we just take a minute to like actually like deep how much £1,000 is? Like, it's so much money. Everyone in the chat is saying, well done, AJ. Of course, I made some donations as well. But shout out you guys. Shout out you guys, because that is insane. That is insane. And also, by the way, that's from a total of 84 separate donations. So, realistically, it's not even that many people to get to 1,000. That's impressive. That is speechless. Also, by the way, on top of that, we've got... Wait, was Callum the donation? Callum, was it you? Were you the Maguire donation? We've also, on top of that, got £147 in gift aid. That is insane. 84 generous people. 84 legends. Absolute legends. I mean, I think some people have donated a few times, by the way, which is just insane. That's a Harry Maguire 94th minute, that is. We've still got an hour to go. I want to know if we can increase the goal. Or have we reached our... We can increase it, can't we? Could we push it a little bit further? Could we push it a little bit further? By the way, I'm pretty sure it was Ericsson that scored the goal. Look at that. The next question is Harry Maguire. Sorry, I've been off stream for a minute. Have we seen that Euro is starting today? We have seen that. Callum, was it you with the super chat? With the donation? Were you the earlier Harry Maguire one as well then, does that mean? Because you did put slab head to win it on the first one. Was that you? Callum's face. If Callum wants to walk in the room, he can walk in. That is up to him. He's not. I don't know if the mic's going to pick him up. But anyway, next question. Maguire's late equaliser against Porto. What do we reckon? What minute did he score? Also, is he popping up with another one tonight? If Callum wants to, Callum's welcome. If Callum wants to walk through that door right now, there is nothing stopping him. If that boy wants to walk through, he can. He can. Okay, anyone asking for a mum reveal, you're moving crazy and it's not happening, mate, alright? Anyway, by the way, we've got every question right so far. Next question. You guys can read it yourself. I've done enough talking to... Alright, guys. That was not English. I've done enough talking today. Alright, guys, is what I was trying to say. You guys can read it for yourself on the screen. Do you know the answer? First time we've played, or first competitive meeting with Leon since when? He's tiny, even the mic could pick him up. That's more appropriate to me, to be honest. 91, that's what everyone else said. That was kind of my approach, mate. I think 2008, right? Would it have been a 2007-8 season, or would it have been 8 and 9? The only reason I know is because I used to have a DVD. I think it was bought from a car boot or something. I had a DVD of all our highlights from every game from the 2007 and 8 season, and then also the next season as well, the 2008 and 9. And I'm sure we played Leon in one of those. So I would guess 2008. I think we won as well, right? I think we won. Bold of you to assume I know how to read. Sorry, mate. 2008, I believe it was. Round 16. Oh, so actually it would have been start of 2008, yeah. Which red scored in both away fixtures with Sociedad and Leon? So one of these blokes here, Casemiro, Bruno, Yoro or Xerxes, one of these blokes scored in both away games. Valza, that's facts, mate. Absolute facts. 2010, I think Benzema played. Yeah, actually, that also rings a bell weirdly. But I think Benzema did play in that 2008. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Anyway, what do we reckon to this one? There's a chance we've looked at the goals already today. There is a chance we've already seen it. So I'm also, by the way, just still trying to get my head around £1,000. Like I said, last year, right? If I can find it. Last year, we raised £200. Government name! Sorry, a bit weird. Last year we raised £200. We didn't do a special stream or anything like that. We just had a Just Given page. But to go 5 times that, pretty much a year later, is mental. Absolutely mental. Sorry, I just want to say that. Back to the quiz. So it's Xerxes, the real slow one in the 1-all. What's the real slow one? Ooh, this is a tricky one. United's group in 16-17. Does anyone know the answer to this? 16-17. By the way, United women, they're playing a mad match versus Roma right now. 3-2 with 21 minutes gone. Football, eh? I don't remember the slow goal, by the way, Bowser. The real slow one in the 1-all. I can't picture that goal. Where does he score it from? It was a cutback. Oh, it might be the goal I've already looked at this afternoon. Maybe I'm losing my mind a little bit. Yeah, guys, does anyone remember this? Does anyone know the answer to this? We've gone over on the donations. Steve, thank you for pointing it out to me. Thank you very much. Let's read it. How much was it? Let's have a look.
Harry Maguire. Harry Maguire. Don't know if I can swear. His head's massive. Harry Maguire. Harry Maguire. He fucked up Leicester to Manchester. His head's fucking massive.
Yeah, I thought you said you didn't know if you could swear.
Changed my mind.
Oh, okay. That's Callum, guys.
Love you, Chad. Love you, Manu.
There you go, guys. Yeah. Did the mic pick it up?
Yeah.
Did he intentionally leave his drink? Do you want your drink? He does look like Maguire, though. I would like to apologise for whatever that was. But also, I don't apologise because he did donate to get us to 1,000. We also had another donation in the chat as well for $20, which is insane. Thank you so much again. We're on £1,010. Yeah, also, I don't know if you heard, Callum did say he loves Manu and he also loves Chad as well. Got a Garnacho trim. I don't know how we... Oh, it's my drink. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. So Callum is your brother. I never knew if that was a meme or not. He just found me. He just found me, mate. He just got it somehow. That's I don't know what's throwing me off more, my voice crack or that thing. I'm not calling Callum that thing. I just meant that whole incident. I don't know how he recovered from that. Callum to take over the channel. He has been asking to do my videos for a long time. My days, I'm losing my voice. Harry Maguire. Should we go back to the quiz? What do we reckon for this one? Because I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea, personally. By the way, Cam, your little cameo seems to have gone down rather well. I think we can probably get a donation for the Maguire cameo, right? I think that's actually Maguire. I didn't mean to press that. I think that's actually Harry Maguire. So I think we can get a donation for that. Does anyone have the answer to this one? He geo-guessed it off the back wall. Yeah, I genuinely think he did. Because I don't know that guy. I don't know how he got it. Right, what were our guesses for this one? Also, it's great because I know he was very nervous before doing that. 100%. 100%. One day Callum just takes over the channel and acts as though nothing happened. Oh, yeah, I can see it happen. We'll just play it off like he's always done it. Krasnodar, I'm happy to go for it. With fumbles. With fumbles. Oh, Mark, you're still going 100%, mate. Oh, I was on the 8th question as well. Hey ho, guys. These things happen. On to the next one. Is my camera like steaming up or something? Is the humidity in that? Styled his hair in the mirror before, 100%. I reckon he rehearsed that in the bathroom. He rehearsed that, 100%. Anyway, which side have United beaten the most in European competitions? What do you reckon? What? Callum definitely got the looks in the family. What the hell, man? Does that mean Manu's not getting kicked out? You know what? Manu can stay then, because we didn't get 10 for 10. Oh, Mark. I like him, man. Are you guys twins? Yeah. Identical twins. Who is older? I am older, believe it or not. He dwarfs me. But I am older. I think my camera's gone weird, by the way. Anyway. I have no idea with this one. Absolutely no idea. Maybe this is one that the older audience might get, Bowser. Perhaps if they remember from longer ago. But I personally don't have a clue. Always have a rum cocktail as my first drink. Can't go wrong, mate. Can't go wrong. I'm still drinking my water. Personally. We might change drink later. Taller? Yeah, Callum's quite a bit taller than me. He's still a midget, but I'm just, like, more of a midget. Can't really read... Oh, sorry. Which side have United beaten the most in European competitions? I'm going to guess Benfica. Would be my guess. Calling Bowser old? Wow. Bowser knows he's old, man. Camera's fine. That's how I look. Does it not look odd? Maybe I'm losing my mind. I'm going to go Benfica, right? I'm going to go Benfica. Oh, we got it. We got it. Oh, okay. Who did United... Oh, I know this one. Who did United play in the semi-final before beating Ajax in 2017? This is the last question as well, by the way. So if we get this right, which we will because I know the answer. 9 for 10. 9 out of 10. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. Kieran, I did think you were old at one point, mate. I apologise for that. I don't know why. I just thought you were 42. Hey, guys, look in the chat, by the way. Look in the chat. Since we started this quiz, I've been banging on about... You know, there's this guy FP, right, who's been on a channel since literally the first ever stream. He made us a lovely little quiz. He's in the chat. The absolute legend. He's in the chat. So let him know that... Pardon me, you've been enjoying this quiz. And then answer the last question, which I think most of you have got. Is Celta Vigo. I remember that game weirdly well. Weirdly well. FP, we got 9 out of 10. The one we didn't get was the other team in our group in 2016-17. That's the only one we didn't get. Mark got it right. We sort of guessed in the end and got it wrong. But guys, make sure to say thank you to FP in the chat because he made that quiz for us like an absolute legend. So thank you very much, FP. Also, FP, you'll notice we've smashed the donation goal. We were aiming for £500 this morning, and we're currently at over 1,000. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. How close are we to team news? Where's the gaffer? Here's the gaffer. I don't even know what I was going to say. How far are we from team news? Is team news in Europa an hour and 15 before or an hour? I can't remember. Oh, I'm just reading the Discord chat and Chad's asking for a Callum face reveal. Little did he know that he missed it. Say thank you if you made it a Kahoot. Manu, mate. No. I've got nothing else to say. Just checking I haven't missed anything else. Anyway. Mental quiz from FP. Yeah, FP is good. Thank you very much. I meant to do it way earlier in the stream. I sort of accidentally spoiled some of the answers. Although, like, by going through other stats, even though one of my stats was wrong. So you are the true stat man around here still. I sort of spoiled a couple because if I can find it... Oh, it's gone. I've gone through a couple of the goals from the Europa League. So we... Oh, Mark, you won't hear them. we saw one of the Ericsson ones. So I did sort of like slightly spoil the quiz a little bit with the timing of it. But that is my bad. Everybody talking about the year of the birds. We got Ruben Amorim, mate. Look at that guy. They can have their birds. We got this far. Hour and 15. So we are 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away from team news. I have a question. Right? And this is a genuine question. When the lineup comes out, what do we do? Because we have discussed already every physical possibility that we could see in this game. We have spoken about every 11 that we could see here. What's left to mention? You know, when the team news comes out, I'm going to keep streaming. I'm not going to go all the way to kick off, and I'm not going to do a watch along because, to be honest, it's been a long day, and I want to go watch the match with that crazy lad who just walked in, because you can see he's probably a good vibe to watch football with, right? Because he's a bit of a nutcase. I'm going to be watching football with that boy. So I'm not going to be doing a watch along. I'm going to be enjoying the game. But what do we do actually when team news is released? In terms of on the stream, do we just sit here like, damn, I hope we win? Because I'm happy to do that. We pray seems to be the general vibe in the chat. I'm so down for that. I am so down for that. What have I missed in the chat? Need to scroll up a little bit. Yeah, FP, you did miss a Callum cameo. He came storming him. I think he's drunk. He's actually not drunk. That's before he started drinking. He doesn't drink very often, so if he is drinking, it's probably a scary day for me. Talk about why Lenny Yoro is the greatest person not named Bruno in the world. I think they are the top two, really, right? I think they are the top two, just humans to ever exist. We love them both, and they're both ours, hopefully for a long time. You know what? I'm going to just throw that conversation into the air about Bruno. I don't think we're going to lose tonight. I'm genuinely nervous as hell, of course, but confident as well for tonight. If in some reality, which isn't this reality, it's a different reality, somewhere else, we were to lose. There have been moments about Bruno going somewhere else in the summer. Do you think he actually could if we were to lose? Or not? I personally still think he'd stay. I still think he'd stay. I think especially if we win, he's going to stay, right? Winning the Europa League, getting us back in the Champions League, he's going to be here to stay, right? It's an interesting thing to think about. Hopefully it's not a reality we have to entertain, because we're going to win tonight. What do we think? I'll tell you what we'll do, actually. Something we haven't done, which I've been planning to do. I want to go through the Discord server real quick. Let me get my chat across. By the way, guys, if you want to join the Discord server, it's completely free, and it is linked in the description of this stream. If I can find it. Some predictions that I saw this morning. So this was Kieran, who you can see, who's been in the chat all day, by the way. Kieran's been here the whole stream. Legend. Saying he's a bag of nerves today, but the belief is there. That's the energy we needed to start with today. So I love it, Kieran. 2-1 win. Gets a love heart from me. Beautiful stuff. Have a feeling Ahmad starts on the bench, is what Gregory said. But fart sniffer. Not sure why that's his name, but he does not believe that. Steve was going for an 11 of Onana, Yoro, Maguire, Shaw, Ahmad, Ugarte, Casemiro, Dorgu, Bruno, Garnacho, Xerxes. That's pretty close. It's pretty close to what we've got. David said Onana, Mazraoui, Maguire, Yoro, Ahmad, Ugarte, Casemiro, Dorgu, Bruno, Garnacho, Højlund. I felt like I just named like 100 players there. I don't know why that felt weird. Scrap the match. Let's do a manager versus manager. Yeah, so I believe after this we had a nice little brief conversation about who wins in hand-to-hand combat. I'm not sure why this was a conversation, but if this isn't an advert for the Discord, I don't know what is. Like, this alone is reason to join, right? Yeah, Amram's a clean fighter. Anyway, back to the team news or predictions. Onana, Lindelof, Maguire, Shaw, Dorgu, Casemiro, Ugarte, Mazraoui, Bruno, Garnacho, Højlund. I should remind you, these were before we got the Euro news. Have we got any others in here? Onana, Mazraoui, Maguire, Yoro, Ahmad, Ugarte, Casemiro, Dorgu, Bruno, Garnacho, mount up front. That is the one thing we haven't discussed, actually. That is the one thing we haven't discussed. So thank you for that message, because it takes me on to a nice conversation. just before we get to team news, if I can find the tactics board, which apparently I can't. Here it is. Is there any chance of a false 9 situation? A Cobby up front? Maybe? Why have we got everyone on this side of the pitch? What's going on? Yeah, could we see a Cobby Mainu up front? Could we see a Mason Mount up there? What do you reckon? We'll have that quick conversation before the match, before the team news comes out. What do we think? Also, I believe I missed a donation. You guys have been bang on that, by the way, all day with the love hearts just spamming the second a donation comes in. All afternoon. Like, some of you guys have been here pretty much the whole stream. I think there's people who have been here literally every second of it. And there's also some others that are very darn close. And it's just legendary behaviour. Really do appreciate it. Maguire false 9. Don't mind it. I'd like to see it happen, but realistically I don't see him trying it. Yeah, it seems like an odd game to go for, I guess, doesn't it? It was anonymous with another donation. Who knows who this one was? We will never know. Saying, here's to all the incredible efforts and dedication. Keep shining bright, Jamie. Thank you very much for the message. It was very kind. Keep shining bright. What a lovely thing to say. Let's make a difference with Nelson's journey. What a lovely message. Thank you very much. That's touched my heart, that has. What a lovely thing to say. Keep shining bright. There's enough lights on me right now. We're shining. We're shining. It would be good to see a false 9, but Garnacho and Ahmad would need to be in the 10s for the false 9 to work. Yeah, I think that's a fair point to get the runners around them. Garnacho in a 9 would be interesting. Yeah, it's a way of getting him into the team while still having, you know, security in other areas. Having Bruno and Ahmad in the 10s, it works. Yeah, don't mind it, don't mind it. Also, let's just go back to the Bruno questions. Bruno can't be bought, simple as that. I think he would stay, but if we don't get it and he has the chance to play for Madrid or something, I would have no issues with him leaving. He deserves the best. I completely agree. I completely agree. I think we're going to win, so I think we're going to not even need to have this conversation, right? Because we're going to win the Europa League, be in Champions League football next season. He'll be happy here. He's going to lead the next generation of the club. If he was to get that move from like a Madrid, you'd be okay with it. Kieran, enjoy your food, mate, and more importantly, enjoy the game. Thank you very much for your support this afternoon. You have been here all afternoon. You've been here donating. You've been here waffling along in the chat, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you. Enjoy your food and enjoy the game tonight. Just make sure you're watching it on your phone. No big screen, okay? On your phone. Connor says it's written in the stars, bro. Last time we won a Europa League, a Dutch manager won the FA Cup. He gets sacked, replaced by a Portuguese man, wins the Europa League, and a London club wins the FA Cup. I mean, that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. We're winning the Europa League, guys. We haven't done score predictions yet. I feel like, as we've sat here for 5 hours and 45 matches, not doing score prediction, we shouldn't now do it before we get team news, should we? We should wait just one moment. Just one moment. Wait for the team news to come out, react, and then do the score predictions, right? That's probably the best strategy. It feels silly to do it now. We might as well wait for these 2 minutes. Get the team news in. And then figure out who our goal scorers are. Why did AJ say on the phone, not a TV? Because Kieran said this year he's watched a lot of our big games on a phone rather than a TV. And he said when he's watched it on his phone, we've done pretty well. So that's all. Everyone else, you can watch it on your TV. Just not Kieran. Just not Kieran. Boom, boom. Waiting for the team news. Any minute now. It's going to be here. It's going to be here. Oh, we need to see Bruno with that trophy. We need to see Bruno with that trophy. I've not seen any of the Europa League knockout stages because I was working Thursday evenings, so I haven't seen United play well for about 6 months. Josh, genuinely, how have you managed to watch Manchester United this season whilst not watching Europa League football? Fair play to you, lad. Fair play that you're still stuck here in a Manchester United community, contributing so much. Fair play to you, mate. Fair play to you, because you have missed our only good moments of the season, realistically. I assume you can watch it tonight, right? I assume you can watch it tonight. What are your guys' thoughts on a cup final on a Wednesday night? Don't feel quite right, does it? Don't feel quite right. Also, Europa League is Thursday night all season. Why is this not? I don't know. Also, just a quick thought before we get that team news. What's the point in the Premier League game at the weekend? Yeah, Josh, I get it, mate. I finally get it. What's the point in the Premier League game at the weekend? Just throwing that out there. Does anyone care? Like, I was thinking about doing a stream Friday, you know, tactical preview like we would always do for Villa, right? No one's going to care about that. No one's going to care about that. Anyway, for the team news, it's dropping any second. If one of you guys, mod or whoever, if you could put it in the Discord, that would be amazing. If you could quickly whack it in the Discord. Yeah, Bowser, if you can whack that in the Discord server real quick, that would be great, and I'll just copy it into the team. Alright, let me go through this. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm seeing Onana in goal. I'm seeing Mazraoui is playing. I'm seeing Maguire is playing. I'm seeing Mason Mount is playing. So let's get him on the pitch. Bruno Fernandes is playing. Euro is playing. Shaw is playing. Dorgu is playing. I believe it's this. Onana, Mazraoui, Maguire, Mount, Bruno, Højlund, Dorgu, Euro, Ahmad, Casemiro, Shaw. Is that right? Have I got it right on the screen? Have I got it right? Is there on Discord? Yeah, I'm just trying to read it between. I've typed it right, haven't I? I think I have. I'll tell you what. I don't mind that at all. I do not mind that. First thing I'll say. Yeah, did anyone get that right today, by the way? I had it close at one. We had it close at one point to this, didn't we? Did Alex bang it? The only thing I'm going to say in terms of I told you so was I had a feeling I was confident Mount and Shaw would play. It's interesting that he hasn't gone Ugarte. Probably Shaw left centre back with Mazraoui right wing back. Yeah, that's a fair shout. Actually, that takes it very close to what I had. I think I got my team right. Yeah, there we go. I asked what we're going to ask about, or what we're going to talk about when the team news is out. That's what we're going to talk about straight away. So it could be this, like I've got on screen here. Dorgu right wing back. We've seen glimpses of that recently. Shaw on the left. We know he can do that job. Mazraoui could go into defence. Very possible. It could also be, though, Euro coming across. Mazraoui going higher. Shaw dropping into the back three and Dorgu goes over. And I think... Is that the team that I had? I can't remember, right, because we've discussed about 3,034, I think it is, different starting 11s today. So, I don't know. I think at one point we had this. I think we had this team. I think we got there to this. We probably then changed our minds and went back on it. But I think we did have this at one point. Yeah, of course Ugarte can't start. I'm right here. I hope Mazraoui is right centre-back and Dorgu is right wing-back. That would be my preference. It would feel a bit more aggressive initially because I think Shaw is the better attacking threat compared to Mazraoui. But also, let's just move some players about again. I like the idea of Dorgu Ahmad. I think these two can combine. I think they can work together. Is it possible for someone to get the Spurs 11 in the chat, in the Discord? That would be very handy. But if you can't, it's all right. Wait, Ugarte is benched. I literally had this starting team. Yeah, Valzer, I agree. I think this looks better. I think... Wait, hang on. I've got Mazraoui and Shaw the wrong way. Yoro. I think this is... I like this. I like this. You know what? I really like it. I actually really like it. Because I think what happens is Mount drops in as that extra midfielder sometimes as well. I like it. I quite like the team. I quite like the team. Yeah, if we could get the Spurs team in the Discord so I can copy it across, that would be great. That would be great. Or if someone's got it in the chat as well. We saw a goal with two left footers on the right earlier. Now let me see if I can find it. Where was it? Nope. That one. This one. Anthony and Ahmad on the right. Two left footers. Of course, Anthony is not Dorgu. Strong observation. They're not the same player. But that left-footed dynamic with two on the right. We've seen Ahmad and Dorgu combining quite nicely in recent weeks. They just seem to have like a nice understanding between the two of them, to be honest. I think they can both go both ways, which Mazraoui doesn't necessarily always offer us. And I think that's good for Ahmad, and I think that's good for Dorgu. Because Ahmad, I think it's a player that can go both ways. So you want to take advantage of that. I don't think you want to force him into just going down the outside or just coming inside. I think if there's a world where you can do both, get him doing both, that's great. And I think Dorgu is a way that we can unlock that. All right, we've got the Spurs team news as well. Vicario in goal. Porro, Romero, Van de Ven, Udogi. Nice. Is it Udogi or Udogi? I don't know. Bissouma, Bentancur, Sarr, Solanke, Johnson, Richarlison. Someone did say, those of you that have been here pretty much all day, someone said earlier, Spurs will be in some sort of 4-4-2 with Richarlison and Solanke up front. Someone said that. Do we know what number Richarlison is? Is he number 9? I'm not sure. Yeah, Steve, can you make a joke about Son being benched, please? What do we make of that? What do we make? What I want you guys to do, straight away, let's assume United are this way with Dorgu right, Shaw left, Mazraoui backline. What are the key matchups for you? What do you look at with those 11s? And you look at something like the close man-to-man situations, the areas that players are going to be operating. What stands out to you as being straight away, that's big for this game? What do you look at? Is it the fact that, you know, Son isn't playing, so therefore it's Dorgu and Mazraoui down this side? Is it Yor against Johnson? Is that the key matchup? Is it the energy? I like this 4 a lot. Richarlison, it's right there. True. I like this 4. We need to figure out, we need to try and put some thinking behind the wing-back situation. I like that 4. There's a concern a little bit about large space defending, shall we call it? Perhaps from Casemiro and Bruno. Hopefully we can restrict the large space work they have to do. But there will be a slight concern there. That will be something we have to think about. I like it. There's a lot of energy in there. You know, we talk about Casemiro looking at his best when he's got legs around him. Bruno and Mount, that's good to see. I think also, it's nice to see Mount in here. It would have been very, very easy to go Bruno high and Ugarte into the side. And that wouldn't have been a bad thing to do as such. It wouldn't have been a bad thing to do. And Ugarte does bring a buzz to the way that he plays, defensively, an urgency to the way that he defends, which I think is good for us. An energy snapping into the tackles, and we'll need him in this game. He'll come from the bench at some point. We will need that. But I respect Amorim for dropping Bruno into the deeper position and Mount on. In terms of, you know, we talk about how attacking the mentality of the team is. We talk about that a lot. And how he doesn't do it enough. Maybe here he's doing it. He feels slightly more attacking. I'm just going to quickly change the thumbnail to a team news one. And I'll also change the title real quick. Also, we are now approaching the last 37 minutes of the stream. A stream in which, in total, we've raised over £1,000 with donations prior to the stream as well, which is just absurd. Absurd numbers to think about. So thank you so much. We're going for another 35 minutes. If we could make a late push for £500, 500 likes. If we could get 500 likes on the stream, that would be quality. You can hear I'm literally failing to function right now. I can't speak. Who knows what I'm going to be like later? Who knows? Or it could be a diamond. Yes, Mark. Talk to me, my man. Talk to me. Let me find the clips where United are more aggressive with the attack and shape. Let me find it. Bang. Give me players on the forward line. Ask questions of the Spurs defenders. Attack the box. Do this stuff. Do that, please. Is this one? Not so much. I'll find the one in a second. There's another one. By the way, look at the amount of cutbacks we score around these situations. So many cutbacks. We went through all of this earlier. That's why I'm sort of skipping through it. There's another goal where we've got lots of players on the front line. Another cutback. Hang on, we'll get there soon. Another cutback. Nope, maybe I don't have the clip anymore. I'm sure there was another clip where we've got... There we go. Lots of players in the final third. Granted, this was against Lyon in the strangest game state I've ever seen in a football match. But I think United, when we get players forward, we push players onto the last line. I think that's when we look at our best. And we've been saying it throughout the stream. We've been saying it throughout Amarim's time here, really. Get players on the last line. Be more aggressive. Take the handbrake off and get at teams. And I think this 11, like you've said there, has the ability to do that. Because there's this whole sort of 3-1-6 thing that we can push into. Casemiro could go into that sort of solo pivot with his passing range. Maybe Bruno could do it as well, or instead. But we could get ourselves into a nice little shape. It could be Ahmad in this pocket here. It could work in a few different ways. You know, Bruno could play this side, for example. But like I said, we could get ourselves into this sort of diamond shape. And really start trying to be aggressive and play through this team. Højlund up top as sort of the peak of the diamond. You'd question perhaps the attacking dynamic play, I guess, down the wings with Shaw and Dorgu. But I think Dorgu and Ahmad could combine, and I think Shaw's good on the left. I think he's a good threat for us. This is probably something that we can look at in this game. If we're doing this, I'd love to see the centre-backs trying to be aggressive. I would love that. That's my main issue with Amarim. We only play attack and football when our house is already on fire. Yeah, that's something I was saying a little bit earlier on, that I would love it if we could do it earlier in games. I'm not sure that today is the day that changes. You know, I don't think today is the day that we suddenly go all guns blazing, really attacking. But I think next season, yeah, that is something that we need to see more regularly. The front-footed football, not at 2-0 down in the 90th minute, or the opposition just equalised, we need a goal. Let's try and do it from the start. But obviously that's next season. For now, we focus on this game, and it's a big one. It's a huge one. It's a huge one. Also, by the way, we are very, very close to 6 hours of streaming. Are we sure that Shaw isn't a centre-back? Steve, we are not sure about Shaw at all, to be honest. We are not sure about Shaw. Because there is a concern here, physically, the work you're putting Shaw through. And like we said, the other option is Dorgu goes to the left, where he has played more regularly. Euro comes across to the right, which he hasn't done too much recently. By the way, I think this is our best back three. There's an argument for Litter or Shaw, but I prefer Shaw. I personally think that's the best back three we've got at the moment, so I'm quite happy with that if it is that. Although in an attacking sense, I'd rather Dorgu and Shaw at wing back, so it's a difficult one. But yeah, there is an option, or the potential for it to be this. And like Mark said, could we see at this point Mazraoui going inside, Ahmad pulling a little bit wider, and looking to get at him in this way? Yeah, I think we could. That's probably the only real conversation. You know, if Ahmad's in the 10, it will be the right, which means Mount will be the left. Yeah, Josh, he didn't he? That was poor, right? Yeah, it's where did Dorgu, Shaw, and Mazraoui play? What we're gonna do a poll. We're gonna do a poll. We've had lots of polls today, and let's do another. Where will Shaw play? And the options are, we'll call it LCB, left centre back, or LWB, left wing back. In the chat now, there's the poll. Maybe one last. No, I got another poll lined up. After this one. There we go. Let's have a look. And this is going to dictate what we go for on screen. I actually think I prefer the Euro, Maguire, Mazraoui back three, because Euro seems more aggressive on the left and Mazraoui gains more space to work in. Yeah, I do see that. Yeah, I do see that argument. I wonder long term where Euro is going to end up. I remember when Euro first came in, I said, quite a lot. I spoke about Euro's ability to play on the left of the defence, and that kind of generated a weird response, I felt, largely from the fan base. It seemed like impossible that Euro could play on the left-hand side. I think he's proven this season that he can. I don't know where his long-term is going to be. If it's under Amarim, it could even be as the middle one eventually. I don't actually know. AJ, before the stream ends, can you go on Liverpool's website and vote Trent as their player of the season, please? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Would you be mad at Trent if you were a Liverpool fan? Because they hate him. He's going to a bigger club, lads. He's going to a bigger club. You've got to hold that. Oh, we had another £5 donation from Auntie as the title. I believe I know who that is. saying best stream ever, best charity ever. Thank you very much for the £5 donation. I'm pretty sure before today you didn't even know what a stream was, but thank you very much. Also, there's a message in the chat from Ashton saying I'm at your house. Now, I do know Ashton. Still a bit of a weird message to receive, though. Bit of a weird message. What are we talking about? Sure, where's he playing? It's just the fact that he walked for no money. But it's funny because they're Liverpool, right? Euro looks good all across the back three, to be fair. Yeah, it's great, right? You'd be mad, not going to lie, not for leaving, but for free. I think I would, but it's just fun to laugh at Liverpool fans, right? I think that's where I'm at on it. Yeah, let's imagine it was Rashford, right? Because he's probably our closest to the sort of homegrown stature in recent years. I don't think I would hate him in the way that others have, though. I'd be sad and like disappointed to see him go. I don't know that hate would be my feeling. Not sure. Anyway, the poll currently has Luke Shaw left centre back, currently on 78 votes, and based on the numbers I've seen today, I think we can do a little bit better than that. I think we can do a little bit better than 78. I think we can get that to 90 votes minimum. So if you do fancy having your say, get in the chat. There's a poll at the top. It's free to enter. You just tap on left centre back or left wing back, depending on where you think Shaw will play. Would have been even better if Van Dijk and Salah also left for free. Oh, imagine that would have been so good. Just saw some clips of random Spurs fans harassing Man United fans. Something to always remember. We're obviously all football fans, but I think we're also all quite self-aware as well. Football fans are an odd species, right? Because we're human. Very weird creatures, us football fans. So I want to take a look at the two benches. Just want to quickly take a look at the two benches. So for United, we've got Bayindir. Is it just everyone else, basically? I think it is. Spurs, what have they got from the bench that might hurt us? Mikey Moore, Odobert Tell. Don't want a storyline there. Son, they're sort of the impact makers. Jed Spence will feel a little bit hard done by not to get a spot after the season he's had. Lineups confirmed. Yeah, we've got the lineups on screen, mate. These are the official lineups. In terms of the bench, Garnacho is such a weapon. Such a weapon. As, you know, Spurs potentially fatigue. Where is he? Garnacho on from the bench. What a weapon. Going into the space. Yes, mate. Get at them. Is Dalot there? Dalot on the bench. His energy, if he's fit enough, that could have a big impact. Because this is a game that's going to knacker people out, so he could have a big impact. Xerxes as a striker, yeah. But I think also Cobby, Garnacho, Xerxes. These are all people that could have an impact later on in the game. Have I missed a donation? I have. I think today I've set a record for number of donations not seen. I think I've set a record. Is a £10 donation from John. John, thank you very much, man. Saying I like the look of this team and I love the channel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I didn't pick the team myself, I must say. But yeah, thank you for the kind words. Hopefully, we get ourselves a win tonight. And you'll see, by the way, your donation has helped us hit £1,030. And that says we're at 103% of our goal. Our goal actually initially was 500. I set that a few days ago, and I was sitting there thinking, I might have gone too high. With the donation goal. So for you guys to do over double that is ridiculous. 88 donations. Yeah, real chaos, mate. 88 donations. It's mental. It's mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Insane. Anyway, I saw an interesting little tactical question there from Steve. He said, does Richarlison and Solanke both up there cause us a problem physically? And I think potentially it does. I would say, obviously, set pieces, we talk about this all the time. That Spurs midfield is quite physical. Two fairly big centre-backs, Solanke and Richarlison. Set pieces. Be ready for set pieces tonight, because we're not great at defending them, so be ready for that. But also on the long ball. On the long ball, playing out from the back. We've spoken recently. I say recently, it's probably a month ago now. How United's best pressing work tends to come on what I call reset situations, which is where the game stops at a goal kick. Everyone has a chance to get themselves in a position and go from there. United are decent at pressing in those moments. I feel we're decent at pressing in those moments, and sometimes even go man to man. Maybe Spurs are looking at trying to sort of go over that to the likes of Richarlison and Solanke, and then get on the second ball. That might be something that they're looking at. And without Ugarte, that could potentially cause a bit of a problem for United. You know, we've said a few times Casemiro is gonna have to be on it. But that is something to look out for in this game. Particularly Sarr, I would imagine, on that second ball and his ability to carry here. He's quite strong. It's a big game for Euro. You know, Maguire physically will back him. There's a chance he'll lose a duel or two, of course, but typically we back Maguire in these situations. Euro against Richarlison might be an interesting one. It might be an interesting one. Glad to see 2.5 centre-backs in the back three plus Casemiro. Yeah, it certainly gives us a chance of being ready. I mean, even Dorgu, right? He's not small. I know he's not a centre-back, but he's not small for set pieces. Højlund is a good player for us on set pieces. No, I don't want to. Maguire, Casemiro. I think they're massive. They are massive. Look at the size of them. But I think they're big in this game. I really do. I really do. Wouldn't it be funny if this game Højlund locks in and becomes the best striker in the world just for this game? I mean, I'd like him to do it for more than one game. You know, carry it into next season maybe. But yeah, it would be such a good night for him to decide. You know what? How much did he cost? 70 mil, something like that. It would be a great night for him to go. You know what, lads? I'm a 70 million striker. Let me cook. It would be a nice night for it. That's a question for you. If you could pick, let's say United win this game by 1 goal. Stressful, nervy, tense. But we win it by 1 goal. Who would be your preferred goal scorer? By the way, can someone screenshot that from Snipes? He said if Højlund gets a hat-trick, he'd chop his knob off. So if someone can screenshot that, please. That holds up in court, I'm pretty sure. So that's legally binding. Anyway, if you could pick a goal scorer, who would it be? We've just had Ahmad donate £2. We've had Ahmad in here. We've had Maguire in here. What a squad we've got. Ahmad, thank you very much. But you should be in the warm-up, buddy. For those of you that do not understand sarcasm, I'm aware that is not the real Ahmad. If it is, fair play to the bloke. But get ready for football. Maguire, for the redemption. What a moment it would be. Can you... After the lows that Maguire has gone through with this club, can you imagine the high of him then scoring the winner to win us European trophy? You know, I don't know if Maguire's got a long term at this football club. We'll have to see. I don't know. But in terms of just him personally, of course the football team as well, but for him individually, how big that moment would be for him would be insane. I mean, the one who's always up there for me is Bruno as well, just because he gets us through everything, doesn't he? Bruno, like, no matter what has happened the last 5 years, Bruno's always there. Occasional slight dip in form, but not very often, right? Bruno has always been there for us. I'd love it so much if he got a goal. Mount, again, if we're talking like again on a personal level, after everything that he's been through with the injury problems at United, people wanting him gone because he couldn't stay fit, people questioning his professionalism, whatever. If Mount could score, that would be big. Our striker, who has been under so much pressure this season, him scoring would be amazing. Our golden boy little winger here in Ahmad, if he could score, I find it hard to look past Kobe as well. There's a different feeling when Kobe scores. There's a different feeling when Kobe scores a goal. There's so many people. Can we win by 1 goal, but like 6 people head it in at the same time? That'd be pretty cool. An early Mount goal would set us off perfectly. Amorim goes on about it all the time, and I kind of do as well, but I'm going to keep doing it. The first goal in football is huge. It's huge, especially in a cup final. Especially in a game where it feels pretty evenly matched. 2 teams that have had a horrendous season and have struggled when conceding at times. The first goal feels big. You know, if we can get one in the first 20 minutes. Oof. AJ, the team news came out. It's right there. That is the official team. If Bruno gets a goal and an assist, does that give him 20 goals and 20 assists for the season? Ooh. Yeah, I think he might be on 19-19, right? Yeah, Steve, I think you might be on something. That would be mental. In this season we've had. That would be absurd. Wouldn't Garnacho be better against a Spurs high line since he has the pace for that? Arguably so. I get the feeling perhaps we're looking for a bit more control with this 4. And I don't necessarily mean dominating the ball, but like looking after the ball when we get it, particularly with these two. Maybe using that approach early-ish in the game. And then we've all seen sub Garnacho before. That guy can do something. Sub Garnacho is dangerous. Defenders don't like playing against that. So, yeah. Can we stop with the spamming of the messages, please? If not, you will be booted. So please don't spam messages. There's no need. I'll try read your message if I can. If I can't, because I don't see it. These things happen, right? These things happen. If United were to score 1 goal, I would want it to be Maguire scored, assisted by Bruno. That would be good. It would be good. By the way, mods, can we get that message, that person just gone, please? Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Garnacho is one of my favourite super subs. Impact, 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 right? If the game goes through that lull, which you often get around 60, 65 minutes, where it's just a little bit slow, you know, whether you're 1-0 up, 1-0 down, 0-0, whatever, football matches tend to go through that moment where it's like, what now? What happens now? Garnacho happens now. A switch, an intensity, someone who is going to attack people, whether that be attack an open space with runs in behind, whether that be picking the ball up and isolating and going at people. Intensity, switch. So if the game does go into that slow moment, he's a good player to have. You know, can Ahmad play 90, potentially 120? Not sure about that. And can Mount as well. I don't know. My only concern would be if we turn from Mount and Ahmad and their defensive work to Kobe and Garnacho with subs, whatever way around they are. That's the only slight concern I have. If these two can't get through the game, Mount and Ahmad, we turn to these two. Do you just lose something defensively there? Possibly. Maybe he wouldn't do that, actually. Maybe Bruno would go high and Ugarte would come in. It'll be interesting to see how the Ugarte sub works. Because normally it's Ugarte starts, comes off, Bruno drops deeper. Whereas this time Bruno's already there deeper and Ugarte will be coming on. So that's an interesting one to look at. Subs will be big. Subs will be big. Especially if it goes 120. The impact from the bench is probably going to be essential, to be honest. A Højlund goal assisted by Garnacho would do the world of good for them. Yeah, in terms of their potential confidence to take into the off-season and then next season. 100%. I'm scared but confident at the same time. Something only United can do. I've never been so confident for a cup final. United cup final, whilst also so terrified. I genuinely believe we will win. I think 3-1. I haven't said my score prediction yet. Maybe I did, actually. I think we'll win this football match 3-1. I truly believe that. But I'm also terrified. I'm terrified. Guys, Manu has set a challenge. Last time he set a challenge, you guys smashed it, to be honest. But he set a challenge of 600 likes before the match starts. I said it's a challenge, but I think you can get it done. I think you can get it done. I'm worried about our physicality in the midfield. There is a concern there. I think when you lose Ugarte, that concern comes in. I really didn't expect all of the fan bases to predict Spurs to win. Were they predictions for Spurs to win, or was that just who they wanted to win? I can't actually remember. How many likes are we on at the moment? How much did you say, Manu? 600. What are we on? What are we on right now? I can't see. We're on 530. Guys, I'm going to stop for a second. If you can't donate or something like that, fair enough, I understand. But I feel like you could leave a like. It doesn't cost anything. You just got to load it up. Just press it. Right, it's pretty easy. So if you could please leave a like, it'd be great. Please. 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 I think it was who they wanted. Yeah, I believe so. I just punched my desk and cracked my finger. That was a smart idea. Please no more Leon PTSD. My heart can't take it. You know what? I don't... My heart is not ready for this football match. And the stress and the pain that we're about to go through, even if we win. But if we win at the end, I tell you what, I don't care how the game goes if we win. I don't care if we have to come back from 19-0 down, as long as we do it. Just find a way to win the football match. I don't care how we win it. I don't care if it's a good performance or not. I don't care what we have to do to get the win. Just find a way. I don't need to see the most beautiful football. Just make sure in 3.5 hours, whatever it is, just make sure I'm happy. We're all happy. And I'm starting work on a video about United winning the Europa League and being in the Champions League next season. I need that. I'm ready for the stress. I'm prepared for it. Imagine if we come back from 19-0 down. It'd be quite impressive. Perhaps a little bit unlikely. It's about the result here. 100%. 100%. Should we? Now we've got the squads. Should we see some score predictions? The objective is to win, no excuses, 100%. So does this lineup match your tactical preview of the game? That's a great question, actually. That's a really nice question. Perhaps not the point about the space behind the fullbacks in transition so much, but the rest of it, yeah, I think it does. Oh, we got Steve with some quotes from Ruben Amorim. Lovely. I'm relaxed now. I think I did my job, if you can say that. Now it's with the players. I'm really confident. I really enjoyed the last 2 trainings, and when you have these kind of trainings, you feel relaxed because I trust in the guys. Me too. 3-1 Man United. 3-1. Goal scorers being... Who's going to score the goals? Bruno's going to score. I think Richarlison might score. In this order? Yeah. Bruno, Richarlison. Rasmus Højlund. Who grabs the third? Garnacho in those late transition moments. Because Spurs are pushing because they're 2-1 down. United win 3-1. We win the Europa League. We qualify for the Champions League next season. We all have a boring game against Villa and then a lovely summer of looking forward to next season and the players that we can sign and the club that we can maybe become. Also, by the way, I have sunk so much again. Hang on. Let's go back up. There we go. An actual prediction. Josh is wrong. Correct. Jamie in the chat. I'm afraid this is not a watch along. We've been streaming since 1 p.m. This charity stream. Trying to raise money for Nelson's journey. And then I am leaving in about 10 minutes time to go and enjoy the game with my brother. Oh, and a friend as well, actually. Ashton, mate. Sorry, I forgot. So yeah, it will not be a watch along of the game. But if you're new around here, there will be analysis of the game after the match. Probably tomorrow morning. But yeah, it's been a long old stream, so I won't be doing a watch along. Probably going to go grab myself a drink and yeah, watch the game and celebrate and go absolutely mental in a way that I can't on a stream and a watch along. Alright, I'm going to be getting Larry with it. Okay, cheers. Liked anyway. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate that. This is more than pre-match. It is. It's bigger than that. I want to see some goal predictions. I want to see some goal and score predictions. By the way, if you're a member of the channel, you can use your little custom emojis to predict some of the goal scorers. They're not all there because some people got removed with injuries and stuff. United 1, Spurs 0. Love it. Callum says 3-0 United. Love it. Patrick says 2-1 United. With Mount, Bruno and Onana goals. Ashton says 4-3 United. 3-2 United. 3-2 United. 4-3. 2-0 says Steve with goals from Bruno and Ahmad. 4-1 United. I've seen a 2-1 Spurs in there. Ahmad goal and assist. Mount assist. Bruno goal and Rasmus goal. 3-0 United. Lovely. 3-2 United. Ahmad for sure to score. 3-1 win. Callum says Bruno, Maguire, Højlund. Valza says 3-1 United. Solanke, and then a comeback with Casemiro, Bruno, and Garnacho off the bench. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's see some more score predictions. Yeah, Ashton, sorry, man. 3-1 United says Manu. Manu, who are your goal scorers, mate? Who are your goal scorers? Who you backing? Snipe says 9-0 United. I'll take it. 3-1 United. 3-1 United with a Hoyland brace. Great job today, AJ. Hopefully see you after the game. Thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate your support all day. Support for the charity and also for the stream as well. Very, very kind. We'll cook these guys. I believe in that. 8-0. Penalty kick for Bruno. Yes, please. 2-0 says Corey. 2-1 says Danny. Danny, good evening, mate. How are you? Feel like I haven't spoke to you for a while. 2-1 United with Hoyland on the top. We will struggle, but push through eventually. I'll take it. I'll take it. Trader, see you later, mate. 3-1 United, we go one down and come back to win it. I think the overall message is we just have to do that last part. The last 2 words. Win it. Win it. Win it. Win it. That's the plan. That is the plan. I think for today, I think we've covered everything. Throughout the afternoon, we played a bit of Football Manager where it didn't go very well and I got absolutely destroyed. I blame the chat for that, respectfully. We've covered United's goals in the Europa League this season. We've covered some of the stats, and we've done so much talk about how United can set up in this game, how we can approach the game, the 11 that we should pick. We've now seen the 11, and even still, I think we're a little bit confused about how it sets up. Steve, I think I'm going to wrap it up, mate. We might do the mod thing on another one. I think I'm going to wrap it up for today. We've discussed everything, and in the process, we have raised. So last year we done 200, by the way. Last year we done £200. This year we have raised £1,032.73. Now the goal, the bar says that's 103% of our aim. It's not. We aimed for £500. That was the aim. We were targeting £500. So the actual target for today, you guys have doubled it. It's just mental. It is just an insane amount of money to raise for what is an incredible charity that has played a big part in my life, my family's life, my friends' lives. It's just an incredible charity. So the fact that you guys as a community have managed to raise £1,000 is just insane. I say it all the time. This is our little corner of the internet, and it is still quite small right now, right? It is still, we're a fairly small channel. But our little corner of the internet is such a good community. It's such a good community. The Discord server, if you're not in it, link in the description. Go join it. You know we're big time, right? Because we're getting bots spamming in the chat. That's how you know we're big time. No, but you know, we are a smallish community, but I feel like there is a real sense of community with you guys, and you're all absolute legends, and the vibes today have been amazing. Amazing vibes. Considering this is a match that we're so nervous about, you guys have been quality, so thank you very much to that. And also, yes, shout out the mods. the mods. The mods. My little army of mods. What is there, 10 of us? 11? Absolute legends. Whether that be making Excel documents that unfortunately we didn't actually get round to using today, but we're going to use this for another stream another day. Whether it be making quizzes, or managing stream, or giving me ideas in the stream, helping me with the setup, everything on Discord as well. Legends. Just absolute legends. Yeah. Yeah, if you are going to spam in the chat, spam some love hearts and some flames, alright? Get a bit of spam in there. But yeah, the mods are legends. Everyone's legends. Everyone who has donated. Everyone who has gifted memberships as well. We've seen some of that today. The super chats. Anyone who has liked the stream. I think we got well over 500 in the end, which is quality. Anyone who subscribed to the channel, if you're new around here, welcome. I'll be honest, we don't do this every week, the whole 6-hour thing. But we do stream as often as possible, and we do a lot of content. So welcome to the community. Get to know some of these guys in the chat. Because I tell you, they're legends. They're legends. I don't think there's many communities in the world that I could sit in front of for 6 hours, 23 minutes, and 52 seconds and just waffle about football. So thank you guys very much for that. Hopefully, United give us a win tonight. If we don't, we can all cry for a bit, okay? We can all cry for a bit. But at the end of the day, you got to remember, it is football. And, you know, charities like this really put into perspective how it is only football, right? And there are bigger things in life. At the same time, we're going to win this fucking game, all right? It's 3-1 Manchester United. We're doing it, all right? United. We're winning this game. We're winning this game. 3-1. We're winning the Europa League. We're qualifying for the Champions League next season. We're going Larry. Harry Maguire's big ass header is banging stuff everywhere. Bruno Fernandes is going to carry us to glory. Casemiro's got that beautiful little smile of his that we're going to see at the end of the game, lifting that trophy. Ruben Amorim in the middle there. What a guy. What a geezer. Let's just quick look at him. Oh, look at him. He's a beaut. He is an absolute beaut. And he's going to bring us a trophy tonight, as are the squad. As are the squad. The bots are going to keep spamming away in the chat, but we don't really care. I don't know if there's a way we can remove them. I'm not sure. But thank you very much for everything today. Everything on the channel in recent times. Please. Please, 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 please. Also, actually, I'll tell you what. For 20 seconds, a minute, you can use all caps in the chat, all right? You can use all caps in the chat just to get a little bit excited about the game tonight. So get your all capital messages in there. This is the one time you can do it. Give me your goal scorers. Give me your Baz in all capitals. Give me your Uniteds in all capitals. Whatever you want. Just go for it because I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win. I'm going to see some of these all capital messages. I'm going to see some hype in the chat. And then I'm going to see United win the Europa League because I'm going to say see you later. So thank you guys very much for watching. I hope you have enjoyed the stream. Thank you to everyone, really, just for being absolute legends. United are going to go win this game. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning. And we're all going to be smiling. And we're all going to be happy.